push for teachers to have. The education system has been the most heavily propagandized system, and the teachers are fairly extremist at this point, and it's really quite crazy. Also crazy how many female teachers get caught molesting the kids. Like, you wouldn't think that's a thing, but my partner Marcus has like this giant database that he's been saving because like he's waiting for somebody to talk to him about it. It's wild. Would I want all those people that are seem a bit mentally unstable anyways to be the one have a push to get them armed? Ooh. And on the to add on as a conspiracy theorist, there isn't a single one of those shooters like that in the United States. I'm not going to count the Canadian one. In the United States, that's not on psych meds and also has contact with an FBI or CIA or something else handler every time. So
you said so. I was expecting another end of that.
I wasn't filling in the blank for everybody. Like that's. But guess what? Weirdly, every single time you go to find out, they had an FBI, CIA, whatever handler, and they were on hard meds and being talked to by those people.
Okay. All right. Ant, to you, please.
I'm not against the idea of teachers being allowed to carry a firearm to school with them if, they meet all the legal requirements for it. But I don't think it should become mandatory. Like, I wouldn't mandate it. I just make it an option. Although I would say to carry at school, I think we could impose some certain basic restrictions, like show that you have basic firearm competence through like some sort of class or whatever. And as for storage, I mean, it sounds good to put it in like a biometric locker, but then you're losing access to it when you need it most.
Okay. All right. And Effigy, I don't know if you heard the prompt. Let me say it one more time just to make sure. Hold on. I gotta pull it back up again. Where'd it go? Arming teachers. Is it a smart safety measure or a recipe for disaster? To you, Effigy.
Sure. A couple points. First of all, some of the Second Amendment chatter just rings hollow now. It's obvious that a large chunk of the population will sit back and cheer on the tyrannical government as their boots come right toward their face. So your guns don't matter if you just sit there and cheer it on. Secondly, it seems really kind of cognitive dissonance to sit there and say that the group that you've been demonizing all this time, saying that they've been fucking up your kids and injecting them with all this shit and that they're the demons who are wrecking education. Let's give them guns. It seems like there's a lot of dissonance between those two positions. It's funny how you just make that jump to like, I hate these people. They are so wrong. I know. Let's arm them. They can be the protectors of all this stuff. Like, no, why isn't your option just like let's put guards or security guards or police? I don't know, anything. But like the people that you've demonized, you want to hand them guns now? Like, how does any of this make sense? And lastly, number one, you don't pay teachers enough and you barely give them enough to actually even educate your children. Now you want to throw on an entirely other job of being the physical protectors in that kind of way, like, and having to go through the training of the gun and constantly worry about the gun. Just having that gun there in that classroom would up the chances of fucked up shit happening, right? It not being there is more safe for everyone in that area because it's not for that. You want more guns there, protect people, put a fucking guard there, put some police. Don't hand people guns who their entire job has nothing to do with guns. Like, and it's not even about being anti-gun. It's about being smart about who you have doing things.
Can I ask, and then I can leave it open, Effigy, do you think if more people were armed and informed on gun ownership and so on and so forth, do you think they would actually maybe consider their rights and the safety of children a little more seriously if you put that responsibility in their hands?
I don't think people don't treat it seriously. I don't think people want to have to walk around armed. No one wants to live in the wild, wild west and have to not have that idea of safety in a community that we all live by laws and that we have, police that'll come if we call them and everybody lives by those rules. It just seems like you're admitting that everything is breaking down if you're saying that everyone has to be armed just in case. Right. The goal is to live in like a safe place where we all trust each other. Right. And I mean, we know that's never going to completely happen, but having to be like, every time I walk out of my door, I need my blast cannon in case this is it. That's a fucked up way to live too. Right. You can't just laugh at one and say that you're completely like in the normal.
If I may interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know, I just kind of feel like we're saying, like, oh, do you think if more people were informed about how to use seatbelts, that they would use seatbelts? Yeah, probably. Are more people going to be informed about seatbelts? No. Like,
so there is something you said that I want to address. You said the goal is to live in a safe place, that it's the safety is what the goal is. I disagree, sir. Liberty is the goal. Liberty is the goal. Okay. Now, within liberty, there are rules, but that doesn't change that freedom is the goal.
so
I got a question. How many?
Sure, I don't disagree with that.
I got a question. How many mass shooters shoot up a police station? They don't.
Excellent.
You know why they don't? Because they know they have guns.
Or they just don't have a chance to make it mass.
No, they know they have guns. So, number one, just by virtue of people knowing the teachers have guns, guess what they're not going to do?
Yeah, I don't
And even
carry
at
the
if you knew that if more people were armed and carried, concealed carried or whatever, it's rolling the dice now, walking down the street. If you plan to, Ant, I think you're clipping out. If somebody wanted to mug somebody or harm somebody, whatever the case may be, if you know you're in a place where everybody most likely carries, you're probably not going to be picking anyone, because then you're rolling the dice on whether they're armed or not.
Yep.
And I do believe that is a strong hold for why more people should carry. I think our crime rates would decrease a lot. Now, I think we would have more self accidents in terms of mishaps, like if guns go off or things, like safety mess ups. I accidentally shot myself in the foot or something. You're going to see a little bit of an increase in that. But I think eventually it's going to die down, and the crime rates of, things happening, people breaking into houses, so on and so forth, it would eventually die down, because
Statistically, that would be the bigger danger, right? Because statistically, there aren't as many mass shootings in schools as there would be guns to have accidents or things just accidentally happen.
Okay, as far as accidents happening, that's just natural selection. We don't need dumbasses running around that don't know how to handle guns, right? So that problem would take care of itself. The thing about, and I don't disagree with what Effigy's saying about guards or whatever, right? In fact, I'll take it a step further. Why don't you just create, this is something I noticed they used to do at the DMV. You go to some DMVs, it's just regular DMV workers there. You go to some cities, they're cops. They're police officers, right? And they do that for a reason, because people lose their shit in the DMV. They go the hell off, right? Mm-hmm. So I would take it a step further. Why don't you create a different type of teacher that you pay more money, and they have to go through the training that you would have to go through to be a guard or a police officer? I mean, if you care about the children being safe, why not take it to that level?
There's like policemen already in schools, bro. That already exists.
So resource officers typically, and it's like one guy. I'm just going to step away for a moment and go make my famous peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Ben, if you could just take over, please be mindful. Don't interrupt each other, one at a time. And if I come back and it's absolute hell and chaos, I'm just booting everyone and shutting down and fuck you all. And while I'm away, it would be really nice if I come back to some super chats, because now you do have a timer. You do have a dono goal that you have to meet in order for this show to keep going. So there you go. All right, back to you guys.
And for the record, Effigy, I already live like that. The moment I step out of the house, I got it on me. And I would feel weird if I wasn't able to.
I also live like that. And actually, when the last time a guy was murdered like 3 or 4 years ago down in Alder Point Town, which is a tiny, tiny town, the cops didn't show up for 3 days. The dude shot a dude, walked over to another party and just kept partying. Like, fuck me. And
Also,
all of us are armed, and we all I expect that if I call my neighbors because there's a problem, they're also coming armed. That's who I'm counting on. Cops ain't coming.
I think given the severity of a mass school shooting overrides the infrequency of it. Sure, it doesn't happen very often, but when it does happen, it's absolutely catastrophic. By making it a guessing game for these would-be people instead of letting them know that these are soft targets, I think we give them a better chance. And
what if you cause more to happen by having more guns in schools?
It wasn't a big problem when they were teaching firearm safety in schools. So why would it be a problem now?
Well, it wouldn't just be in like a firearm safety thing. You said you wanted every teacher to have a gun.
Not every teacher. No, that was the other guys. I said if they choose to, and as long as
that's not what was said for them.
Right, but my position is,
Ant did say if they chose to. He was real specific about it.
Yeah, and actually, I actually agree with that, because not everybody wants to be armed all of the time, and you will have a massive amount of teachers who will just simply choose to not be armed. But those who choose to be armed are typically those who would have that firearm training. This isn't a guessing game, right? It's not somebody that's, just off the street. These are teachers who regularly arm themselves when they're at their house and then when they go out. But when we're talking about the ones that don't want to arm themselves, that's fine. You don't have to arm yourself. You personally, Effigy, do not have to arm yourself. But the ones that do want to be armed and do want to be able to be for protectorate, if they can, if they have the safety training, this is a good thing.
That's true. If people are into guns and have safety training, like allow them to have a safely stored gun in the school, and at least the shooters know that there are guns in the school. Up here in Canada, you don't have anything like that. You don't have cops in the schools or anything like that. That being said, the last shooting that happened where 10 people died last week in a school, and of course it was these school shootings, by the way, appear to be, a lot of them are transgender people. And, it's like, I believe the
true, because that's just so relevant to the conversation right now.
That's a newer
so relevant.
That's a really
go after the
super relevant to the convo
instead of arming everybody in the school.
That's actually very relevant to the conversation.
Okay, so I want to be clear. I don't know where we got this notion of maximizing freedom, right? We can run some simple reductios for maximizing freedom. There could me being maximally free could be me and Bob in a fucking desert world where I can be maximally free until I die from fucking dehydration, right? That's that's maximizing freedom. We're here to minimize suffering, okay? That is our main priority. And when it comes to, I guess, a specific topic of arming teachers or whatever, it's just absurd. I'm pretty sure that it is true that if you have a gun, you're more likely to die from a gun accident than if you don't own one whatsoever. It doesn't seem to be something that we need at all. I just don't know.
What's funny about that? What's hilarious about that is the only reason that you're able to even make that statement with such conviction is because of all of the people that came before you with all of those guns that basically conquered the whole damn world. You do realize that, right?
Is this even an attack at the argument, or
you said what?
Is this a force doctrine argument? Is this
yet
another one of those?
Even an attack of the? This feels like some meta shit. I don't even know why we're talking about this.
Tommy, That's a
Yeah.
newer phenomenon. That's the reason why when I laid that down, I said the one overall connecting feature between all these school shooters is that they were on psychiatric drugs, and that applies to both the ones you're talking about in the more recent ones and the older ones. And also they had a handler that was in active contact with them. Like, you can go back clear to Columbine. Where did those kids get those weapons even? A couple poor nerdy kids with no friends. Where'd they even get those weapons? How is it
Also,
that's real convenient that happens in the same week that we're having a vote to do? The only time that they banned is semi-automatic and started doing assault rifles, like looking like a certain way makes the gun somehow different. Like,
also, can we say how disingenuous it is for like nearly 30 years and nearly like 300 school shootings to have a very specific profile on the shooter for that many times, and then you get like 6 to 10 of a certain kind, and they're like, "Look, there's a pattern."
Look, in most of the shootings you're going to
Come on,
see
man.
is not
There's a pattern.
what we're talking about.
Six is
There are
not
things
a
like
pattern.
a cop accidentally discharging his firearm in the parking lot being counted as a school shooting. Like,
So
Miss
wait a
you with
Actually,
your
can I
fake
ask
ass
a
numbers.
Wait a
question?
minute. So when-
Can I
when-
ask the
so-
panel a question real quick and get your thought? Let's pretend a pew pew person came in all crazy and shot up a school, or was trying to shoot up a school, and a teacher had a concealed weapon. However, they didn't technically have permission to have it in the school, but they still kept one as a just in case policy. They're able to carry it outside everywhere else, but technically you couldn't have it in the school. Do you think that the you got some loud mic settings over there. If you could I don't know, sit down, and I'm gonna mute you for a minute. Do you think that they should get in trouble, even though they like took down the shooter and saved the whole school? Do you think that they could get in trouble for having a weapon that they technically weren't allowed to have in there and was like a crime and all of those things?
Could or should?
Both.
Okay. Should not. That's a hero right there. That's a hero. That's somebody who's willing to take that risk and skirt the law so you can protect those most vulnerable. That's a hero.
Just like Plumpy over here. Plumpy's a hero, sending out another Gauntlet membership. Congratulations to the lottery winner. All right, to the rest of you.
Sure. I mean,
But
so could a
Clay-
guy pretending to be Batman who's listening to the police radio all night, right? But even if he catches a criminal, they're still going to charge him with being a vigilante, right?
But Clay,
That's a bad comparison.
but Clay,
Well,
you got to
couldn't do
realize.
anything illegal.
But you got to realize.
A
Clay,
vigilante and somebody
Oh.
defending kids is two different things.
Go ahead, Angerman. I heard you.
But Clay, you have to realize in this country, you're only allowed to break the rules to screw over the American people. You're not allowed to break them to save the American people.
Exactly.
Hey,
Well,
they
you know,
want us to kill
I
all
wanted to-
Americans.
I wanted to address what
They
you
want
had.
us to kill all Americans in Canada.
By the way, this is my friend,
Oh.
Mouth from the South, from my
Hello,
channel.
Matt from the South.
I just
Well, Yeah,
did a live,
Balderson. I know
of your stream
Balderson
over to
from
my
other
channel.
shows.
Mouth on the
I know,
South.
Balderson
I think
from
you
other
have
shows.
I think you have a lag. So what I'd like you to do to help aid that is jump out of the StreamYard link, and you can jump back in certainly, but when you come back in, keep your camera off. That might help it catch up on the lag first, and then wait a little bit and then turn it on.
So Angry Man, I wanted
Okay,
to
so
address.
jump out, jump back in.
Yeah, you have a lag. There's definitely a lag going on. So jump out of the show and then hit the link and come back in.
The point that you were making to Cringy Liberal about that he wouldn't be able to make that statement without the history, right? Freedom is its own worst enemy because you have the freedom to advocate against freedom. Friend told me that one. That's a really great quote. But it's interesting because people are really so, I don't know if it's a fear of man or fear of the gators, whatever. They are afraid that something bad is going to happen. Life is
Watch out for
scary.
them gators.
You know, it's freedom. Freedom is scary, and in this country, we have the most prevalent system for that. And then people are voting. People voting against.
Well, here's the thing, Clay, and that is a great quote, because it's a trade-off. It's a catch. It's like a situation where it's like, okay, you get this benefit, but there's a downside to the benefit, right? The moment that we're born, everything is trying to take us out. Literally. That's just the nature of life. That's just the nature of life.
The little microbes are trying to get you.
Yeah, it's a competition. It's a competition. So it's just the nature of life, right? The reason why what cringy liberal said bothers me so much is because the very thing that he's saying is ridiculous is the very reason he can say it's ridiculous. Like, he doesn't realize it. Like, right now, your protection, the fact that you live in a civilized society, is predicated upon the fact that there are people that are willing to be violent.
Two sides of the same coin.
Exactly.
But the
2A
other thing is,
and
the
the
more
1A.
guns that you have, the more people are going to die.
So just to like we give a basic response. There's balance to everything, right? We need to think about like what kind of force is it reasonable for somebody to have. Most people say most people in America say it's okay for somebody to own like a 9mm Glock. I'm not sure about that. Maybe not. I think most people say it's unreasonable for everybody to be owning like a portable nuclear weapon, right? Obviously. So like this. So when we talk about like this Second Amendment absolutism, or I'm very pro Second Amendment, and we LARP about how much we love weapons. Like, we have to understand like there's levels to this thing, right? Like, I feel like we're forgetting that.
No,
but the
right.
levels.
No, we don't. Part of the reason
Hold on. Let me do a logistics real quick. Mouth of the South, I think whatever room you're standing in has a really loud fan in it, and every time you unmute, it comes through. So if you can get to a spot where that fan is not blowing, that would help greatly.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, number one, it's not even feasible, not even realistic for everyone to have a portable nuclear weapon. That's number one. Okay. Number two, it doesn't matter if you had a 9mm or not. We're humans. If somebody wants to take you out, they'll grab you and bash your head against a rock.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
The problem is this. Here's the problem. We used to live in a society where some of us were more barbaric than others. Okay. So when you have a situation where there are some of us that are more barbaric than others, there may be a guy over here that's willing to crush your skull with his bare hands or choke you out, right? The equalizer is that you can pull a trigger and stop that guy.
Okay, so let's just say there's a guy who wants to shoot as many children in school as possible, and they have two options for a weapon to kill as many kids as possible. One, they get an M14. Two, they get a knife. Which one of those weapons do you think would kill more kids?
The M14, of course.
Okay, cool. Just to be clear. So again, what I was saying is what I was saying still stands true, which is that when you give people these weapons, it's not like they might not be able to kill an individual. It's that they're more effective at doing so, and that they have more of an opportunity to.
Question is:
That's the concern.
Is the M14 regulated, or can you go to Walmart and buy one?
I mean, you can go. I'm assuming you can go to Walmart and buy one. I don't know.
No, you cannot go to Walmart and buy one.
Yeah, the point
that's
is,
why I said that's why I said I assume
anybody can get a gun.
Like what?
Even if, like in Canada, very few people have guns up here, but you know who has the guns? The criminals. There's lots of guns that come in over the border, lots of handguns and stuff like that. In fact, the shooter last week used an illegal. It's illegal to have a handgun here, except for very few people like police
and where all those guns
security
come from.
guards.
Well,
but he had a handgun. It's an illegal handgun. So people could get guns anywhere. You can ban guns all you want.
Mostly from America.
The criminals have them, and if you want one, you can get it.
See, here's the issue.
Now, where's the AK-47 come from, Effigy?
Here's the issue, though. Here's the issue, right?
The AK-47 comes from America, my friend. Good comrade comes from America.
Right.
Good American gun.
Here's the issue, right? The issue, so when you start talking about all of the illegal guns that are floating around here, this is an issue of non-regulated guns. So the problem that needs to be solved is, how are the unregulated guns circulating? No one wants to address that issue, as opposed to trying to stop. It's weird because you have all of these non-regulated guns that are floating around. Instead of getting to the bottom of that, we would rather take away people's right to legitimately own a gun. It makes absolutely no sense.
I just rather like Timothy's teacher not be
Why would you
armed.
do that?
Oh.
All the person has to do is hand somebody else a gun. After it's purchased from a store, there's nothing that says I can't sell you this gun. I don't have to ID the guy. I don't have to do anything. So it's an impossible thing to do.
Speaking
perfect
of
point.
selling things to people, if you don't mind, Clay, ladies and gentlemen, number one, you have one main job here as a viewer and audience member and chatter. You are obligated to hit the like button. Yep, it is your one sole purpose here to hit the like button. It is free and it is your duty. Number two, it is also your duty to share the stream out to at least 3 people or places. Sharing is caring, and the more people we get here, the more likely we are to succeed together. And number 3, there is a dono goal, and you've let it go for 30 minutes without touching it. You are obligated to hit that dono goal, or within the next 30 minutes, this show shuts down. If you do not meet the goal, we all go home. You know my rules. Don't fuck around and find out tonight. All right, back to you, Clay.
Thank you. No, Angry Man, you made a perfect point, because I hear it all the time that these people who don't want decent gun owners to have their firearms, they always make the argument of, well, what if someone gets a firearm unlawfully and uses it unlawfully? Then we need to take the people who have their guns, we need to take their guns away. What the hell are you thinking? So the people who are getting these firearms unlawfully, using them unlawfully, your solution is to take away the guns, the firearms, from the ones who have it lawfully and are using it lawfully? That's the stupidest logic I've ever heard.
That's what the liberals are doing. That's what the liberals want, is to take guns away.
But ironically, a lot of people die from drunk drivers. We're not getting rid of cars. We're not getting rid of alcohol. It makes
We're not getting rid of knives either.
Exactly. We're not getting rid of knives. We're not getting rid of crossbows. We're not getting rid of hammers. You know, people die from that too. People busting somebody upside the head with a hammer. Like we
It's
don't.
the old adage: guns don't kill, people kill.
People do. Exactly. So it's not an issue of the firearm. You know, it's
no one's
so
brought
bad.
up gun confiscation at all in this conversation until you guys did. And what does that
Oh,
have
yeah,
to do
guys,
with arming
no.
teachers?
It's so
Little boy doesn't kill.
Yeah,
people
but every
do.
time
Half
there's
of your
some
mouth.
sort of a mass killing, then there's a big shout out. Oh, we have to get rid of all these
No,
guns.
it is a confiscation
Well, there's
because
a bigger shout out from right wingers saying left wingers say that when I don't hear it as often as you
True.
guys.
It's like, you know, you could be debating us and you're like
You said
debating
it's-
yourself. It's like
you said
debating
we
yourself.
haven't
It's
brought-
hilarious.
look, you
It's
said we brought up gun confiscation. Here's the
Who's
problem.
debating themselves?
So a gun-free zone is a confiscation of firearms. When you say you can't take your firearms into this section of town because there's a school nearby, you are confiscating that firearm. You
Yep.
are the ones who have brought it up time and time again. We want to confiscate your guns.
And it is
Hey, all a gun-free zone says is that you're going to get a higher fine in this
And it
area,
is-
or that
and it is-
any
Get a
sentence
fine
you
and a
there will be
not
more
gun
restricted.
zone.
and it is unconstitutional.
I'm sorry. Are you guys Second Amendment absolutists?
No, what you're talking about here is
Yeah.
2A all the way,
Yeah.
right? That's a different thing than what you're
Absolutist.
talking about, absolutist, right? So the whole idea behind nuclear weapons in your pocket, that's just dumb. So the idea behind 2A is to
In case
fend off any immediate skirmishes from a tyrannical government, right? Now that could go all the way up into the point of having
Yeah,
a
well, I
tank.
think they've shown that whatever, if a tyrannical government goes around arresting American
tyrannical
citizens
government
without
isn't
warrants,
gonna
that
do the
the
city.
2 Ayers will do
Hold on.
absolutely nothing and will suck the dick of the authoritarian. So, I don't fucking care.
Well, what happens every time the government's taking away all the guns of the people? Oh, there's every time historically there's a slaughter of those same people that just lost their guns. But hey, our guys probably
Really?
won't do that.
Have
Yeah,
Canadians
then
been are
Marxism
Canadians
comes
being
in.
slaughtered right now? Sorry, I'm not up to date. Can I get up to date on the Canadian genocide real quick?
No, you know why
Yeah.
they're not being. No, you know why they're not being slaughtered, Poindexter? Because they're right next to a damn country full of guns. You moron!
Right?
Bro, I swear to God, I'm sitting there listening.
You know
to
what?
You with your little
Up here in
snarly
Canada,
ass.
very
Like,
few
you
people
think-
have guns,
like,
and when I
you
walk
smart,
around,
bro.
I feel
Hold
at
on, hold on.
ease. I feel like not everyone has a gun walking around me, and it's actually a less stressful environment to be living in here.
Have you
Well, the
lived
Canadian
somewhere
themselves,
where,
bro.
where
I
there
don't know what
are
to say.
guns and everybody can have one?
So, Dusty, welcome, my
And how
friend.
do you know?
There's no stress. You don't
How
feel
do
like
you know
somebody's going to
it's
shoot you,
less
just anybody
stressful?
walking down the street.
There's no stress here. How many Americans have been in a shootout?
And Dusty, the prompt right now is arming teachers. Is it a smart safety measure or a recipe for disaster? And they've been diving in on that one.
So 2 of us out of what, 7? 2 out of 7 ain't bad. We're old men. My point is that you're not in danger here.
Exactly.
The biggest danger is just like the worldview you walk around with, like being scared of everything. But it's already illegal to pew people. So the idea that making it illegal to carry guns into a certain area is going to do anything at all it's absurd.
And it's
100%.
actually better when you have people that actively engage in it, because they go to the classes, they learn the gun safety, they learn the responsibility of having a gun, they learn it's not something to be playing with. You understand? But if you don't know anything about guns, if you don't, that's a problem in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the simple argument here is that guns are more lethal than knives. If people had less access to guns, than when they attempted to do crime, well, that involved some form of like killing or murdering, they'd be less effective at doing so. Therefore, less people die. Therefore, there'd be less suffering in the world. Therefore, that would be a moral thing to do.
You realize there was crime before guns, right?
Oh my god, bro! Holy, that
And
went
that
over,
is
that went over your head
violence.
so hard. Okay, so I'm gonna repeat that again.
Yeah.
So if there are less guns in the world, guns are less lethal.
Used to rob
Guns
trains,
are more
How does
lethal than knives.
prohibition work for
Therefore,
drugs?
when people want to
Oh, wait,
to go
Dusty,
do crime that
good to see you.
Hold on.
involved some
On the same
sort of
panel
Hold on.
here.
Just let him finish.
that involved killing people, they'd be less effective at killing people. Therefore, there'd be less suffering in the world because there'd be less death.
Not true.
That's idiotic.
So-
So do you think Granny going home at night is safer with a 38 in her purse against a man with a knife, or going at him with a knife?
This doesn't actually apply.
What
to
you're
marriage.
suggesting is that we should all be restricted to like
This doesn't apply to
melee
marriage.
weapons.
No, it does. Because the damage that you think you'll mitigate by having fewer atrocities happen, when somebody does go off the chains, will be mitigated by the fact that now you've neutralized all of society to basically strength, physical strength. The only shot Sarah has of defending herself from the rest of the panel is a pew pew.
Exactly.
Or
Which
a
is-
remove
Which is
button.
what I said earlier.
So the thing is that when people get into like street brawls and start punching each other, it's a lot less deadly than when
No.
people do shootouts.
No,
Absolutely not. What are you talking about?
Okay, bro,
nothing
I mean,
neutral- hold on,
you can
hold on.
attack any of my premises. I mean, there was premise.
got you.
What
No,
was
okay.
premise one?
Hold on.
Wait, what was
Wait,
premise
wait,
one?
wait, wait,
Guns
wait.
are more lethal than
Yeah,
knives.
in
What
the
was-
old
wait,
days,
excuse me,
people
what was-
would settle.
Hold on.
debts
Stop.
and
Everybody
stuff
stop.
like
Stop,
that.
stop,
You know,
Stop. Why are
punching
we all
them out.
talking over each other? I was listening to cringy liberal talk. He was trying to explain something. Please let him finish. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
okay. I
actually
mean, you can
Dave.
attack any of the premises. What was premise one? Guns are more lethal than knives. Premise two, if somebody, people who want to commit crime, if they don't have access to guns, those crimes will be less lethal. And then what the conclusion was, therefore there'd be less suffering in the world. Yeah.
Okay, so number one, I'm not attacking your premise. I'm telling you what it actually is.
Okay, bro.
I know. Like, bro, is it past
Yeah,
your
your
bedtime
third,
or something? Like, why?
third,
Your
Like-
premise presents reality as it's not, right?
Yeah,
They're like it's a more dynamic situation than premise 1, 2, 3. You would like it to be confined to that, but it's a bigger topic.
Like, I'm like, every time I start talking, he starts giggling. Like, should you be playing Mario Kart or something, bro? Like, you're talking out of your ass. You don't even know what you're talking
So
about.
I mean, if you'd like to engage with the argument, that's fine. If you want to just like continue,
I mean, I will if you stop giggling.
That's also okay.
The same way.
Don't
the
do
same
Mario
way-
Kart
I
like
was getting
that.
pressed as fuck.
Same
It's
way-
chill out, my
way-
guy. Just
Hold
address
on,
the
hold
argument.
on, hold on,
the
cringy
same
liberal.
way-
Now I'm trying to protect you and your voice. Let Angry Man have his. And shout out to Brick sending in the big tag, kicking off the first dono. Mind you, chat, you're running behind. I wouldn't fuck around and find out tonight because I have no fucking patience for the dono goal this evening. So please feel free to calm my ass down, make me smile once again. Send in all your love, hit that dono go so that this show will continue on in 20 minutes. Thank you. Back to you, Angry.
Yeah, I just got here. Let's go.
Okay, so check this out. So my little snide comment distracting away from the discussion is just as distracting as your little giggling. Not to mention the fact that I only gave the snide comment because you were giggling.
Okay, bro.
So go by what you're saying. If you want me to engage in the conversation, I can engage in the conversation. Quit being a little prick, and I will.
I mean, this like meta shit's just like
Nobody
so
cares about
unnecessary.
that shit, bro. You don't know what you're
You're literally
talking about.
engaging
Have
in the
you
meta
ever
shit,
been
bro.
in a physical fight in your life?
Okay, and
Have you? Yes or
yeah,
no?
I was not dumb enough to get into one. What does that say about you?
Yes or no? It's a simple yes or no question.
I wasn't dumb enough to get into one. And what does that say about you?
It's a simple yes or no question.
No, I have not been in a fight.
Okay,
I wasn't dumb enough to get into
so-
one. What does that say
so-
about you, buddy?
So, since you have never been in a physical fight, here's something you may not know. Numerous people lose their lives over a regular fist fight. Regular fist fight. Okay? So saying that there's going to be less life loss because of a lack of guns, yeah, there's going to be less, but you still have people losing their life over a fist fight. You hit somebody and knock them out, and they fall and hit their head on the damn curb. Gone. I literally have an uncle that's gone because some dudes jumped him. He lost his life. They didn't have any weapons. They didn't have a knife. They didn't have a bat. They didn't have any of that. Lost his life. So you're still gonna have that, bro.
Okay, I'm just curious. Do you think if there were two armies, and in scenario A, the two armies were fighting with fists, and scenario B, the two armies were fighting with guns?
Army with
In which of
guns
those
would
in
win.
which of those situations do you think there'd be more
Army
deaths?
with guns would win.
Okay, so the army of guns, yeah, because our guns would be more lethal. Okay, so cool. So premise one does still stands, which is that guns are more lethal than knives, right? Obviously, this is obvious. If somebody goes to do crime and they have a harder time accessing guns, so they're forced, or it's not worth the time, so they access a knife. And when they go to do the killing, they're gonna be less effective at doing so.
That's not necessarily true.
Like in general, this is going to be true, like across all of society.
That's not necessarily true.
I didn't say necessarily, I say in general.
If someone broke into your house, right? Somebody broke into your house and they had a gun,
Okay, well,
it's going to be a deadly situation. If someone breaks into your house and they have a knife, it's still going to be a deadly situation. If you don't have any way of protecting yourself. Now, if the guy breaks into your house with a knife and you have a gun, you have a better shot of defending yourself. If he breaks into your house and he has a knife and you don't have a gun, it's no different than
it's
if
just
you
like
came in
doesn't
there
attack
and
the argument in like any way whatsoever.
it's no different, bro. Do you hear me talking?
Yeah, I'm hearing you not attacking the argument.
You hear me talking, right?
Mhm.
So let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can actually address what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So if you have someone break into your house with a knife or a gun, if you don't have a gun, it's damn near the same situation. If someone attacks you with a knife or a gun, it's still a deadly situation. If it's just like Richard Pryor said, if somebody pulls out a knife and you don't have nothing to come back at them with but a hand with some skin on it, you're fucked.
I mean, I think I said again, in general, knives are going to be less lethal than guns. If more scenarios happens with knives and less of guns, then for the most part, those scenarios are going to be less lethal.
All right, if you say so, Mr. Never been in a fight in your life.
So
Well, hold on.
this isn't even a question,
I
right?
tend to
we
avoid
can
conflict,
compare
so.
countries, right? So Great Britain
The
and
other
Australia both.
conflict.
Hold on.
It's
The
not-
other side of that
Hold on,
equation.
I want Effigy was saying something. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, so we can compare this to other countries. We just look at the homicide rate per capita. Great Britain and Australia both have banned firearms. They have much lower per capita per 100,000 rates. Ours is like 5.6.
What is their
Theirs is like
grade
1 point
rate?
something. Sure, that's a whole different question.
It's not a whole different question.
but-
You don't think the two are related?
Well, sure. I mean, all crimes are related in some kind of way. You can say that because they don't have guns, their knife crime goes up, right? But what Cringy Liberal is saying is their ability to kill is diminished, and I don't understand anyone trying to combat the argument that I can kill more people with a pew pew than with a knife. It seems asinine.
Stabbing the shit out of each other.
It's half of the scenario. Hold on. No.
It's still lower because they can't kill with efficiency.
It's half of the scenario. Yes, it's harder to kill people with a knife than with a gun. It's also harder for people who are under attack to defend themselves. And who's going to respect the laws in this scenario? Somebody acting in self-defense or somebody attacking, which is already illegal.
Okay.
You only disarm the defender.
Oh my gosh. In general,
can I with a knife drive by a crowd and kill 7 people without even stepping out of the car? Like, come on, this is a ridiculous argument. I'm not even for conversations. You guys are making some ridiculous argument.
It's a great time for me to interrupt and sing money because Ross Kahn sent a $2 sticker, $3 sticker, a $5 sticker. She had a 10 dono gold there. Texas Bully Mom dropping a big 10. She wants a credit for later when one of you jackals pisses her off so she can drop one of your asses. And Ross Kahn also sending a $10 super sticker to add up to the dono goal as well, and dropping another 20 because she knows what I mean when I say don't fuck around and find out. Be like Texas Bully Mom, be like Ross Kahn, be like them, and keep the show continuing. Thank you. Back to you, gentlemen.
The other thing is that what you don't have statistics for is the number of incidents that were prevented or avoided because somebody had a gun. I can tell you nothing neutralizes an aggressive situation like flashing a piece.
Okay.
Just done. It's done.
Okay, so just a second.
And you know what?
I'm just
the
curious.
Criminals still get guns. You can eliminate guns in society. Like there's a lot fewer guns in Canada, but the criminals all have guns.
No one's even talking about that. I'm just talking about the shitty arguments you guys are using to try and bolster that argument. No one's even arguing.
Bring it back to a scenario in which you're only looking at one side of the picture.
Okay,
that's what he's in general. In
society, if more crimes are committed with knives and guns, are those situations going to be more or less lethal in general?
See, here we go. Just what I predicted. He's going to try to look at one side of the picture.
A liberal.
Can I ask a question? You're being intellectually dishonest. Hold on. No, the very first thing I did was concede that you can kill more people with a gun than a knife.
Okay, cool.
Now we need to move on to the rest of what I said. I know that you're trying to be intellectually dishonest and debate, bro, and win by only looking at this one part of the picture. But there's a bigger picture.
If someone not addressing, go ahead, bring it up.
I did.
Okay, and like what's talking to me? None of what you said.
You don't remember my premises?
I mean, your premise. I mean, if there's something that you said that you think addresses my argument, go ahead and say it because I didn't hear anything.
Well, I expanded the situation. I know that. See, this is that dishonest debate, bro. Shit. I know what you're doing. You're trying to move it back into just one side, only the attacking
side. So if I'm like engaged in like the meta conversation, we can do that all day. Like I can like, oh, you're being logically dishonest. You're being bad faith. We can do that all day.
What about the defenders? What about people acting in self-defense with guns?
Okay, people. Yeah, sure. People can act in self-defense with guns. Yeah.
That's good, isn't it? Who do you think is going to obey the gun laws? People acting criminally with the gun, or people acting legally with a gun in self-defense?
Probably people acting legally.
Yes. So really, how are you doing anything besides disarming people who would only be using them legally? Because guns are still available to criminals.
Yes. Okay. So what I said is that if access to firearms is restricted, then when people go to obtain a weapon in order to do crime, it'll be harder to do so, which means more people will move towards knives or less lethal forms of weapons in order to commit crimes. Therefore, crimes will be less lethal.
But if you get rid of guns, which is the best way to prevent, say, knife crime, right? If you attack me with a knife, but I have a gun, then nothing's going to happen. You're going to go home. So you've just opened up a whole category of crime that was not there before.
Sure, yeah. This crime is less lethal and leads to less people being dead.
Plus, again, prohibition doesn't work. We know that because it didn't work with, say, war on drugs, especially not in a country this size with a devices like I could teach you how to make a boomstick right now that just shoots a projectile. it's not a complicated piece of technology. Criminals are still going to find ways to get them.
Okay, so like again, the argument is like really simple. I want less people to die, right? I feel like something I feel like that's something we all can get behind. If guns are more lethal than knives, if we were to ban guns, when people want to go do crime,
You're just repeating yourself.
They move more towards knives. What knives are less lethal, therefore there'd be less dead people. Do you agree with that argument?
You have flawed presuppositions.
Okay,
before you guys continue, I just want to give a big piece of love out. I know I'm talking to Jason Reeves. He entered the chat, Cringy, just to talk to you. We've been missing him for the last couple weeks, and he came in just to ask you a question, and I'm going to do it. Jason sends a big 20. We love you. We miss you. Hope you're enjoying catching grass.
On my side, Jason, you missed your opportunity.
No. That is not an opportunity. This is an opportunity. He says, for the cringy dumb kid, which is more deadly, fertilizer or a gun?
Well, I had a bowl of Roundup every day for a year, and I'm fine. So probably the gun.
You're not fine though. That's you think you're fine, but you're not.
Yeah.
Why is there ivy in your house?
It's a decoration. It's plastic.
What's more dangerous, this or a gun?
Probably the gun.
You think?
I mean, are you talking about fire or are you talking about the torch?
Fire. Fire's not. Guns are controllable
Fire is
by the
probably
user.
more deadly.
Yeah. You wouldn't ban fire, would you?
But like ban, like what do you mean? Like ban people from like making a campfire in their house? Yeah, I don't think people should be able to do that.
That's not what I asked.
There was a CDC study that showed defensive uses of firearms save between 600,000 and 2 million lives a year.
A CDC? Was that? I'm sorry. Was that on the CDC? Sorry, was that on the CDC site that hosts? What is it? PubMed?
I don't know. I don't think PubMed.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm talking about the Center for Disease Control.
When you guys say CDC, so the CDC hosts.
CDC.
Okay, wait. The CDC is the website that hosts PubMed, and if you actually read the text, it'll say like, "We do not endorse any of the studies here." It's just cataloging. It's just cataloging.
Just tell you where it is.
So I don't know. When you say CDC study, you shouldn't say CDC study. You should say there's a.
So you know where to find it.
Blah 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 blah, and it said this.
Where do you? What sources are you using to get your statistics? Then.
Sorry, were you talking?
Just use Grok.
Can I ask
Yep.
Liberal a question?
Sure, go ahead.
I wonder what was wrong with him.
Hey,
It's that
Liberal.
Roundup.
Liberal. Now, once upon a time,
It's
I
that
was a
Roundup.
street dude, right? So we finna time travel a little bit, right? We about to go back to 2007 when I was really, really
Cringy liberal
taking
was
people
probably
like
in
you
diapers.
stuff. When I was taking people like you stuff. Like now, if I came in your
Or got that hoodlum internet.
Uh-oh.
You should take his cell phone.
with a gun, no, and I came in your house with a gun and took your stuff, gun to keep your stuff.
Yeah,
your Wi-Fi is going in and out about whatever.
Yeah.
So we only caught
on.
like every
Let
other
me-
word there. If you got
me
it,
play this.
Tommy, go ahead.
Time to kick ass and chew
Maybe you could
bubble
get better at robbing
I'm
people
all
and
out of
solve that
gum.
problem.
Fair enough. Jason, we have revived Jason into the chat. Thanks to Cringy Liberal. He says, you might want to look at the OKC bombing. You would be wrong, kid. Any thoughts to that, Cringy?
I don't know what that is.
And I saw
What about his premises?
To bomb a federal building.
There
Killed
was
a whole
a tweet
lot of
before
people
this
in a
one.
daycare, and it was a good time.
There's a tweet before this one that gives us a little more context because Jason had asked a question, which was more dangerous, fertilizer or a gun?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the follow-up to that question.
Okay.
Fertilizer.
Exactly.
in Powder Dusty, I saw you trying to flex your torch too, Bo.
Because you can make a
Bigger
bomb.
yours. And
out of
actually-
Bigger than
fertilizer.
yours.
And
So-
actually, inventively, like there's towns in the South. They blew up the whole town just off of
said your-
grain dust.
You said your torch is bigger than mine?
I said mine's bigger.
Grain dust.
In
Like
Afghanistan-
people figure out you guys keep go and what you lean on is mass. Yes,
No
in mass.
fucking way.
Holy shit. And that's why they call him Angry Man.
I yield.
Wow.
shit.
Talk about a dick measuring contest. Dusty, you just got plumbed the fuck
What the
out.
hell you guys
literally.
smoking over there?
I'm not even trying. I'm not even whining. He won that one.
Wow.
Which
It
is more
wasn't fair. It
dangerous?
wasn't
than
fair. I
liberal?
baited him. It
You
wasn't
set
fair.
me up. That was a
He's
fucking
got
setup.
he's got like
I
a
want to
Cheech and
might
Chong
get the
joint.
car with it though, angry man.
Holy shit.
Hey, yo, liberal. Can I ask you a question, bro?
Sure.
If this was 2007, right, back when I was really into my toting gun days, for lack of a better analogy, right? And I came in your house and took your stuff. With I drew my sword and I took your stuff.
Give me your Game
Would
Boy,
you be
nerd.
more mad? Would you be more mad that you couldn't defend your family and you got your stuff took in front of your family because you didn't have a gun? Or would you be more upset about me taking your stuff because I had a gun?
Are you assuming that I
Because see,
have the
guns
option?
are like
The
Thor's
castle
hammer.
law.
They
I
can
mean,
Green
if I have the
build
option to have a
and
gun, I'd probably
destroy.
rather have one in that situation.
You gotta
Oh
let him finish.
no. But see, but there's the flaw in your whole logic. You're sitting here arguing against them, but then you talking about that you would want one. Because see, people like me who walked on the other side of the life, I can
In
look
the
in your face.
dichotomy
and
given,
tell
I
you
would
never
want
been
one.
like
In
that.
the context of our
Allow me to
society,
finish, bro.
absolutely not, dude.
But
So
listen,
you
what I'm
don't
saying.
want to be able to defend yourself.
People like me, I'll
Wow.
always be able to get a gun, legally or illegally. I'm gonna always be able to get one. But it's people like you who wouldn't have one. I would love to run across you because every time I would just look at you like how on them old cartoons, like when you walk past and his eyes just turn to dollar signs. Every time I see you, that's all I would see. Just a walking piggy bank.
Yeah, my
Speaking
every
of
time I
walking
see you,
piggy
I
bank,
think-
shout out to Ayatin for emptying out her piggy bank just to send us the Big 10 with super flames and an extinguisher. Holy shit, Angry Man. I don't think I've ever seen a torch quite that large. Now, serious question. Have you ever lit a cigar with that one?
No.
Okay. Just check.
I
I
want to
was
see
thinking
the
about
size of
the
the joint
beard.
that he
That's one of
lights
those
with that.
clear and
Yeah.
brush sort of.
I use it to light my fire pit and like burn like weeds that's coming up between the concrete. I don't know.
Have you seen the XM? You know what the
Like the weeds, huh?
XM42 is?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that.
No, man, them
Weed
type
in
of
the
weed.
fire pit.
Well, shout
Yeah,
out.
well,
That was a lovely
the reason why I use it for weeds is because it's better than using Roundup, or I end up like cringy liberal up there.
It is. It is absolutely. It feeds the back into the soil.
Oh my!
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I like that.
Oh,
I'll put the link backstage.
wow.
Can I piggyback off something that somebody said earlier, real quick?
Sure.
Because somebody earlier said something about not arming the teachers. Bro, why wouldn't you arm the teachers? You know, a gun-free zone is a soft target with kids being the targets. And I'm from the era where we made them put the damn metal detectors in the schools.
Yeah,
Like,
but most
I'm
of the
from that
teachers are
era, my
liberal
guy.
and
We've
they
been
don't
had
want
metal
to own
detectors,
guns. So you can't say,
polices.
hey, teachers, have a gun.
I agree
Hold
with
on,
that.
hold
I
on,
don't
hold
think
on.
that you should.
Also, teacher.
Hold on. I'm from that
I'll
era
engage
where
in
we made
institution
the
and get
schools
angry with
put
that
the metal
institution, bro.
detectors, the cops, and the security guards in the schools. And more kids now, even with the cops, the metal detectors, and the security guards in the schools, more kids now are getting killed in schools than in the whole fucking decade of the 90s. And that includes Columbine, sir.
Hey man, let me
Probably
ask you
walk
something.
forward.
You said you used to,
I'm
take
from
people's
that
shit.
era.
You ever take somebody's gun?
Bro, I've taken
People are more
people's
psychotic
guns,
these
Nah,
I've
days.
taken
he takes people's
money,
dicks.
I've
So,
taken
If there's a
people's
little,
Oh!
4.5
As
foot,
your-
there's
as
a
your
4.5
legal
foot
counsel,
tall woman
I
teaching this
would
class,
say-
and
Hold
she
on,
by
you're all talking.
Shut up,
and I
Clay,
can't
for a
hear
second.
anyone.
There's a little
Not all
4.5
teachers
foot
are
tall
gonna have a
woman
gun.
who is teaching this class, and you are forcing her to have a gun. Is it completely
No.
possible that someone like you, when they were in their youth, can walk up and take this woman's gun out of her hand?
You don't have to force somebody to have a gun. It's
It
just that you
depends
can
on-
make it.
That was the original premise. You guys been running away from it the whole time. You're talking about making teachers
Hey,
have guns.
Never mind.
Hold on. The prompt was arming teachers. Is it smart safety? Is it a smart safety measure or a recipe for disaster?
Oh, arming teachers? Well, I mean, we should just arm them with like samurai swords then. Yeah.
It depends on
Oh,
if you
hell
mean
yeah.
mandatory. Like I would not suggest making people who don't want one have one. But if you
Right.
just
Or
make
teachers
it so
mostly.
that people could have them if they chose to, then you take that big green light off of the school because you don't know who's got it or not.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, because he brought up the woman being 4 foot tall or whatever, 4'4", whatever. Like, it doesn't matter what size the woman is. It depends on the woman. If you walk up on a woman that got a firearm, and she is willing to put a slug in you, it's a wrap. She's going to
4
shoot.
foot tall can hit just as hard with a 45.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's the
Exactly.
point of
The point of my example though was
Firearm
people
is an
having guns who don't
equalizer.
want them, who don't want to train with them, who shouldn't
it
have them in their
doesn't-
hands.
It doesn't say forced, right? It doesn't say mandatory. It
Who are
just
most
says
teachers?
Arming
Liberal
teachers.
women, right?
Well,
I don't know. Some of them are crazy enough.
That
They
they
might.
have to be armed.
The problem is when a crazy person gets a gun. A normal person, no problem. Or if somebody has a gun and they suddenly get into a situation where they're
let's
not
legislate
normal,
against crazy people
then
getting
they
guns.
use the gun. That's the problem.
No,
Well,
you know what
then
we can do?
you're-
You know what we can do? We can reopen the freaking insane asylums that you liberals shut down, and we won't have to worry about the crazy people.
Oh, all those things
The
we had to
more-
shut down because of the monumental amount of abuses that were coming out of them.
Yeah, I don't agree with the silence, but the more that we've moved culture away from like having guns an integral part of society, right? The more we pushed them further out and poo-pooed them, the worse gun, unaliving has gotten.
Hey, guess what?
we need to bring
You
back
know-
the
you know where-
lobotomy.
You know where a lot of abuses go on as well? In prisons. Did we shut those down?
Nope. I support abuse in prisons.
Yeah, but you want to basically open
You
up
would be
a whole
abused
bunch
in
of like
prison.
little Epstein Islands that people can send in and say that these people are now less than human and they can be pimped out like they were when asylums.
Oh my!
Dude, read about the old asylums. Read about them. Read about what they were actually used to do.
Conspiracy
Horrifying.
Epstein's still alive.
Horrifying shit. There's a
All right,
reason that
all
they
right.
don't exist anymore, not some liberal woke shit.
It's not about crazy people.
Effigy.
That was Reagan that
Hey,
cut down
hey,
the
hey,
asylum.
Let me address that. Let me address that.
Liberal
Effigy,
woke shit. Yeah.
Effigy, a lot of stuff you say I don't agree with, but you usually present some sound arguments. That was a hell of a reach just now. Epstein Island, really?
Yeah, it'll be like franchises because that's what those asylums ended up being. Is all these fucked up doctors ended up in these fucked up places around the country, and they were basically running these asylums as like pimp layers where they could do anything they want because we had created an entire subclass of people that no longer had full human rights. Read about it.
Not
Pardon
including
me,
the medical
pardon me for
experiment.
just a moment. I need to make a very, very, very important. I just realized the goal ended and you did not meet the goal.
Yes.
These F slurs.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set one 15-minute timer. It's going to be a large goal. It's a hit it or quit it kind of moment. You're either going to get more of this show, and I've got some more topics to get through, or
I don't think you're using hit it and quit it in the right way.
Go for it.
that's why I use it, my friend. Real American, I see you backstage. I'm going to need a quick cam up back there. We're going to do one big dono. You either hit it or we were quit it. Thank you, Real American. I see you, sir. All
Well,
right.
with a torch
The
like
donor
that, I
goal-
bet Angry Man's got it. No problem.
Good.
If you want to flex all the way, sir.
No, I
What's
actually
that flag?
I spent all the money on the
Real
tour.
American with a.
What are we doing now? Flying around the Confederate battle flag? This traitor over here. Who's this traitor down here?
It's not a
All
traitor.
right.
What are you talking about?
Our friend Bout Whatever is backstage again with his shitty Wi-Fi, hanging out and waiting. So if you want to get him back up here, feel free to do so. You have to do it with the $10 dono. But in the meantime, you have 14 minutes and 23 seconds to hit that big goal, or we all fucking go home. And I don't think you want to see that. So you could either make this a group effort and everybody help pitch in, or one person can be our hero for the night. Who would like the hero status for the evening? All right, gentlemen, finish up your conversation and tell the chat while you're at it to quit fucking around tonight.
Chat, quit fucking around. You know,
He's
got all
on
these like
dial-up.
pro 2A people, won't engage with arguments.
For
got
once,
like
I agree with Fringy
got like
liberal.
traitor
Do not
repping the
fuck
Confederate battle flag down there. W
Well,
optics. W optics.
Let's hear from the traitor then, Mr. Real American, real man of
Oh yeah,
genius.
he's got to have a gun for sure.
Go ahead, Real
He's
American. What are
definitely
your
got a
thoughts
gun.
so
He got
far?
a few of them.
Well, I tell you what, I enjoy Hardee's. I enjoy Carl's Jr. I enjoy Raising Cane's. I like all the good chicken places.
Here we go.
Guns and blondes.
Same,
Not-
bro.
Not as good as that I'm from Scotland answer, but pretty close. Pretty
Yeah.
close. Solid 9.
I
You know,
take the
people
high
who
road
rock
in you.
profile pictures like that would be the first ones to hand over their guns. They would. The more they got like the Punisher skull on their truck and
Didn't
shit.
you already lose your guns?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly. There you go.
We had
What
it
do you
up
rock? Do you
didn't
rock shit like
choose.
that? I wasn't even talking about you unless I was.
Well, let's ask Real American. What are your thoughts on arming our
Somebody got
educators?
Oh, I believe everyone should have a gun on their head.
Do you think
But,
it would
like,
be
if I didn't, I wouldn't tell you here.
No.
Ew. Mr. Real American, do you think it is a smart safety measure, or do you think it's also could or maybe be a recipe for disaster?
No, I believe it's great. We should all have a gun.
I want a tank.
Yeah,
That sounds kind of fun, actually.
25 bomber. Okay.
All right, well, let's find.
anything that the government can have.
One
we
thing,
should be
being
able
from
to
Canada,
have.
We gotta make it
I
kill
cannot
dozer.
legally
Somebody has to help me
own
with
a
kill
handgun
dozer.
or carry a handgun. And really, things have gotten in society to the point, like with home invasions and people just on the street going berserk and stuff like that, attacking you, that I feel that I need, and I would, if I could, I would carry a handgun, but I can't.
Is this the Canadian?
You know, this
So
is,
there you go.
I
You
love how
just
we're
said
in like
that
the
you feel
safest
safer
time.
not
I
having
love
them
how we're in
there,
like the
but-
safest time in society in like history. You know, people saying like I feel scared.
You don't remember the
Society.
90s.
Yeah, I was
down
going to say,
now.
I don't know what it's like in Canada right now, but we're riding the bottom end of a 35-year-old crime low. Like we our crime rate's been going on for a while, so we're not that bad off in America right
Yeah,
now.
I just like
Yo, this is crazy. Like I'm sitting here
getting
listening to
worse.
him say this. He's like a chick that has like a big bodybuilder boyfriend talking about how safe he is.
buddy, your IQ's so low, you have a visible impact on the world IQ map. Like I don't know why you're talking. Okay.
You said
Oh,
what?
my.
You said what?
The dent in your
Oh,
skull is so
shit.
big it touches the back of your forehead. Like,
All right,
Is
here,
that supposed
while
to be-
you
wait a minute,
guys
wait
do
a
your
minute, wait a
speed
minute.
date, make sure you do a grift break.
Wait a minute. Is that supposed to be a joke?
Yeah, you deserve that shit.
Is that supposed to be a joke?
A
Was that
joke?
supposed to be
No,
funny?
no, sir. I'm not joking.
Was that supposed to be funny?
No, that was an That was an episode.
Bro,
that
you
was an
still live with your
objective
mother.
epistemic truth.
You still live with your mother.
Huh?
Your shit's still green.
Huh?
You've
Yeah, can I
never
get-
even been. You've never even been in a
I'm
damn
sorry. Can you
fight.
give me that
Now who
argument?
has,
in an-
now who has low IQ?
Okay,
You
I'm sorry.
can't keep up. You can't
Sorry,
keep up
I
with what I'm
understand.
saying.
Can you please
Bro,
skip
how
that
many
argument
times
between
have you
the
been
detective
stuffed in a
syllogism?
locker? How many
Yeah,
times
it's
have
gonna
you
be
been stuffed
for
in a
that.
locker?
It's gonna be press one for that.
How many times have you had your lunch money taken?
I don't know how many times have you how many times have you been bashed in the skull?
That's supposed to be funny.
Fine. No, sir. That's an epistemic truth.
Is that
No,
supposed to be
sir.
funny?
No, sir. Can you give me premise one for
No,
me
it's
living in
not
my mom's
funny.
basement?
It's not funny. You don't have any jokes, bro. You're a little Poindexter black kid that probably gets your ass beat on a regular fucking basis in school, and you sit up here trying to talk all smarmy like you're intelligent.
Bro, you're contradicting yourself. You said I've never been in a real fight before, but somehow I'm being beat up.
Smart. You're talking about
wait, excuse me. I've never been in a real fight before. I'm being beat up every day. It's
Do you have any idea how stupid
Wait, Chad,
you were when you said it?
this man is
Do you have
contradicting
any
himself.
idea how stupid you were when you said
Bro,
a
this guy's
personal
being
nuclear
pressed as fuck.
You're a
Oh my gosh.
fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Just because you wear glasses and try to talk like a nerd doesn't make you a nerd, bro. You're a fucking idiot.
I can't believe this guy. He's smarter than me and he's younger.
Is that
It's
supposed
okay.
to be funny? You still ain't told
No,
no jokes, bro.
I understand
You're
it.
trying
Not
to
all-
crack jokes,
not
but you're
all-
not funny.
Not all of us are
You're
able
not
to.
funny, bro.
I understand it and I
You're
sympathize.
not funny.
okay? I
You're not funny.
sympathize.
You still trying to crack jokes and you ain't funny.
Buddy, it's funny.
Bro, what are you like 12? Shouldn't you be asleep?
What's funny
right
is
now?
what's funny is how pressed you're
Shouldn't
getting.
you be asleep right now, bro?
What's funny is how pressed you're getting.
Where's your mom?
Yeah, okay.
Where's your mom, bro?
Where's your mom? I know where your mom is though.
Where's your mother?
Met her last
Where's your
night.
mother? Where's your mother?
Good
Should
question.
You
I
be
don't know.
asleep right now. Go get your mom. Let me talk to your pops, bro. Cause your ass, like, bruh.
I don't think you're smart enough to. Wait, how about you
It
start
ain't
with me?
it.
How about you start with me? Well, I'll teach you to read, then you can go talk to them. I don't think you're quite there yet. Sorry.
I'm not there yet.
Yeah, you haven't
Really?
been. Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you
Really?
literally contradicted
And
yourself
what-
when
and
you're trying to
what-
insult me. You're like,
and
oh,
what
you know,
did
Chris,
I
you've never been in a
say?
real fight before,
And
but
what
actually you get
did I
beat up every
say?
single
What did
day.
I say that
You
gave
come
you
to a
the
locker.
ability? What did I say that gave you the ability to gauge my freaking IQ? I want to
Okay.
hear this.
Yeah, so there's this field. There's this field called phrenology. So I look at the average size of your forehead, and I see that
shit has
there's a
been debunked.
I see there's a sizable dent in
Phrenology
the
has
back of
been
your skull,
debunked.
and then from that I'm able to
Phrenology has
distinguish
been
your
debunked.
average IQ of like negative
Phrenology has
15.
been
In fact,
debunked.
you're
That's
so low
actually
IQ. It
pseudoscience.
makes a visible impact on
That's
the World IQ.
actually
Actually,
pseudoscience.
Sarah, can you bring it up for me?
Idiot.
The World IQ up real quick.
That's pseudoscience. You
Well, go bring up his
moron.
location too, so we can
That
we
is
can see the.
pseudoscience, you dumbass. You're a dumbass.
Yeah.
You're a dumbass. You don't even know that.
Yeah, it's
that
gonna be
shit is
premise one for me
pseudoscience.
being a dumbass. So it's gonna be your argument for that.
No, you sat there and watched freaking.
What's gonna be your argument for that? What's gonna be your argument for me being a dumbass?
Django and her
Yeah, look,
Calvin
that's
Candy
okay. It's gonna be
talk
guys number
about
one. Moving on to number two.
now you're on the fucking
Gonna be guys
internet
number two,
talking
moving on
about
to number three.
knowledge. You're a moron.
It's gonna be
You're a
dodge number three.
moron.
Yeah, let's look at the concession.
You're
So,
a moron.
so guys, just dodge the
You're a
argument three
moron.
times. He said it was a dumbass.
You're a moron.
He
What
was
do you do
unable
for
to
a living?
substantiate so.
What
Okay,
do you
now
do for a living?
that's totally moron. This is
What do you
gibberish.
do for a living,
Yeah.
Poindexter?
He's fucking gibberish.
What do you do for a living, Poindexter?
Gibberating.
What do you do for a living, Poindexter?
Fuck your mom,
You over
obviously.
there splitting atoms? Is that what you're doing?
I fuck your mom and cuck your
Oh,
dad.
you
okay?
fucked my mom. Oh
Yep.
no.
Yep, that's what I do.
Oh no.
So yeah, notice chat how he's dodged the argument three
Now,
times.
notice how
He
you go
called me
directly
a moron. He was
to
unable to
ass
substantiate so.
ignorant nigga shit.
When he
Your
told
mom,
when he
I
asked
fucked
me
your
how could I
mom.
use your IQ,
I
I
fucked
gave
your
him a
mom.
logically
I
sound
fucked your mom.
argument based in
Notice how
phrenology,
you go
which
straight
is
to the ass ignorant
epistemically
shit.
true
First of all,
and
you're
based in
not
objective
from the
reality.
hood, you're not ghetto, so stop trying to act like you gonna roast like you ghetto. You Poindexter ass suburban bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Bro,
You
it's not
probably
that
got
deep.
slapped every day of your life, bro.
Nigga, it ain't
What are you
that
talking
deep.
about?
It ain't that deep, bruh. It ain't that
It
deep.
is that deep.
No, it ain't.
It is that deep.
It ain't.
It is that deep.
It quite literally isn't.
Bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, you're big.
You a
It's
bitch
not
ass
that deep,
nigga,
bro.
bro.
Chill
You a
out.
bitch ass
Low
nigga. You
grade
probably
really
got
Oh,
Oh, right.
Yeah, chill out, bro.
every day you went
Oh,
got
man.
your ass every day.
Oh,
Welcome
yeah.
to the Urkel versus Sanford and Son
Hey, yo.
show.
Hey, yo, hey, can
allow
I ask
me-
one question?
No, not yet. Nobody can ask a question yet because I do have some work to do here. Number one, cringy, Miss Texas Bully Mom is cashing in her credit, so you get a 10-minute timeout backstage. So just hang tight back there. In the meantime, before you go on a grift break, or not a grift break, a timeout. Can you please grift to the chat because they have 5 minutes to hit that dono goal or we go
Chat.
bye-bye. So tell them.
Chat. Next time I come back, I will yell and be very aggressive and be super entertaining. Okay. So hit the dono goal.
All right. I'm going to set your timer, cringy liberal.
Hey,
Uh,
that
in-
drawing he had on his wall That's supposed to go on the refrigerator.
Hey, angry man.
Well, hold on. Listen, we don't give them entertainment until they pay. Angry Man, can you please provide an amazing grift break for us and tell them what they need to do? They have less than 5 minutes.
Man, y'all got less than 5 minutes to dig deep in your pockets and donate to the damn channel. You've been sitting here this whole time enjoying this quality entertainment and you still ain't came out. Man, look, stop playing, drop 10, drop 20, put the green on the screen and nothing in between.
That's right.
Who's your daddy?
That's right. Mr. Balderson, plead for us. We're down to the 4-minute timer. Tell them.
For all of you waiting, we have acquired the GPS coordinates of Cringy. If you meet this dono, we will forward those coordinates over to Angry Man and see what happens. We all want to see it.
Man, we don't want to see no lion jump on a giraffe.
For the record, that is not true. We do not have coordinates. We do not dox. Doxing is bad. Otherwise, it was a very funny joke. Ant, tell them we're down to less than 4 minutes.
You know what to do. Pay the bills. Come on. They happen. I don't see you coming in. Come on, hurry up.
Hurry up.
Are you guys hourly?
Yes. We are hourly over here. Clay, tell them how great this show is. We're down to 3 minutes.
You know, Sarah's the greatest. Absolutely 100%. The absolute best moderator on YouTube. And I mean, you could probably find her on other platforms because people share her stuff out all the time.
Kick ass.
Pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious that she's the greatest. Money do make the world go round.
Fair enough. Thank you, Clay. Effigy, we're down to under 3 minutes.
You should by no means pay this money. It would make me personally happy if you didn't pay it, and you love me so you want to make me personally happy. If you don't pay the money, we will be best friends forever for life.
I love the reverse psychology on that one. Tommy, plead out to them. We're down to 2 minutes.
Where's my gun?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Hit that super chat. Hit that sticker chat. You know, thumbs up. Join up. Better up. Hit that join button, and you can pay monthly. And hey, just be a good supporter because Raging Tomato, which is actually now the Gauntlet, is the channel that we're on, is one of the greatest channels around. Hey, and we're glad to be here.
Excellent. I love this grift mode. Is not only a grift mode, but it also is a nice little pat on my back. We're down to less than 2 minutes, about whatever, and you're clipping the fuck out. No, Mouth of the South is clipping out. Never mind. It's not you,
All right. Hey,
Tell
look,
him.
man, send that cash, man. I just want to see Sarah walk away with it in her back pocket, man. You know, I don't like to see her go, but I love to watch her leave, man. Send that money, man.
What the fuck?
And it was Effigy for the win. Carpenter Tom, he said, "Dear God, I can't have Effigy love me."
They all fall to my reverse psychology.
Take your bow, Effigy. Tell him how well that worked. And thank Tom Carpenter for his kind love to this channel and keeping the show going. Tell him.
You're all so easily manipulated, and I prove it every day.
We love you. And in the midst of all of that, ladies and gentlemen, nothing but tomatoes in the motherfucking chat for that glorious grift break from all of these fine, amazing panelists up here doing God's work for your entertainment and your entertainment alone. We wouldn't be this show without any of them, and they all did fine and wonderful, telling you all to send your money. Thank you so kindly, Tom Carpenter. You saved the day once again. I'm going to leave that one up on the screen. Are we ready for our next topic, gentlemen?
We are. Can we give a quick chance for Donald Trump to say something here? Okay.
Yes, always.
Called fake news. Fake news. Fake news. It's all fake news. Fake
It's all
news.
fake news.
It's phony stuff. It didn't happen. It's all fake news.
Hey, that's funny as hell, yo.
Fake news.
Fair enough. All right. Let's see. Our cringy's got less than 5 minutes in the back. So let's go ahead and kick off. Where does everybody stand on a cashless society? The prompt is a cashless society progress or totalitarian control in disguise? Where are we on that? Ben, that looks like a mighty fine sandwich too.
Christy made it for me. She loved
Of
me.
course she did. She does love you.
I do love him.
It's absolutely insane. I mean, the weird part for me was when like the truther community all was backing Bitcoin, and then like the fiat money system isn't backed. Like, what the fuck's Bitcoin backed by? It absolutely, what they're doing is just trying to lock down everything and absolutely control everything.
It's funny how it's turning out now that we're learning a whole lot of stuff from the creation of crypto. How things are exactly opposite of all the early crypto people said.
Yeah, 100%
it wasn't about
opposite.
it wasn't about getting away from the big banks or anything. It was giving them an off ramp to the fiat currency debt bubble. I used to be one of those people who are like, yeah, cashless, whatever. But now I'm totally on the no, keep cash. They're trying to control everything in your life, including every single dollar you spend and how you can spend it.
Did y'all see that shit? How they try and get rid of pennies?
That's what she said.
Angry Man, thoughts?
I don't think a cashless society would be a good thing. It's already problematic now that most of us do digital transactions. That's already an issue with us constantly using cards and them keeping track of everything that we're doing. It's already problematic. And now, like my man just said, they're getting rid of coins and stuff. Like, they're slowly trying to phase it out. And yeah, it's like Effigy said, it's going to be more control.
All right. Clay?
Cashless society is a bad idea. That doesn't mean that I, wouldn't want these other forms of currency. People trade how they trade. I'm gonna kind of pull in an obstacles on this one. Trade how you want to.
All right. Ant?
Makes me wonder how I would purchase anything in the event of a power outage.
Ooh, that's a good thought. Tommy?
Yeah, it's happened before where computers to go down, systems go down, you can't use your credit card, or they go cash only. And the other thing is that the government can easily control and tax you for every transaction that you do. Like right now, you can hire somebody to do some work for you and pay him under the table. He doesn't have to declare it. He doesn't have to pay tax on it. The government hates that. They want to be able to control everything that happens. And the way to do it is to make digital money, and they control it.
That's fair. Effigy? Oh, wait. Effigy, you already went.
Yeah, I already went.
All right. And then we got about whatever.
Hell no to the cashless. I only deal in cash. This is America, baby. This is America. What the hell is America without cash and guns?
So it sounds like everybody's pretty much in agreement on a cashless society. I think that totalitarian control is an agreeable marker for everyone.
Yes.
No disagreement there. Okay.
Yeah, at this
All
point,
right.
and it's been a slow slide. This is a long project, right? Like, remember, like, I think it was like 10 years ago, they tried to float the idea of getting microchips in your wrist. So it was like, it's just so much more convenient than your debit card. And a lot of people were like, that's a bit too far. And they're like, oh, we went too fast. And so they had to pull back. But that idea is still coming about. The first thing because you're seeing more and more, because now you pay with your phone, and eventually they'll make it smaller and smaller. And don't you just use everything digital? Why not use cash at all?
Yeah. Well, the way they solved for that is they got us to the point where we're always walking around with our phone in our hand.
Yeah, no, I agree. Cringy leftist, I wanted, now that you're back up on panel, I wanted to give you an opportunity for the cashless society? Is it progress or totalitarian control in disguise?
Good question. I don't know.
I knew his goofy ass was gonna say some goofy shit like that.
No, I don't know is a good answer, and here's why. Considering the fact that Cringy Leftist is of our youth group, right? He's the youngest one on panel. He represents the youth in all aspects. He probably isn't familiar. Like, we know what it's like to go and pay in cash for a lot of things. We were the group.
Pussy feels like.
Pardon me for just a moment. We were the group that came into like utilizing your debit card for everything. I remember going to the ATM and having to get cash out for everything. But what Cringy's growing up in is a place where you can tap your phone, you can send your friend money, you can pay somebody back with a simple cash app, you can swipe your card, you can tap your card, you can pay online, all of these different things. But Cringy, how often do you pay something in cash?
Hey, fix the gain on your mic.
Mom pays for everything.
Like
look like he got cash, Sarah.
Hold on.
like never.
Fix the gain on your
There
mic,
you go.
Cringy. Your
His
gain
mother
is-
pays for stuff
Your gain is up.
in the basement there.
Do it look like he got fucking cash?
Yeah, you got to have a job to get money.
Man, that's not
Cringy,
necessarily.
Well,
Cringy
hold
doesn't
on.
have a job.
Cringy just said you don't even remember the last time you paid cash, correct?
No, I don't remember. No.
Right. So if Cringy doesn't need, like, the youth don't even pay in cash. Like, I'll even say it this way. My daughter, when she gets cash for babysitting, she brings it home and she says, "Mom, will you send $25 to my debit card thing, and then I'll give you the cash." So I've got a basket full of cash because she doesn't want to use it. She thinks it's weird to use cash. So we are raising this generation that Cringy sits in to only operate off of digital currency anyways. So we are already here. It's just a matter of when, I think, my age group, like anyone that's in their 30s and up, when my age group is moved all the way out of cash, we're not going to be using it anymore.
Yeah, that's like my son. He'll get cash from me, and then he'll try to send it back to me through Cash App. And I'm like, dude, don't do that. I'm not trying
Not
to
an
take
ATM.
on the money you sending me. Like, just give me the cash back.
Right. And they don't like cash. Now, there's a benefit to that in terms of you're not throwing germs around on cash, money, whatever, strippers, asshole, dollar bill kind of thing. Right. We can find some advantages to it, but I do find when the electronics don't work, when the system shut down, if the banks have a big issue and there's a big overhaul of everyone pulling their cash out because, well, the stocks are dropping, we're going into some weird recession or something like that, because we've seen this happen before. Everyone goes and pulls their cash. Well, do you think the banks keep a lot of cash in the banks anymore?
No.
Like locally,
No.
probably not as much, not probably a tenth of what they would normally carry anyway. So, hold on, Angry Man was, hold on, Angry Man, I didn't hear what you.
Legally, they have to keep a certain amount on hand, but it's never enough to cover everybody. So if everybody did a run on the bank and tried to get their money out, they wouldn't have, even if you want, like, say you want a certain amount, say you want $20,000 or whatever, if you have it like that, you have to call them ahead of time and let them know, just so they can get everything squared away.
Yep. Ben, you were saying something?
I was saying, so you want your kid to get super sick the first time he boofs a stripper.
Yeah. And shout out to Tom Carpenter.
You got to build the immunity up.
Look, you
Shout out
see,
to
he
Tom
didn't laugh.
Carpenter for sending in the question, how do you super cash? And Tom, actually, I do have an answer for that because I do have a P.O. box available on my website. You can send me a whole box of cash if you'd like to, and I will gladly accept it that way. I don't know federally if you're allowed to mail a bunch of cash, but whatever. Texas Bully Mom showing it love over on the other side. I think, is this on Balderson or Flow maybe? I'm not sure. It says
Tommy Temper. Thanks a lot.
over on
Appreciate
Tommy's
that.
side. There you go. And you're
Yeah.
welcome to read it
Yes,
out if
Bully
you
Mom.
want, Tommy.
Yeah, want to show some love and appreciation for you jumping on panel from TX Bully Mom there. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
No, lots of love going around. It's all what we're here for. Show the love. All right, back to you guys with the cashless society. Are we finding a doom and gloom if we go completely cashless? Aside from the government and taxing everything, we could stop into that talking point here in a minute. But would it be doom and gloom if we completely went digital currency only?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a totalitarianness to the idea that there should be no change of money from hand to hand without the government knowing. And that's what, if you completely get rid of cash, and we kind of knew they were doing this about 3 or 4 years ago when they announced the CBDCs, the central bank digital currencies, which is how we knew that they were going to be on the blockchain. But imagine there's a ledger that every single time money moves on that chain, it's documented. So it doesn't matter if you're paying for something at the grocery store or just sending your buddy $5. It will be documented now. Everything can be taxable. Everything, and that's really kind of the point of it.
Holy based maximum taxes. That's so based. Oh my god,
bro.
Well, that's the whole thing, is that the government is losing out on a lot of taxation by people doing deals that should be taxed in cash.
Well, it's more than that even too. So, okay.
It's the idea that you should do nothing involving money that doesn't involve the government knowing.
Yeah, you're talking about money that the government controls. Okay, so the poor, right? The poor trade in cash. The people who are at least some type of wealth, even a little bit, they might have a phone or a card that they can trade with. But the poor do not. The poor will not have cash, a card. The poor will not have a phone. They will not be able to do these things that, essentially, if I give, someone on the street $20, I can't give them my card.
Yeah.
Essentially, and so the poor will always be with you. And so now you're creating a extreme class of people that cannot survive.
I call BS, Clay, because crackheads got Cash App.
So not everybody that's poor is a crackhead.
Some of them do.
Yeah, but are people buying drugs with Cash App?
Yeah, they're not doing that.
They're buying drugs. They're buying drugs through the
Of course, there are people buying drugs with Cash App. What are you
going to buy
talking
drugs?
about?
Because everything goes
Cash App is
digital.
one of the primary
Government's going to
methods
track
of
the
fucking
drug
kind of
dealers.
business.
Bro,
They're not gonna
Wouldn't that be funny? Hold on. I'm just imagining it now because you know how you can send like a little note when you send money. I'm just imagining someone sending their dealer like the leaf signals on as the note, or
all I
like
know,
you have your individualized emoji, right?
Anybody that's doing a drug transaction with Cash App is crazy.
You know what's crazier? That we haven't had this in a while.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by
All right, since it's full of men, I'll give you a palate cleanser. But that one was for you, Texas Bully Mom. Thank you from
That's
all the
manly
ladies.
misogynist.
Matriarchy.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Oh, I can say thank you to Texas Bully Mom.
Was that Sarah with that cash in her pocket jumped off that hole?
No, but everyone thinks it is. That woman is significantly taller than me. Shout out to the smoking auditor, wherever you are sending your love at, my friend. We all thank you so kindly.
So just
all
to
right.
address the whole crackhead argument, okay, the people who do drugs, yes, they trade in cash as well. But I have met some specific homeless people that are not crackheads. Like the little old lady who's got a hunch on her back. She's pushing the cart. She's picking up cans. She's just trying to survive. And she needs cash to make her day to day. She is not a crackhead. She's not a drug addict. She's just homeless and she needs cash.
Bro, they got Obama phones that they give you for free.
So now we rely on the government.
I don't rely on the government. What I'm saying is,
But
bro,
you would expect the old
listen,
lady-
hear me out, Clay. they got this thing called Obama phones. That's literally what they call them, bro. They go post up downtown, bro. Give them out
Free
for
Obama
free.
phone.
Yeah, so
You
rely
can
on the
get one
government.
of those phones and just download Cash App on it, bro, and go and just fill out a fucking address.
You gotta have a bank account to get Cash
and the
App.
card will come there,
Right.
literally.
Well, no, so you can get a Chime account.
Who is it? Obama
is
here.
an online account. But regardless of that, you're still not addressing the point of now at this point you've switched it to reliance on the government, not just that it's a cash, right? But rather it's an electronic transaction that you're now relying on the government for. At that point, you know, the government has full control over you because they can stop your money flow at any point in time.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest right here. All they're going to have to say, to the right wingers is that the illegal immigrants are paid under the table. Don't you want that to stop? And you guys are gonna jump to heel like you have for all the other things.
The hate for the immigrants is stronger than the love of cash.
They're like, wait, what?
But
That's how
they're already
cashless
against guns all
society.
of a sudden. They're like, yeah, you can't carry guns. Like,
That's
what are
one of
you
the
guys
biggest
talking
things
about?
I've heard in a long
Like,
time.
they're definitely
That's the
gonna
key.
turn
That's
it.
how we get you
Point
guys
of
to
view,
turn on
the
everything.
cashless
Then they're gonna be
society
like, wait a
will solve a
second.
lot of
Immigrants have
problems.
guns?
Immigration.
Come away.
But wait, let me ask you a question.
Society.
So y'all are being serious. You're telling me legitimately in 2026, you got fiends out here paying for their drugs with Cash App?
Bro,
100%. 100%.
Well, I don't.
1000%.
Hold on though. I don't think it's necessarily all of them, right?
Of course, it's not.
And even at that, I wouldn't even. I would be. I mean, you've got Bitcoin. You can do it like, but I don't know if that's
Nobody's
necessarily
doing that.
the fiends, right?
Yeah, they're probably doing some sort of cryptocurrency to cash.
Right.
Man.
Most drug users are not that sophisticated.
What are you guys talking about? One-to-one people. Someone just going and buying a quarter bag. They're just going to use their fucking Venmo or their Cash App. What are y'all talking about?
Y'all must know.
That's
Y'all must know some high tech fiends, because
I mean, every homeless person has 5 cell phones charging off the light pole.
I live in California. We have these things called sessions,
Angry man.
where because cannabis and mushrooms are legal in California, so we have these sessions. You go pay for a booth. You bring your product to the booth. Customers come around and bing bing with their little. Oh, you got Cash App? Yep. You got Venmo? Yep.
Well,
And then they
I'm
send you money, and then they walk away with the stuff.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about. You know, where you live in a state where you have dispensaries and you can do all of that. I'm talking about on the street,
Bro,
dudes
on the street.
hustling,
Yeah.
dudes hustling. You
dudes that
telling-
are
you
selling
telling me-
fentanyl.
it's safer.
Hey, angry
Would
man.
you rather carry cash to a drug dealer?
I'm telling you, angry man, my nigga. They
No, I
do
would
this
rather,
shit, bro.
I would rather not
No
get
N-word.
indicted. That's what, like, bro.
Look, I agree. I
That would
agree.
be
I
nice.
think it's dumb as hell.
It's not random
literally a
serves,
recorded
right? And it's not
transaction.
strangers.
What I'm saying
It's
is,
regular plugs.
You got fiends out this motherfucker who will call you on the Obama phone, pull up and pay you in Zelle, pay you in Cash App, pay you in
Hell yeah.
Apple Pay.
That's why I'm
Hey,
saying it's a red
all of
herring.
them
Because
will
now
text
we're
you
talking
and
about
I've
all of
seen
them
it.
using their
They'll
phones for
send you a
currency.
Facebook message that says exactly what they want, legal name and everything. It's
Hey,
stupid.
plug it.
Yo, folk, I've seen it, bro. Like this shit is crazy.
But that's
A few
listen,
years ago,
listen,
I have a
listen.
friend
Makes it
whose
easier for the
son
cops
got
to follow the
arrested.
trail.
That's a red herring because you're talking about people using cashless payment. So this is a
Yeah,
red
it's got nothing
herring.
to do with the topic, but like it's I had my friend's son got arrested a year or two ago, and I had to help. She was freaking out because he was arrested, and they had his phone. So I helped her hack into his Facebook and stuff, so I could clear out just in case, you know. And I'm telling you, especially the younger generation who's used to having, they are so dumb. All of them are
The
dumb.
whole
as-
transaction
No,
history
no,
is in the damn phone.
Wait, hold on for a second, man. So you mean to tell me the little young dudes like our buddy down here,
Nah, he ain't that smart, bro.
like they
Aww.
running
He
around
don't do
here.
drugs. That kid's straight edge. Look
Yeah,
at
he's
that.
not. He's
He's
not. I'm
Urkel.
talking about his
Yeah.
age bracket. I'm not talking about him. I know he don't do drugs. I'm talking about his age bracket, right? But you mean to tell me in that age bracket, the ones that are, you know, buying their little quarter bags, buying their little weed and stuff, they actually going up to the dude and like, yo, what's your cash app?
Yes,
Really?
bro.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Bro,
Overwhelmingly.
And they don't use code words when they're sending messages to each other, bro. Like
Bro,
they're
listen.
like they aren't like, hey, do you got some white girl? They're like, no, they're like, hey man, I need
got
an
some
eighth of
coke.
cocaine.
Jesus
To go,
Christ.
hey, I need a slice of pizza.
It's amazing. I couldn't believe the breakdown that happened in a generation. I was used to, you couldn't say words around me. Any word that was too on the nose, just not it's not even text. It just wasn't allowed around me. If you said that word, it was be a problem.
Yeah.
But these kids are just like, and all of them, they're not putting self-deleting. There's no timer on it. When then the message deletes, nothing. They're just like blah blah blah. You got a quarter?
Dusty, I'm not even having the conversation on the phone with you. Like we face to face. You know what I'm saying? I need to know
If I call, if I say, angry man, I need to come by and get a gallon of milk. You know what the fuck I'm talking about? We don't.
I know what you're talking about.
A gallon of milk.
I'm telling you, angry man.
Wow, I would not have made it in the drug dealing world. Somebody's mic is tapping out. It's getting on my nerves. Chuck in Tennessee with the Big Ten says, "I'm fascinated. All these people love drugs rather than living life."
No,
Thank
you're
you,
not.
Chuck,
You're
for
an
the Big
alcoholic.
Ten.
What's the difference between drugs and medicine?
There's none. And what? I assume you meant alcohol.
Yeah, alcohol is part of it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean there's
The
I
difference,
don't know.
the dose and the regime. What?
Legality. That's the only difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
The panel is driving me to drinking.
How do you think I feel every night? Every night I host these, I'm always like, damn, I would have been an alcoholic long ago if I kept alcohol in the house at this rate.
Yeah, I'm
You
starting
should start. You
to
should start.
realize- I'm starting to realize why the younger generation seems to get locked up a lot more than my generation did. Like, yeah, like that's crazy.
They have no device etiquette, no word etiquette, nothing.
They got no fucking common sense because
It's because
the liberal judges just
if
let
somebody came up to us with a camera,
Yeah,
it would
the
freak us
liberal
out.
judges, the liberal judges.
They're so used to having tech everywhere, they don't even think about
The
it.
liberal judges. Wait,
Yeah,
can somebody
you
say
know
that
what?
again? Wait, I need to
How
flip
did
that.
this-
Can somebody say
that's-
liberal judges again for me real quick?
That's the
Yeah,
weird
the
thing.
liberal judges, you know, they just
That's the weird
How is
thing.
this just a liberal thing?
they don't like that.
Let's go ahead, angry man. Go ahead.
We're having a conversation up here. You
There's
plebes on
like
the bottom row.
literally 3 separate conversations going on. Go ahead, angry man.
You get ready, like you in a situation where you and a dude about to fight or whatever, and they want to break out their phones to record it, and I'm like, why are you trying to record what we're doing? Like that's evidence,
bro. That's some police shit. That's some
Yeah,
snitching ass shit.
But my daughter showed me like, hey, do you want to see this fight that happened? Like it's up on Instagram and shit.
When I was
The
growing up,
scariest part of all this situation is when, as they usher in the complete digital financial system, that's going to tie to these other things, and the government at a fucking button is going to be like, "Oh, this guy does things that we don't like." Bloop, and now you have no money, and you can't spend money. You can't buy things.
You can put expiration on money, right? Money can
Yeah.
expire. You have to spend it this fast. They're like everything about cashless is no bueno at all.
It's like
Yeah,
it's like that
angry man.
episode on it's like that episode on Black Mirror. Remember when they I don't know if y'all saw that episode where everything was based off of a like your rank system, like if
the
you got
social-
likes or dislikes, it determines
Social credit system.
social credit
I
system.
reference that all the time.
Base.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Social
It's
credit,
the
yes.
Chinese
Go
system,
base.
the social credit system. There. You can't
yeah,
even
that's
ride on a subway, you know, if you're a bad person.
Yeah, because remember in the show, the chick was doing stuff that people didn't like, and every time they voted her down, like she had to downgrade everything she was doing. Like it was bugged out.
She ended
They
up-
already have
Ladies
that.
and gentlemen, I have the one and only amazing, wonderful, stupendous Admiral Gibbs backstage, but he can't get up here unless we get somebody else out of here. Now, I want to keep cringy liberal on here, and we all know that the avatars are usually the first to go. So I've just given you the instruction. All you have to do is send the 10 and say it with $10. All right? You know what to do.
Trouble.
I love that. I love that. Who's out? Well, we don't know yet.
Okay.
Someone's gotta send the hold on. Is that from you, Bricky Poo? Did that just not come through? Was this for earlier? Oh, all right. Mr. Brick says, fuck that. I'm not just going to send 10. I'm going to send 20. He says, for the goal and trade out Ant. Ant, you're going backstage until somebody else goes bye-bye. All right, hang tight. And Mr. Gibbs, you are here, sir. Our current
buddy.
You're like your wonderful, amazing introduction. All right.
I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Redheaded Egyptian.
Redheaded Egyptian. Here we go. All right. The prompt right now, Gibbs, is a cashless society progress or totalitarian control? Now, overall, everybody's in agreement with the idea that a cashless society would be bad. However, we are running down different roundabouts on who uses cash, who doesn't use cash, why it's good, why it's bad. Cringy, our probably only big lefty here, is too young to know what cash is. He doesn't even know the
liver?
feel of it. And Clay,
hold on. You're saying that everybody's saying that cashless society would be bad.
Yes.
Everybody.
Well, it's the actual prompt is a cashless society progress or totalitarian control in disguise?
Okay. I mean, you want to read that super chat?
Nope. He knows what's up.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, I mean, if you want my opinion, I don't know. I think that it really depends if you believe that we're like, I think at some point we have to go cashless. And and that is if you believe that we're going to explore space and do space colonization, then we have to go into we have to do cashless. It's just too expensive to like port fucking whatever a physical coin or paper around or credit even. If we're in space, I just don't think it's going to be, if we're going to have a general financial system. Now, I know some people here would argue against even having that, but if we're going to have some sort of general financial system, I think eventually it is going to go cashless. Whether that's a good or a bad thing I think it's just going to happen. I just don't know that it's even. I guess it is progress. It is progress. I would argue that.
Can I interject this real quick? We're never colonizing space.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, tell me why we're not going to colonize space.
Which part of space would we colonize?
I think we're going to see some corporate countries, say like Exxon decides they're going to excavate a asteroid. Ceres looks like a very promising one. There's all sorts of minerals that we can get out of that. There's other asteroids we can mine. I think that's a good place to start. And if you're there, any long-term period, capitalism, as all humans are basically capitalists at heart, will develop, and we'll have surrounding societies build around our little worker buildings, and it just kind of expands from there. I mean, I think we'll colonize Mars. I think we'll colonize maybe the clouds of Venus. Maybe we'll be outside Venus. All these got natural resources, and I believe in capitalism, so we'll definitely be stripping that shit bare just for that shit, for the resources at some point in the future.
Well, I mean, if we don't come up with a better way of traveling in space, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, well, we have to make money. The money's the incentive. Right? The reason why Elon's doing good with Starlink and stuff is because he's made it cheap enough to put the satellites up and sell the product here on Earth, right? And it's the same thing. If Exxon goes, hey, I see a financial return on going and mining this asteroid, like Ceres, I think is the minor one that's going to keep talking about the most, right? And so if they decide a financial return, it's very likely other people like you and me might go, hey, it might behoove me to make a taco truck on Ceres and sell tacos to all the ore refiners, right? And then, okay, well, somebody's going to need to be the guy importing me the meat and stuff, so eventually you get these systems and it just expands from there. And I think if you're going to have this travel through space, like you said, it's going to be hard already. So even if we get the energy efficient way, we're going to have to do it without cash, because cash is just weight. Even paper is heavy. So I just think eventually that goes away.
But see, that's my point. That's one hell of a leap that we would have to make, because the way we currently travel to space, we have the problem of, well, fuel. And the way we do it is you need more fuel to travel further. And that, if you got more fuel, then you need more, it's going to weigh it down more. So you need more fuel because you got more fuel. Like it's like,
but even then, even if we use traditional methods, and you look at like within the last 200 years, imagine, right? We went from horses taking us to go across how many miles in a day to a car can get you across the country almost in one day, right? To planes that will get you across the nation. And these are all still just using oil, basically, like, or even at some point like steam, right? Before that, it's like you just see these leaps in energy efficiency. And I think that's what we're seeing with us. We're getting more and more efficient means of production of energy with science. And capitalism is the reason that's happening, because we're always looking for a better way to do something to outcompete the guy down the street. It's really
but yeah, I get that, but traveling, you know, across country or to other continents or whatever, that's one thing. But space travel is a whole other thing. Like the distance is the problem, right? Until we until we can. You almost have to break the laws of physics in order to.
But how's it any different than when we crossed the ocean to America, right? With the first colonies, right? It took them 3-4 months at a time, right? Now I'm saying right now, our current rate, it'll take us about 3 months to a couple of years, depending on where Mars is in orbit, right? Like around the thing, on the fastest point. So we can get there, we cut it down to 3 to 6 months after the first trip, right? Okay, cool. So it's not like we're not used to putting things, colonies, you know, i.e. the word, places that are far, and them having to live on their own and then be able to interact again once they come back. And cashless is the only way we can do this if we're talking about really expanding.
Yeah, but it's not, Mars is not an inhabitable planet. Like, yeah. I could see if Mars was a planet that was inhabitable the way Earth is inhabitable. I could see that, because then you could take people there, you could leave them there or whatever, and they wouldn't need as much infrastructure to try to maintain their life on that planet. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but neither is Antarctica. I mean, that's like they have sub-zero, like one conditions. It'll be negative like 100 or something degrees, and you go outside. You're outside like 2 minutes and you're dead, right? Like it's just as bad as anything on Mars, right?
Yeah,
like, we have those conditions on Earth. We can recreate those conditions there.
But if shit hits the fan in Antarctica, you still have a smaller distance to get back to civilization. If shit hits the fan on Mars, look at how far you got to travel to get back to Earth.
Good. That's tough titties. I mean. That's the risk of being the pioneer. That's why Magellan's famous and I'm not, I guess.
Yeah, I don't see it in our lifetime.
I agree
until we can solve the problem of being able to travel faster than the speed of light, or how to bend space and time in order to make the distance shorter. I don't see it happening, bro.
No, I agree with Gibbs on this. I absolutely love the policeman. I love unicorns. I love the good cops. I love unicorns.
Oh man, it's a shame we can't get a good yodel out of this one. Thank you, Chuck, for the Big 10, and we got him to say it. He said it. He loves them all. He loves them all. About whatever, your devices aren't connected. I think you're having Wi-Fi issues, and you have less than 3 minutes left, and you're back up on screen. Who did we lose? We lost someone.
So Gibbs, I agree with you. We'll need some kind of system, but do you think we should have that system at the expense of having things like physical things that also represent that money that our governments will accept as tender, like either it be gold or fiat currency? Like, should it just be digital cashless society to where we have no means of transacting without there being a digital footprint? Because I think that was implicit in the question, is that cashless things go away once you institute the cashless currency.
Well, I guess, can I ask, I hate to be this guy, but let me just ask a question to clarify. Like, would you consider like alternate digital currencies, like digital fiats, would those be equal? Like, or do you have to be a physical like item for you? Like,
I mean, the only way I would see another digital currency as kind of an equivalent to something is if it had like a truly private ledger that no one could ever like crack, like what Monero says it is. Because that's the idea is that
I think that you are like, I think that like there would have to be like some sort of physical backing of the currency. I think to some extent, right? Like I don't know what that would look like. Maybe it's the petrodollar in perpetuity or whatever it is. I don't know, but I think you do need a physical back, but where it's redeemable anywhere. Like, you know, maybe there's I just like with space though. I don't know what that looks like. It could be almost anything. Maybe it's an ore. Maybe it's a, you know, different resource per planet. Like, and then your planet's like local digital currency would change. And I mean, I don't know. I can see that playing out a few different ways, but you probably would need some physical value to hold honestly to the system.
Here's the thing.
Once countries dropped the gold standard and just went, you know, to being a fiat currency, the printing presses are running wild now. There's nothing backing the dollar.
Well, that is the same problem with the digital currency, right? So you look at it like monopoly, right? So the banker is typically the most honest guy on the table, but sometimes the banker is not honest, right? This is the problem, right? So
interesting.
You have this unlimited supply in digital currency, whereas with resources of a physical nature, it is limited. So digital currency cannot be the backing for all currency.
Well, in the case of Bitcoin, it is a limited amount of currency. That's why, you know, it has gone up in value, because they're not making any more Bitcoin. There is only a certain amount of Bitcoin out there.
What happens if they make more?
They don't.
They can't.
They're not.
That's the whole thing with Bitcoin is there's a certain amount because of the way the chains work or whatever. It becomes like
that's the
incredibly
difference
smaller.
between Bitcoin and central banks. Central banks print
But
money
the
like
thing with the
crazy,
Bitcoin-
and that causes massive inflation.
There are only 24 million Bitcoin. There only ever will be. It is locked.
Until until they make more.
But to go with what Clay is saying is now, though, because I'm going to jump on Clay's side, now that the stock market is involved with Bitcoin and they're creating ETFs, what they're doing is essentially sharding its value across the stock market to where most of its value is going to be held in the secondary things that are not Bitcoin itself. So that's how the old money gets control of new things.
Yeah, but listen, y'all are identifying problems, right? Like y'all are identifying problems, and like I get that, like there's there's like multiple like I guess solutions we can propose, right? But like when I look at it like now, yeah, I agree with you. These are the issues of today. If I'm looking at it long term, and we're like actually serious about exploring space, like it's one thing if you don't think we can, right? I think that at some point we will. I think that we're gonna have multiple fiat currencies that are going to change based on the market, just based off resources present. Like one planet, water might be fucking the fiat currency, right? You know, another planet, maybe it's gold, but then you still have like some overarching thing that you're going to trade across vast distances. Like that's like value. Like that's the only way you do it.
Wait. So
it'd be not a central bank, but like a central currency.
So here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. Now that you've introduced space, this makes the conversation entirely different. Number one, if you have the ability to basically, like in the world that we live in, the physics that we currently understand, space travel is not feasible. Not on the level.
We can colonize the solar system.
Listen, we cannot. Look, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Even if let's say, for argument's sake, just for the sake of the argument, we had the ability.
We do.
This conversation that we're having right now is the reason we don't have the ability. Because if we actually had the ability to do that on that level, we wouldn't even need money or the concept of trading money for whatever.
No, we still needed the concept. We still need currency to trade.
No, we wouldn't.
Still need to trade. Yeah, absolutely.
No, we wouldn't.
If you have bacon,
we could go back to trading clamshells.
I want bacon just as much as you want bacon. We need to trade for that.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're saying that we'd be technology advanced, that we would be post-scarcity, so money wouldn't matter.
A civilization that is advanced enough to create space travel that is faster, a vehicle that is faster than the speed of light, that doesn't destroy you.
Faster than light travel isn't even possible.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. If it was,
that's not science fiction. That's way beyond what we're talking about.
It's
yeah,
not,
I mean, that's not even what I'm talking
anti-gravity,
about. Like
anti-gravity type of propulsion.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. We know in the universe that we exist in, the physics that we have, it is impossible to travel faster than the speed of light.
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't need
What
to
I'm
travel the
saying-
speed of light to be
what
able
I'm
to
saying-
colonize the moons of Venus or like
what
the
I'm-
moons of Jupiter or the moons of like that's
Alright.
all like you can get there
No,
within less
you
than
would
like
not-
2
you
years
would not have
traveling.
to. No,
It's like,
you would not have to travel.
Not going to
past-
happen in our lifetime.
You would not have to travel faster than the speed of light, but you would have to have invented a new type of you would have to invent a new type of travel that uses some other energy source other than what we have right now. Because what
No,
we have right
not at
now,
all.
no, we wouldn't.
We send things there and back now.
what we have right
we would
now,
not need to do
It's there.
what
And
we
what
have
right
now
now can do it. What we have right now can do it.
it limits us. It can do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
it's
limited
gonna
on
get better the
walking
more we
to
do it,
Mars.
right?
It takes a
do it
while.
on a small scale, but not the scale.
Speed
that
is
you're
the
talking
only
about.
thing. Speed
Well,
is the only
hold on, hold
thing.
on.
Always
There
where
is
you
the-
start, right?
Columbus
He's
came
got
to
it
the
all
United
solved
States,
already.
right? It was 3 ships, right? 3 little small boats, right? And then by like 50 years later, what was Spain? All over, right? And what was why? Because they started with one little group, and then they sent the whole armada. Like,
Travel. You're talking about boats compared to space travel. That's
but
apples
there's
and
no
oranges.
fundamental difference, right? For them, across the Atlantic was their outer space.
No, it's not. It's not even the same thing. It's not even the same
We
vicinity.
have the
It's
technology.
probably harder.
We
It's
have
probably
the
harder for
power.
them than it is
We
for us to get this.
Oh my god.
Show me your papers.
The only thing that you're missing here, Anger Man, and I understand your concern here, is the speed, right? The speed is the only thing, right? Yes, we can't make it there in 3 days, but we can make it there in 6 months.
It's
What, a
not.
year?
That's not. I'm not talking about the speed. Okay. You're talking about putting us in a position where we can colonize something. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking about eventually taking a bunch of people somewhere in order to create infrastructure.
Correct. And stuff. We need
Okay,
stuff.
you need a more efficient way of traveling as far as your energy source.
No.
No, we the U.S. military has
Why
little
haven't we
cars
colonized it
that can bring
already?
a Burger King.
Then why haven't
like
we
another
colonized-
country?
then-
Because
like
people
all
are
the planes.
fighting
How
over
come
it.
you can't figure out how to colonize another planet?
Okay, then. So
Because
then why
people are
haven't we
fighting.
already colonized Mars?
Because people are fighting over how to get there.
That's
I mean, that's a good point.
Come on, man.
That's exactly what the problem is.
Yeah,
that is
it takes
exactly
no money
6
in
to
it.
9 months
Take it,
to
you
get to
believe we've
Mars.
been to the moon too.
Was as simple
And
as
then,
you
and
saying-
then on top of that,
Hold
you
on.
have people other than that are saying it's not possible.
If it
which
was
totally
as
is.
simple, if it was as simple
It's
as you're
possible.
saying it is, you wouldn't be fighting over it. They would just be doing it.
Bro,
It's
if you're
not-
telling me
The
if they
question
found
is,
like
why
oil
colonize
on
Mars?
tomorrow, we
There's
wouldn't
no
be over
reason
there.
to.
Like you know,
It's not simple. It's not simple by any means. It's very difficult to get there. But
It's-
Why
people
not
are fighting
colonize
over-
the moon? It's closer.
People are fighting.
they're
This is
working
the
on that too.
There's
problem.
minerals on the moon.
We
that
we
could,
haven't left low
mine.
orbit since the late 70s.
Bro,
We're
we've
working on
never
it.
been to the fucking moon.
It lost the
Oh,
information
Let's go
on how
back to
they
the
did it.
conspiracy theory. Yeah.
It got
Did we
recorded
actually go
over
to the
like
moon?
an old wedding video.
Hey, bro, I tried to have that conversation on here one time about the moon. I got my head bitten off. So I'm trying to have the conversation within
we
the
went to the
idea
moon.
that we actually went into space. So
I appreciate that. I appreciate
So
that.
I'm trying to have it. I'm trying to have a conversation based on the premise of what we know as far as space travel, as far as NASA and all of that. And I'm
we
telling
know
you right
we've
now,
never been to the moon, Angry
We
Man.
did conspiracies
Yeah,
earlier.
repeating it
We
doesn't mean
barely even know
anything.
what's
Listen,
going
bro,
on in
listen,
Antarctica.
bro.
Never mind the
if
moon.
we have that
The
conversation,
wall.
that you got to realize most of them believe wholeheartedly that we went to the moon. Okay,
Man, it's men out there that wholeheartedly
because
believe
we
that
went to
because
the
they
moon.
cut their
Let's
dick
go
and
with
nuts
the
off
premise
that
that
they
we
women.
have.
It's still fucking wrong.
Let's go with the premise that
You guys
Little
realize
Rio
we
fucking
just
wrong.
we just had a couple
point that I'm
probes take
trying to
pictures of
make-
the moon a few months ago and
Sure.
show the Apollo 11 and 12.
Yeah, NASA admits
they
that.
are.
Allow me to
Wasn't NASA.
interrupt since you guys are getting a little off track here. Number one, your dono goals, you only owe 2 more. You have about 17 minutes to do that. Just 2 more. That's all we need. I'm counting Brick's Cash App because that does count towards it. So it says 6, but you are currently 8 out of 10 Also, I've got Mr. Harmon backstage. He is a proud supporter of many of these shows on the block. So if you want to help support him by getting his ass up on the screen, you know what to do. Fourth Wiseman, hello. Welcome back, my friend. All right. Now, we are accepting just the concept that we would we're just accepting and embracing that we went to the moon and there's space travel available in order to have the conversation. It doesn't mean it is true. It doesn't mean it's not true. We're just accepting the premise in order to further the conversation.
And based on the premise, right? Based on the premise of space travel, right? Everything I'm saying right now, there have been numerous physicists that have said this. In order for us to colonize another planet, we would have to have a more efficient way of traveling in space.
Luckily, I don't
For a
care what
planet,
physicists
but not the
think
moon.
when it comes
Moon is
to
pretty close.
like colonization, because I'm going to care more about what a biologist thinks, or like somebody that has like background in terraforming. Like a physicist, like I already know we can get from point A to point B with planning. Maybe we have to send all the shit like well ahead of us and land on that planet, or with robots. Maybe the robots have to work for 20 years and then we get there. But like there's ways to do this. We know we can do this. It's like not even that difficult, and the distance isn't that far. You're talking about light years. We're not talking about light years. We're talking about like light minutes. We don't need to go faster.
Okay.
Like send something 6 months away.
Okay, but here's the thing. We're still dealing in physics. You're trying to do something more efficiently, right?
Not necessarily. Not
The more
necessarily.
you do it, the more efficient you will become at it.
More efficient, the more you do it.
The last space shuttle was way more efficient than the first one.
We've been doing it. Y'all are going in circles.
Okay. All right. Listen. Okay. So let's go back to like the colonization of the Americas, right? When Spain, they came here with Columbus, they first mapped it, right? Then they sent other explorers like De La Vaca. We got like all these other guys that went all over like South America, all over Central America, all over Southern United States, right? And they came and they mapped the trade routes. Then what happened? The Dutch, remember the old transatlantic slave trade? All that? The Dutch used that triangle to do the slave trade, right? Which modified all this shit. All this shit came and became more efficient because Columbus rediscovered America. Why? Because he went and did the little thing and went over there. And so every guy after that made it more efficient going forward. That's the same thing with space exploration. The first time it might not be efficient, but by the 5th or 6th or 20th time, then it's going to be efficient and easy.
Okay, but this is why I'm saying it's apples and oranges, right? Because back then, anybody that could build ships, anybody that could buy ships could travel and do that, right?
Who
now,
was that? What percentage of the population? That was like less than 1%.
Why do you want to go to Mars?
Did they?
What's
When there
the
was a
reason to
profit
go to
motive,
Mars?
when there are
Is it
things they
just
could
to
get.
go there?
Profit motive.
There's no reason.
Exactly, the profit motive. That's what I'm talking about.
Doc, if you're still watching, sir, I know you were in the chat earlier this evening, but Fourth Wiseman is waiting for you to buy your fucking kazoo that I paid you to fucking buy so you can fucking sing with your fucking kazoo on the fucking screen so Fourthman can send me a fucking $100 dono like he said. I'm very angry that Duck has not gone out of his way to go purchase this one kazoo that could guarantee me a $100 super dono. You are cock blocking me by way of dono blocking, sir, and I don't appreciate it. But Duck, Fourth Wiseman wants to know if you got your kazoo tuned up, and you don't because you haven't bought it, even though I sent you money to fucking buy it. Okay, rant over. Thank you, gentlemen. Back to you.
So I'm not sure about the rocket efficiency argument, because we are currently improving rocket technology. Like being able to have rockets that can go up and down into Earth orbit efficiently over and over again, like what Musk is doing, I have to say is important to having a permanent presence in space. You have to have that kind of freeway of goods going up and down. And the more you work on stuff, the more you will get better. If we ever start to go between here in the moon or here in Mars, there will always be bigger and better rockets.
Okay,
can I add something in there?
As far as space travel, right? What you're talking about is the equivalent of sitting a freaking monkey on a damn rocket and creating an explosion. That is not efficient. It's not.
Hey, yo, Y'all
Speaking
do
of-
know NASA admitted that they never
that's like-
made it past low orbit, and they can't get past the Van Allen radiation
So-
belt, and that shit
Yeah,
is way
okay.
closer than the fucking moon.
This
my
is
guy.
this is all
And that shit is
misrepresentations
way
of shit they've
closer
said.
tman, the moon, my guy.
Basically,
Look
Angry
at
Man, what you're
radiation.
saying,
Well,
what you're saying is that all they had was the
And
1904
NASA
car that
also
they made.
admitted that they
Pardon me
somehow
for-
lost
God,
the
we
most
already agreed we're not
Come
going
on,
down
man.
conspiracy
Is
land.
my mic off?
No, ma'am.
I'm trying to listen to make sure my mic isn't off because I know I've been trying to talk and I still hear other people's voices. Texas Bully Mom with the Big Ten says, "Who's ready to get shipped out and shut up?" Clay, choose who gets 10 minutes. I'll put the names out for you.
Man, what the fuck? I'm
All
sorry,
right.
brother. Can't stay
To-
on this topic.
To the back for you. Enjoy your 10 minutes. And Harmon, we got you coming up. And Fourth Wiseman says, haha, Sarah, for that rant, I'll send you 120. And then Tax Duck also. Duck's pissing me off with this. I sent him $20. I sent him $20 and I said, go buy a kazoo. That should cover your $3 kazoo at the dollar store. That should cover an Uber to get there and get home if you need it, or bus fare, or just go buy yourself a fucking coffee on the way. But he still has yet to purchase. Therefore, he is banned from the tomato panels until that happens. All right. We love you, Fourth Wiseman. All right, back to you guys. Moonwalking.
I
agree with you, Angry Man. This is Harmon. Angry Man, you're right. And you're not going to the moon's not a conspiracy. Going to the moon is the conspiracy.
Yeah, but we don't. Oh my God, we traded.
I agree
one
with you, Angry Man.
Can we actually talk about the possibility of doing it in the case that we've actually been to the moon and been to space? That idea, like, let's not shift to.
Sure, let's read a comic book. It'd be the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's live in comic book land for a second. Can we do that?
Okay, so
Sure, be in comic book land.
Okay, so let's just say,
Like I
I
said,
just want to flesh out
if
the
you're-
real quick
if
thing.
you're-
Do you
if
think?
you're-
All right, so you don't think we've been, but China allegedly has got a base on the moon now. Right?
Allegedly. So here we go with the conspiracy.
Hold on. We have evidence that they at least have landers and they're getting stuff. Do you think they don't have anything? Because so, whenever our government is concerned and saying they're doing this, and China is claiming
You
victory,
know, Australia isn't real.
Are they in cahoots and lying, and it's making us look bad, or like how does that work? Can you explain like
Can
how
Mr.
the
Beast make
Chinese
a rocket and
are
go
making
to
us
the
look
moon?
bad
Hold
by
on,
saying
let
it's
me ask you a
submarine?
question. Can Mr. Beast make a rocket and go to the moon?
I highly doubt his
Give
mechanical
the money.
skills.
I mean, he could probably pay somebody
Mr.
to. I
Beast.
bet, yeah. Yeah, you probably hire somebody.
So
Maybe
if we're
we
if
can
we
do
are
$1 million
if we're
bucks
saying
and get
okay,
you
when
on
we
a-
have in this show we have to pretend that we've already been to the moon. So what's the purpose of being to the moon? What then?
Right. So it's
What do you mean
Mars.
pretend?
So
What then?
can
What
we
I mean? What then?
colonize
Okay.
Mars or another planet?
That's conspiracy
Is-
theory.
Is it worth it? And then would we want to keep
Is it worth it?
cash at that
Well,
point?
hold on. Is it worth it? Hold on. Is it worth it? This is a real problem. Yes, it's
It really
obviously
boils
worth it.
down to cashless
Any
society.
if we have problems with countries because they have resources,
We've already
imagine
been
what
to the
all other
moon.
planets and moons would have.
It would take at least three and a half years to get to do a round trip to Mars. That's just doing a round trip without stopping. If they ever going to
No,
land
it
on
takes 6 months, six
No,
to
it
9
doesn't.
months to get to Mars.
No,
See, this
it's
is-
140
Yes.
miles, 140
With
million
today's
miles, and it takes
technology.
Technologically,
it takes a year and a half at least to get there.
3.5 years
No.
is
I
still
I just did a search
better
on AI.
than not going at all. Here's the
It
thing:
gets
you keep
there a
saying-
year and a half. That's science. Go and look it up anywhere you want.
But according to your
I
own
just did.
logic of
6 to
3.5
9 months
years
Yeah.
to get to Mars.
possible, that's still getting there.
You're reading the wrong
Depending on the
comic book.
technology.
Hold on. Hold on? Can
Well,
I just
you
ask
know what?
Do you agree that these places have resources?
This is
Like
Well,
if
it
Mars
take-
and Moon,
okay.
I'm
It
assuming the
takes
Mars
a
and the
while
Moon
to get
exist.
there. It's not like a 2-hour trip.
This actually this actually can move us into the next topic since we're there. Should we prioritize space exploration over earthly problems?
Never.
Say no,
No.
on that one.
No.
But it would be
Never.
fun to go.
That's the same thing they were talking about in the '69. And I was there at that time, believe it or not. So yeah, it was the big thing that we're wasting all our money on that when they're fighting the wars in Vietnam and all that BS. So yeah, they were quite
Well,
upset
there's
that they
people
were wasting
dying out
money
on
on
the
that.
streets.
Well, the space program itself was a cover for advancing rocket technology and ICBMs. So
I would change. I would change.
No, we
my
should spend
argument
more
to yes.
money on safe injection sites or something like that.
Before we could even
Simple answer, Sarah.
Hold
No.
on. I hear you, Angry Man. Let's turn your volume up because you're coming in really low. I'm going to do it on my end, I think. Let me check on my end first. And it's automatically, I'm going to turn you up a whole lot. Can you give me a 1-2, Angry Man?
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, let's get you up a little louder. All right, because I think that was probably the problem for you.
Crank them up.
That's what drugs do.
So
you're telling me Werner von Braun wasn't about the freedom of man and was
Hold
more
on.
about building rockets? That's what
Hold
you're
on,
saying.
I was trying to hand it to Angry Man.
Well, no, nice guy, Braun. Everybody says.
Go ahead,
Intercept.
So first of all, there has to be some transparency about space travel. And I mean actual transparency, not this cloak and dagger shit where we got to be guessing whether or not they're actually doing something. Because back in the day, when people were traveling to the new world, it wasn't like it was a damn secret. And other people that wanted to do it could do it. Okay?
It was absolutely a secret.
You
It
want
was
to
absolutely a secret. You
It
understand
was.
that, right? The
It was a
Spanish
secret.
were not letting other people get those routes, and then Portugal had to go find them, their own routes.
Yeah,
There's
and
a
guess
whole
what?
big reason they went to
They
war.
were fighting,
Like this
too.
is like a big thing. Like you realize you're wrong about that, right? Like that the whole concept of the new world, and then the reason why the Britain had to colonize the area that they did is because Spain was this was all in secret. They all had to find their own way. Like that was
And-
the whole concept.
Take a breath, dude.
Hey,
You don't
hold
even
on,
know
hold
what
on,
you're
hold on,
saying.
hold on. Angry Man, did you want to finish your thought?
So other people, as you just got through saying, even though they were trying to keep it a secret, other people had to find their own way. Do all of us, the same way people back in the day could build boats, do all of us have the ability to build rockets?
More than you know.
Yeah, Mr.
No, we.
Beast doesn't
You're
know.
right. We don't. Angry Man.
Yeah, I've got one. I'm working on one in my backyard right now. It's pretty awesome, guys. If you want to
Not
go
a
to
pocket
the moon,
rocket, Sarah. A rocket.
Get Elon Musk up on the stage here.
One, if you number one, if you want to improve anything, right? You want to improve anything. If you have multiple people doing it, it's going to improve, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Competition.
Competition, right?
Yeah, I
Yes.
agree with that.
Okay,
it's
so
the market.
how much competition is there really when it comes to that right now?
There's only
Well, you've got the Chinese, you got the Russians, you got the Americans. French.
Yeah, the competition is only within those who can afford it. Speaking of affording, a fourth wise man comes up with a Big Ten, says the goal is done. I think Duck spent the $20 for Kazoo on KY jelly to slip into a tight outfit. Duck, and then he's got a little fist thing going there. I don't know if I want to know what the fist is for, especially in
His
context
butt.
with a KY jelly. But yes, Duck, I'm very disappointed if you are still watching, and I'm going to continue ranting on this probably every other stream. So, Duck,
I'm
just go
surprised
by
you didn't know that was for his butt.
Yeah, the
well,
guys don't
I
know
was
what KY jelly is.
playing. I was playing coy on purpose there,
Oh.
so that
I'm not
some dumb
surprised
fuck
Dusty
like
knew it
you
was
would
for
come
his
out
butt.
and say, "It was for his butt."
I mean,
Like
I
this,
love you.
the whole reason,
that's why I was confused. We've talked about anal fisting way too many times to.
Oh,
the
next
whole
week
reason
talking
why
about-
Yeah,
this
I
is
know.
ridiculous.
I know you like it when I
Mind yourself.
talk about, but your butt.
Talk
getting-
about it.
The
I'll tell you
your
what to
butt.
watch.
The
I'll
whole
tell you what
reason
to
why
watch.
this is ridiculous.
Just talk about it.
Martez,
Why
Why do
Martez
you
wants
always
to
speak
watch.
up, Flo, when they talk about anal
The
sex? I don't
topic is
get it.
getting a little gay.
Is that the case?
Kind of, you know. All right, back to you.
So the reason why this whole premise is ridiculous, y'all are literally talking about colonizing other planets. You don't even know what's
Science
in the
fiction.
damn ocean. You don't even know what's in the damn ocean, but you're gonna colonize other planets. Like, let's be
Exactly.
serious.
Yeah.
I know what's in the ocean.
Why do I need to know? it's-
Angry Man, I know what's in the ocean.
Water.
Saltwater.
Monsters.
I mean,
How is that
In
knowledge?
the
is
depths of the
just-
ocean,
hold
we
on.
don't even
I-
know what animals there are down there. There's
I'm
no
scared
more
of the
to be
ocean.
discovered.
Well, we are going down there, and we're finding out all sorts of pharmaceutical things from the animals there. We have that happen all the time. But I want to say the answer the question you asked that Sarah asked here is this: is one, I don't want my tax dollars going to any more space exploration than we need to stay ahead of all the other countries. But then I want capitalism to lead the way, like with Musk. He's over here creating the rockets going up and down. If they find economic reasons to go and mine an asteroid, let's let Exxon figure that shit out. They'll be able to do it cheaply or the cheapest possible. I guarantee it. They're cheap bastards, and they're going to want to make a profit. I don't want to have to pay my tax dollars to do anything other than stay ahead of fucking China because them fuckers are coming for us. So listen, that's what I want. I don't want to spend any more unnecessary tax dollars.
Musk operates every one of his
Capitalism
businesses
for
off
the
of
win.
tax dollars, right?
Yeah, but he's that's neither here nor there, right? Listen, we got he's our piece of shit. We got to have our piece of shit.
He's our piece of shit.
With their
Well,
piece
this
of
is
shit,
also
okay?
the reason why they'll set up a base on the moon first, because the moon apparently has was it helium-3,
Helium-3,
an isotope of helium that they can mine and be profitable with.
Bro, we're having
Yeah.
trouble getting enough silver out of the ground. I don't think that we're going to be harvesting alien eggs on the moon.
Didn't silver go back
It's going to
down?
be way too risky to go set up anything on the moon or the Mars or anywhere.
Why? Why is it going to be?
Hey, all I know, excuse me a second.
People
All I
are
know
cheap.
is I won $200 from my golfing buddies on February 6th. I said, ain't no way they're going to go to the moon on February 6th. And they bet me, and I put the $200 up and I made it. And I said, you guys want to bet again on the next one? And of course, I get no takers now. It's been that way for 50, 60 years.
Pictures of the lunar rovers taken just a few months ago.
Hold on, wait a minute. You made a
Not
bet
that
with your
weird.
buddy
It's not the
that
first time they've had to
somebody
scrub
will land on the
the
moon
weather.
on
Yeah.
February 6th.
Benjamin, do you want to take a moment to say thank you to Forth?
Thank you very much for
Bravo.
love it. Love it.
Weird
We've
as
been
a
trying to
bet
build
ever.
up the membership and put out a lot of stuff for them. So thank you very, very much.
Sharing is caring, ladies and gentlemen.
I just
Without
said-
love.
Superman comics more real than the moon landing.
I'm willing to bet that green aliens won't land on March 7th. Are you willing to take the bet?
What's that now?
What if it's
It's
algae?
already here.
Whatever.
What if it's like a green piece of algae from I don't know, Neptune? Would that count?
They're supposed to fly again on the 28th of February, right?
Yeah, Brick.
Carmen, is
he
just Apollo
chose a
11
date.
faked
He
or are
didn't
all the
just
moon flights
arbitrarily
fake?
pick a date.
I
What
know.
if I say- what if-
Well,
what if
can I
it's
ask-
Mexicans?
It was all real.
Can I ask you a question? I mean, we've been here on Earth for a very, 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 very long time, right? And men are explorers. We love touching shit, figuring out shit, digging into shit, finding out what shit is. Like, why is because the ocean has been here this entire time. And I understand there is some like with depth and everything, and things break the deeper they go. But we got a lot of smart people here. How have we not figured out yet how to figure out what's at the bottom of the ocean, out in the deepest
ROI.
holes?
I mean, we've sent things,
I've
but
been
the
exploring.
pressure of the ocean is greater than the pressure of space.
It's an ROI issue, return on investment. There's
Well, hold
just
on.
not a good payoff for going down another 100 meters or whatever.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
why it's like biosafety.
Hold on
Look what
I
happened
mean,
to that
hold
sub
on
that
a
tried
second.
exploring the Titanic.
We have telescopes that can like look at a ant taking a shit on Mars. You know what I mean? How have we not figured out how to somehow view the bottom of the
I
ocean?
mean, you could like mass sonar it, but like killing a shitload of sea life wouldn't be worth that, right? Because it would kill everything at the bottom because it's all delicate. Because it can live in immense
No,
pressure.
they go down to the bottom
You-
of the
you know
ocean.
what the
There are
logical
subs that do
answer,
that, and
Sarah,
they're
is
discovering new
because
new
the
life forms
ocean and
down
stuff
there
is
all the
real
time.
intangible. The moon, they can just make up and go, just like out of a comic book. But in the real world, going
Harmon,
to the
you don't
ocean, you
even
can't
believe
do
that
it.
people have been to the moon. Come on, dude. There's
The problem is atmosphere.
I'm saying the reason they can't do it because the moon's made up and the ocean's real,
Yeah, the moon
and you
doesn't
can't go
exist.
down
You're
there.
right. It's not even there. It's just a
Wait,
figment of
wait.
your imagination.
Everybody knows the moon is
made up.
You're all talking at once, and I can't hear a fucking word any of you are saying.
Too bad
Do
we don't have a
better.
moderator.
Ben, I was trying to hear what you were saying.
The reason, like when you turn a telescope, if you turn it horizontally, you will actually run out of vision ability because the atmosphere itself starts stacking up, and over enough distance, it just becomes a solid thing. It doesn't bother so much in space when you're pointing up because there isn't as much particles there. Now the opposite's going to hold true with the ocean. As you're trying to point down, you're getting massive amounts of interference. It's just near impossible to
Say massive better next time. Massive.
But
Massive.
Dusty hit the nail on the head, though, right? Like, if there was ROI,
horizontal
like right
telescope.
now, there's enough ROI to go down and sample some random creatures and get some pharmaceutical stuff, and that'll fund the grant to go do it again, right? That's the one we got right now. But if there was ROI down there where they're like, oh, Lord, we got the alchemy to get gold out of water, or Lord, this is where the oil or the new whatever is, I tell you tomorrow, they'll have some kind of tech.
Or some rich people wanted to eat a rare angler fish.
Exactly. They'll go down there and kill other people.
Hold on. But I know we go for oil out in the oceans too, do we not?
Yeah, but they don't have to do that. They can drop that platform and it can either sit semi-submerged where it floats in place, or they have the ones where they can sit.
That's how Deepwater Horizon happened.
Yeah, and like they do this all the time, but they don't have to go down there. They can just drop it in, and then it's got so much weight that it's not going anywhere. You know, like.
Well, they build them all, for oil.
The only actual over Unity event that's been recorded, which is free energy, where you get more out than you produce, was ran through tritium, and tritium tends to sit at the bottom of the ocean. So if they start trying to use that in mass, then possibly.
No, we get our tritium from cooling ponds at nuclear fission plants.
Yeah, the natural supply of that sitting at the bottom of the deep waters.
Well, it's in seawater, but in very trace amounts.
Me and Angry Man aren't nerdy enough for this shit.
No, I actually am. Just every time I start talking, I get talked over. Like
that wasn't your bored face. That was your pouty face.
You're not going to the bottom of the ocean. It's not going to happen.
It is happening.
It's happening. The
ocean. They've got those little submersible subs that go down to the bottom.
We've made it to the
ocean
bottom of the
all
Marianas Trench. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, they have like little.
Remember the one that went down to check out the Titanic?
Hold on for a second. And what did they find at the bottom?
And you admit that we've been.
They found the Titanic.
What did they find at the supposed bottom?
As much as they could see in the little 12-foot bubble their light could see in.
Bunch of little animals that didn't have eyes.
So you're gonna sit here and tell me that when they got down there, what they thought was the bottom, they didn't find a denser freaking lake that they couldn't go down in.
They found the bottom of the ocean.
There is a phenomenon where denser salt water kind of pools in kind of like underwater pools. That does happen. Yeah. It kills things immediately when they go into it.
Now you're mixing.
The pressure is immense. The lower you go, the pressure becomes more and more intense.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go with y'all. Like here we go with y'all's bullshit, man.
That's water. And
wait. What is your objection to this? Like that you just like don't.
Unlike
see it
outer
yourself?
space, where the pressure goes outward from the craft.
No, I'm curious, like to like what the objection to this is, that like these things exist, like they're saying, because you just don't see them.
Number one, I didn't say they didn't exist.
Okay.
See, that's the problem. Every time
I'm asking for
every time I was talking, y'all were talking over me, so you didn't hear what I said.
Well,
what I said is the bottom that they believed was the bottom of the ocean wasn't the damn bottom. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the bottom of the ocean is wherever you are on the ocean. Come on, where are you talking about? The Mariana Trench or 10 feet off of the shore in California?
I wasn't talking. Like,
yeah, go ahead. I want to hear what you're saying. I'm trying to understand.
Yo, there are numerous individuals that call themselves going to the bottom of the ocean. They found another layer of water that was denser and they couldn't go through it. So there are scientists that believe that was not the bottom, that it goes even further. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the Earth is pretty wide.
So, and this is not this is not talking shit. It's gonna sound like it, but I promise it's not.
You talk shit.
Like, no. This is what I related it to. That's basically the plot of the Meg 2.
I don't believe it's another layer of water.
I would agree that just because you reach the ocean floor doesn't mean
the concept is there's a barrier, right? And that they're saying there's more underneath the barrier. I'm not saying there's megalodons and giant squid, but that's what you're saying. There's stuff underneath this barrier that we can't penetrate. Is that correct?
No, what I'm saying.
Penetrate.
What I'm saying is we don't know. That's what I'm saying. We don't know.
Okay.
We don't know what's there. We don't. That's the point.
I think the point that Sarah made was great. That we don't know. Why not just learn what the ocean is?
Cover the submersible with KY jelly, and then you'll be able to penetrate.
Can I piggyback off the back of your question real fast, Angry Man?
Go ahead, bro.
Hey, look, quick question, right? Because I mean, I was a straight F student, so you gotta say this shit real slow so I can comprehend it. I was a straight F student.
Minoring in science.
So help me comprehend this shit, right? We ain't searched 10%, and that's on the high end. That's being generous. I'll just give you 10%. We ain't searched but 10% of the fucking oceans, but somehow miraculously, we put some people in the 10 machine and sent their ass into space hundreds of thousands and millions of miles away, allegedly. Hit the allegedly button, allegedly. Like,
but see, but according to these cats,
hold on.
Do you understand the difference?
Who was on the ship,
but see, you can't say
they didn't go to fucking space.
But see, you
can't
can't
always vacant.
There's no point
in Hawaii.
This conversation. They don't understand the difference.
They
don't.
Fucking moron.
That shit don't
You
make
think
no
a
sense.
submarine or rocket are the same thing? They're not even remotely the same technology.
They also
Which one
believe
is
that
closer?
underwater
Which
is the
one is
same as
closer?
outer space.
No. Which one is closer?
It doesn't matter.
No,
I would think it would be.
The ocean is
I
closer
would
to the moon.
honestly think it would be easier to figure out how to go down in the water than out into outer
up into
space.
the
And the
fucking
fourth
air.
wise man comes in with another big 10, keeping it lit up in this bitch, says the bottom of the ocean is at the mantle boundary base in many places around the world. Consider the bottom hundreds of miles deep in reality. But how much further is Mars?
Well, here's the thing: it's not about the distance.
Mars' distance
You have
changes.
to get to like the lower parts of the ocean. You're talking about a vessel that has to endure incredible amounts of pressure. When you're in space,
My ass
you're
can
only
endure
dealing-
incredible amounts of pressure.
all you're trying to contain is one. When you're in space, all you're trying to do is contain one bar of
What
atmosphere.
just happened?
Hold on. Because this shit sound like I'm in a special ed
Oh.
class, man. Like,
It
seriously.
does. That's the first smart thing you said.
Wait, time out. No, you're not. You're not in the special ed class. What's happening is these jokers are sitting up here making up
You're in the
facts.
special ed class too.
No, I'm not. They're making up facts.
Walk right
They're
in the
making
door.
up facts. I am not. First of
Make
all,
up
no,
facts.
I am not.
Not a
I'm
fact
not.
if it's made up.
You know you're only supposed to glance in when you're passing by.
Frankly, all facts are made up.
They're making
let
up
me
bullshit,
question,
not facts.
Liar. That's a fact.
I really would like the answer to my question. Is it easier to go
I like to be able to finish a
walk through the
fucking
beach
sentence.
and go down, or is it easier to build a ship and go up? What's closer? Thousands of miles
Easier
away,
to jump.
Not a
or
question of
millions
distance.
of miles away?
They're
Easier
both
to
different.
jump.
Go ahead, angry man. The floor. Tell these bitches to shut their fucking mouths and listen to man.
Like they're sitting up here acting like they're educated. I know you're not educated because you don't even understand the concept of a fucking conversation. You don't even know how to shut up when somebody's talking. Bro, all I do is watch freaking science documentaries about the fucking ocean and space. Y'all are making shit up. So I guess the scientists that I'm watching don't know what they're talking about, and you do. Is that what you're
What are you
telling me?
watching? Star Trek?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm watching. Star Trek. Yeah. Yeah.
Watching the History Channel, huh?
Tell them angry.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
get
that's
more
what
mad,
I'm-
angry man. I get excited when you get mad, and the crowd loves it. You tell these fuckers. You tell them to shut the
that's
fuck
what-
up
yeah.
and listen to the teacher.
Star
That's
Trek
what
and
I watch.
Flipper.
Star
Okay,
Trek.
got it.
Dr. Jakes from Always Sunny in Memphis.
Hey, nah, real
You
shit,
know what I
man.
could do? You know what I could do? I could just do a show tomorrow where I clip this up, have you guys say the dumb shit that you're saying,
Yes.
and then pull up the actual expert and make you look like a fucking jackass.
Holy shit,
you
I
know
wish I
what
would have thought of that.
Yes.
You have my
You don't have
you have my
a clue
permission.
What you're talking about, literally.
Yeah, you should do that.
Full permission.
Don't
Go ahead.
worry, Tomato won't give you a strike.
Literally.
Make
No,
sure you mention
I would love
vertical
that.
limit.
I would be in that chat so hard. Yes.
It's embarrassing.
Let me
Like,
give you your intro music here you can use for this. Here's a nice little beat for you.
like this shit is fucking embarrassing. Like you're sitting up here talking about colonizing fucking space. When? On what in what fucking universe are you gonna colonize space? It'll never happen in your fucking lifetime. I'm telling you.
Exactly. I agree.
It'll never happen. You can't even go. You can't even go to you. Like my man said, you only explored 10% of the fucking ocean. But now all of a
hang
sudden
on.
you went to the bottom of the ocean.
Isn't there a space station circling the Earth right now?
Yeah,
without
there's a space station
without
circling
an
the Earth
atmosphere.
right now. Have you been on
And
it?
they're living in their own little.
Have you
pod.
been on it?
Have you been to the bottom
I've
of the
talked
ocean?
to them.
Have you been
I've
on
actually
it? Have
talked
you
to the
been
space
on it?
station.
No, I haven't been to the bottom, and neither have
Australia
you.
isn't real, bro.
Neither
Space
have
station
you.
is there. I've actually talked to him.
You haven't
Australia
been to
is
the
not
bottom,
real.
nor has anybody.
It's in low orbit.
Damn
It's
right.
not in space. It's in low
Oh,
orbit.
it's not space.
It is space.
Well, still, when they go outside of the spacecraft, they're floating around, and there's no
Yeah,
atmosphere.
if you had kicked out of the space station, you would think it was space.
You know,
Yeah,
bumblebees
you
can't
know
fly
what else?
physically.
You know what else?
Close
Yeah,
enough
There's
to
about
outer space.
70 miles.
Because
and
we don't
diameter
have
of
B-52, I think it was
Yeah,
space.
because we don't have movies that recreate the concept of people being in space. Right?
They're up there. The
Forrest
Russians are up
Whitaman.
there. The Americans are up there. Come on.
Forrest
Yo,
Wiseman sends a
man.
big
The
10. He
collab on that
says,
spacecraft.
Okay.
he says density and terminal compression is what stops water permeation deeper. Plus heat can impede ocean depth through rock strata. What is rock strata?
Yo, angry man.
Layers of rock.
Fucking Buzz Aldrin slipped
heat
up
from the center
and
of the
told
earth
the little
coming to the bottom
girl
of the
that
ocean.
they never been to
He
the
slipped
fucking
up
moon.
and said it. I saw
well,
that.
he's going through dementia as well. So
Oh,
you
yeah,
know
that's
that.
what it
And
is.
not only,
Yeah,
not only
Well,
well,
tell the truth
Trump
all the
admitted
time.
it. He
That's
said,
what
"How
it
could
is.
somebody
Some
be
people
there?"
retarded.
Wait, didn't Aldrin also like fight somebody?
Dementia.
Fun little
That's what it is.
What did Biden? Do you believe?
This message is sponsored in part by
That's actually what they do every time somebody starts questioning the moon landing. They just go hot shit so everybody forgets about it.
Bouncing that ass, huh?
So like, what were we talking about?
Oh, that's gold. That's golden.
Look at these titties.
Titties. We're going to the moon, boys. Boobs.
Look at these titties.
You guys do
Moons
realize
and
that there
boobs.
is a
Moons and boobs.
massive difference
Moon
between
boobs.
going under the water to a
Swedish
very
fly
deep
girls.
depth and going to space. So you do understand that there's like a massive amount of pressure that water puts onto a
That's
vessel,
correct.
as opposed to going to space where there's actually zero pressure. The thing
Hey,
is,
Clay,
there's
Pressure is
zero
going
air.
outward.
Clay, let me ask you a
pressure.
question. Do you know the name of the what's the name of that guy that allegedly supposedly went to the bottom of the ocean, and he found that underwater freaking lake, and then he mysteriously died like a week later?
No, I don't. I don't.
You don't know his name?
Only
I
heard
gotta,
that
I gotta look it up.
there. Yeah, I don't know the name. I didn't know that
Well,
he actually died.
I
but it
never
makes
heard about
sense
that.
he
But
would.
was he part of like the
thing
Philadelphia
you're talking about,
experiment?
I never
Like,
ever heard of that.
did he escape out of the Bermuda Triangle? Or
Nah, he wasn't. No.
But
I know what he's
But
talking
what,
about. I
what
read
Clay is
about it
trying to
also.
say, though, what Clay is trying to illustrate. So out here, just on the Earth, you're at 1 atmosphere of pressure. In space, there's 0 atmospheres of pressure. At the bottom of the ocean, it's 1,000 atmospheres of pressure. So there's a huge difference trying to get to the ocean, which is exponentially getting more pressurized as you go down than getting into space, which is a lack of pressure. It's 2 completely different things. So just saying what's the distance is a dumb question.
Yo, that shit sounds dumb as hell.
What's
and
the
I'm about
difference?
to tell you why.
Dumb because you got F.
That
Not
shit
the
sounds
distance.
stupid as fuck.
Yeah,
Because-
because you got F.
How
You're an
is
F.
how, well, let me ask
hold on,
you. Hold on. When I start talking,
air.
that means the rest of you shut the fuck up. Don't let me start throwing y'all's asses backstage. Question though, if we have that much pressure just from water alone coming down on you in the depths of the ocean, right? Why is the pressure not high out in space as well? Because I would think with the gravitational pull going this way and then atmospheric pressure going that way, like why is it in space things aren't imploding?
Because in the ocean, the pressure is caused by the water, and in outer space, the pressure is caused by the air inside of the spacecraft. It's outward pressure out in space.
You can act like you can see this like in real life. Like this is not a dumb thing. If I like you all know this is a thing, but if you played sports or watch sports, there's like when you go and watch somebody play in the mountains, they have different issues. Like right, they don't have as much oxygen. They're like some of these people can run further, right? Because there's less pressure. It depends if you're in that area versus like people live in humidity, a lower area. They have more pressure on them closer to sea level. These are measurable things you can see just within one pressure zone, right? And then when we get further down in the ocean, right? Like think about just like a pool. If you go to the bottom of a pool, your ears start hurting, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, my camera hates me. The AI hasn't learned yet. But like, say you go down to the bottom of the pool. What do they tell you? Every like 3 feet, you're supposed to try to like blow out your eardrums or whatever. Like, right? Because why? You're building that pressure, and that's why it feels like as you go higher from the bottom of the pool to the top, it feels like you're going faster because you're escaping past higher atmospheres, so you have less atmosphere working against you in addition to the gravity. This is just like basic things that you can see.
Hey, Admiral. So you're telling me that the AI on your camera is not working, but you're going to colonize the moon?
Hey, it's getting better.
Not even worked on by the same team.
Yeah. If you've ever jumped in the water, and dove down deep into the water, it almost bursts your ears with pressure on your ears. You have to swallow.
Anywhere near my spaceship. Have you seen Space Odyssey? I don't trust them robots, bro.
I mean, this is really simple, guys. Water pressure comes from its weight. Water has weight.
Yeah.
You put it in a gallon jug.
I understand the concept, right? I get that. I understand that there's weight of water on top of water on top of water on top of water, right? But my question is like, between gravitational pull and all of this atmospheric pressure, and then when you get closer to big other objects and that's pulling you to, like, why is that not fucking with the systems or the
so gravity
the inverse square law.
When you go into outer space, the further you are away from a body like the Earth, the less the gravitational
it's
pull.
inverted,
That's
right?
why you see the guys
inverse
floating
square
in
law.
outer space.
Hold on. So
I mean,
gravity
everything's
is
always mixing
extremely
together.
weak. It's called the weak force, right? So there's like 4 fundamentals, which I trying to remember. It's like magnetism, gravity. What's the other 2? There's 2 others. So
The strong
gravity
nuclear
is
force and the weak nuclear force.
right.
Your
So gravity
scientists
is
are
the
so
weakest.
disappointed right now.
Gravity is the weakest of all forces, and so the way gravity works, I call it bonding, right? So essentially, 2 objects are in space, and in 0 pressure in space, there's nothing, literally nothing, to bind them except for themselves. So they touch, they bond. That's how gravity works. Essentially,
I like to touch and bond too.
No, it's not. The mass of the object creates a warp in the space-time continuum, and that's
Sound
what
like my
creates
wife.
gravity.
Everything has gravity.
continuum now.
Gravity's directly
This shit sounds crazy, right?
I just
Because
tried to
it just-
simplify it. That's all.
Because-
That's all. I'm
because
just trying to
Speaking of the
simplify it.
ocean, I'm
Alright,
having a
well, you
fish
gotta
burger
listen
here
to
right
the-
now.
Oh,
Yeah,
hold
let
on.
me
What are you?
ask
Hold
the
on. Hold
question
on. Hold on. What are we eating over here?
Oh goodness.
A McDonald's fish burger, and I've got Sunday here as well. So
Oh,
screw
very
you guys.
nice. Very nice.
You
Fourth
guys
wise
can
man
bullshit
comes.
all you want. I get
Fourth
it all.
wise man comes in with a big 10. Says Sarah, rock strata is mostly made from conglomerates, i.e., different sizes of rock mineral matter that compresses. I love all of these words we're using. Compresses mostly from seismic activity. Put a handful of random rocks in a jar. Shake stratification.
Gotta move it about.
Ooh, I'm gonna move it about. Thank you, Fourth Wiseman, for the explanation. I love it when people send me answers with money. It's my favorite kind of knowledge.
The difference in my opinion, right? When we're having a conversation about space versus, the sea, right? if you get in the water, you can feel it. Like everybody can experience that, right?
Mhm.
If a person's in a submarine, the deeper it goes, it will literally start crushing the hull, right?
Yes.
Compressing it or whatever, right? But with space, we just have to take the word of NASA.
What? You're almost there. You're right there.
No, we do.
Like the problem with being underwater is how the
live on
pressure
TV
increases
in
to a
spacecraft.
point.
Hold on.
Wait.
Go ahead, Angry.
The point that I'm trying to make is that all of us right here can experience the ocean. All of us can experience space.
But that's just a matter of cost. It's
You are experiencing space right now, my friend.
Yeah.
Outer space, you jackass! Like y'all always do this.
You're trying
Have you
to
been
conflate
Clay?
things.
Have you
Trying to
been?
conflate
Have
things.
you
The
been?
same
Clay,
space
have you been
that
into
exists-
outer space?
Oh my God!
Hold on.
No.
I mean,
Stop
hold on.
freaking
Hold
out!
on.
Stop freaking out, Angerman.
No.
Okay, the same space that
but I mean
exists
in the
out there in
water.
outer space is the same space that exists here on the Earth. It's the same space that exists down in the ocean. It's all the same space. It's just a matter of whether there's stuff there or not. It's that simple. We have gravity where there are stuffs.
Clay,
We have also other forces.
Clay, bro, stop.
Bro, what's up?
I'm asking you very simply, okay? The location. You can go to the ocean if you wanted to right now, and you can get in the water and you can feel the water pressure.
I can't
right?
I can't right now. Yeah, no. I'm not near the ocean right now.
I'm saying if you why are you doing this? Why are you
It's
like
just
why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? The way you can get in your car right now and drive to the beach.
I can't do that. Nope. I cannot get in my car right now. No.
Why? Just why are you doing this?
What do you need to know about space that you don't know?
No, screw that.
So you're
The
just a
only-
denier.
No, I already know what I need to know about
Space
space.
doesn't exist.
No, what I know about space is that your ass hasn't been there. That's what I know about it. That's what I know about it. I haven't been in outer space. You haven't been in outer space. You have to take the word of someone who has been. You're muted.
Thank you. We're just on one rock in space. This is one rock in the whole of outer space. There's millions, trillions of rocks out there. This is just one of them. How does that
Based-
concept not make
Based
sense?
on what?
Based on that we can actually look up and see the thing.
Based on secondary information. This is not
Okay,
a first-hand
so
account.
you accept any secondary information?
Sure.
Okay, so then why not this one?
Because it's so sketchy.
Why is it sketchy?
Because it's sketchy. There's conflicting things throughout our history that conflict with it.
Okay, that's fair. So specifically, what is conflicting that you don't trust? Like, I understand the credibility thing. So if that's what your argument is, that's fair. But I do trust the credibility because simply I can look through a telescope and see certain objects out there, like Mars. Mars is
Okay.
right there.
Okay, cool. You can do that, right? You can do that. But the point that I'm making is that you have not physically been in a ship and went to Mars or went to the moon. What I'm saying to you is the same thing I said last time. All of us are basing our information off of someone else's firsthand account. It's not your firsthand account. If me and you wanted to go to the ocean, it would be a firsthand account. We went there and experienced it. You could go in a submarine. You could go to the ocean and get in the water. We do not have the ability to go to outer space. And when y'all make arguments about colonizing space, we still, even in this day and age with all of our technology, we still don't have commercial trips to space.
Is Antarctica real?
Yes.
Okay, can you go there?
No.
Okay, so then it's
Yes,
not
you
real.
can. Yes, you can. They have a whole tour group and everything, and it's a very specific time around the seasons because of the coldness. But there's a very tip of it that you can actually go to and see the penguin.
Fair enough, but you're limited to, you can't explore it the way you want to.
Explore it, right? So the difficulty in getting there is extreme, right? So personally, you probably won't ever go to because of the difficulty, number one, and then the possibility too. So there's the possibility of you actually paying for a trip. Maybe you do want to go, maybe not. But this is the thing, right? So with Mars or other planets in the space, right? The idea of going there for me is fascinating, right? But for you, it's like I say no. I say no.
It's not, that's not. Wait, no, you're mischaracterizing me. You're mischaracterizing me. If we actually perfected a way of travel, the same way we have airplanes that go to other countries and stuff. If we had a surefire way of traveling into space, and they say, hey, we're doing commercial trips where you have to pay a certain amount of money and you get to go to the moon, I wouldn't have no problem going. I would love to go just so I could see that it's actually a thing. You understand what I'm saying? Because I like firsthand proof. But the point that I'm trying to make, like, look,
this is the problem with that is people can go, right? Like you're saying they can't, right? Have you ever been to like a glacier? I've been to a glacier, right? It was expensive at the time. I if you want to go to like Antarctica,
I don't believe you. Glaciers aren't real.
The glaciers aren't
I'd be
real.
on a glacier.
I would be ice wall. But like,
real.
my point is that you could go to like something that's very hard to go to. Like, have you ever hunted for moose in Alaska? No, but I know people have gone hunted for like grizzlies and moose in Alaska. Hold on. It's your cost.
I've gone gold mining.
Hold on. Let me finish. I just listened to you give this whole spiel about how he can't do it. Well, okay.
And you're saying dumb shit right now. We're not talking about moose hunting. You don't even know glaciers.
Well, if you would let me finish,
we're not talking about no goddamn glaciers.
Listen, I listened to your retarded like monologue with him.
No, you're fucking retarded.
You're gonna give me 20. You're gonna give me 20. Listen, you can scream all you want.
Fucking idiot.
You can scream all you want, but I'm gonna finish what I'm saying.
Physics are not gonna allow you to fucking colonize space.
I looked up the cost right now. Physics is not the issue. It's logistics, first of all. Then it would be biology and farming, all this terraforming, all this shit. But I can fly right now, right now, in my lifetime. I can take a flight below Earth orbit, which is the same place we have the International Space Station for between 100 and 600K. That's not even that expensive. Javelin missile systems cost more than it costs to go out in space right now. Are you telling me for 600K, someone can't go to space? That's nothing.
To the moon?
I don't know. Maybe next week at this rate. If it's only we can go get Elon Musk. You'll get $1 billion.
It's going next week. Okay, I tell you what. $500 says you don't go to the moon next week.
$500. That's not a very good ROI. Now is it?
$500 says you're not going to the moon next week.
Risk my life? I can pay.
$500 says you're not going to the moon next week.
$500 says you're right. I won't go to the moon next week because I don't want to fucking have that ROI investment. It's bad. But you know what? I bet you we can send somebody to the moon. Easy peasy, just like China's already done.
Admiral Gibbs.
Are you saying we can't take flights to space right now?
The entire point that I'm trying to make, you brought up moose hunting. You brought up going to a glacier.
Yeah.
You brought up things.
Why did I do that?
You brought up things that I can do.
Oh, can you go to the bottom of the ocean? Can you go to the bottom of the Titanic right now? Can you? No. But can somebody go to the Titanic in like a sub? Yes, I can. Okay, hold on. So my point is, you probably can't go to a glacier, but I can afford to go to a glacier.
My point.
But I can spend the money and take Virgin Galactic.
You're missing my point.
Oh, so
you're missing my point.
The object's the money.
You're missing my point. I already established my point. My point is yes, I did. You weren't listening.
Yeah, because it was dumb. Your point is that these things you can't go do. Then guess what? I can afford to go to space. Then guess what? It doesn't matter if you can't do it.
Because I don't agree with you. So because I don't agree with you, I'm dumb.
Well, yeah, because we can literally anybody can go to space with money.
Gentlemen, can I ask? Can I ask a question? Are there like tickets for sale to go to space right now?
Yes, right now you can buy with Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic, and another company called High Altitude for between the prices of 125 to 600K. You can go on a flight to low Earth orbit. They have more expensive
Low
models,
Earth
which-
orbit,
hold on.
not space.
Hold on,
Here we
which is
go
where
with
the,
this
hold on,
bullshit.
which is where the International
Here we
Space
go with this
Station.
bullshit.
The International Space
We're not
Station.
talking
is
about
in
low orbit. We're talking
What do you
about
think the
outer
International
space.
Space Station is? The International Space Station.
We're not talking about low orbit. We're talking about outer space.
Is the International Space Station?
We're
in
talking
space?
about outer
Is the
space.
Is the International Space Station?
We're talking
in
about
space?
outer
Is the
space.
Is the International Space Station? in
We're
space?
talking about outer space, not low orbit.
Well, let me tell you something. The International Space Station, the word space is in the name, is in low Earth orbit. That's fucking outer space. Do you understand that?
You can't be serious.
I mean, clearly you don't know where the International Space Station is.
You can't be serious.
Do you think the International Space Station is in space? Yes or no?
You can't be serious. It's in low orbit, is what you said, right?
It is in
that
low
outer
Earth orbit.
space?
Leo,
Is
yeah.
that outer
That is
space?
considered outer space.
Is that
yes.
outer space?
Yes, that is outer space.
That is. So here's my question again, because I didn't say anything about low orbit. I said the moon. That's what I said.
Yeah.
I said,
that's
are
right.
you
Is-
going to the moon next week?
Wow, you can argue about hypotheticals.
We're
There's
not
no
talking about
goalpost.
the
There's no
goddamn
goalpost.
space station.
First, nobody.
We're
Hold
talking
on.
about the
First,
moon.
nobody can go to space.
We're not talking
And
about
now,
the
and
space
now
station.
I've given
We're
specific.
talking
We
about
can't
the moon.
hear either of you. Just saying, if we like, I hear what both of you are saying. Here's what Angry Man is saying. Angry Man is saying like outside of everything, right? So low orbit or the flights that you're talking about, Admiral Gibbs. To me, I view that as a really expensive plane flight that just goes a little bit higher
they
than
have
the
programs.
average airplane, right?
You can buy a ticket to go to the International Space Station. Though. People have done this.
Can you
previously.
seriously?
They have had famous celebrities that have done it.
All right, I'll leave it back to you guys, but go one at a time because we can't
Well,
hear
my
you.
point
And
is
this
this.
is really
My point is this: if something called the International Space Station, and people can go there, or the equivalent to it in these planes, which is in space, is in the fucking name. Guess what? You can buy a ticket to space. I know because you can't go to the moon right now because tourism hasn't got there yet. You can't get to space.
Guess what? Guess what? Federal is in the name of the Federal Reserve. Is that a government organization?
It is that is partially attached
No, it's
to the
not.
government.
No, the fuck it's not.
Who regulates the reserve?
No, it's not. That's a private bank. No, it's not, bro. That's my entire point. You're up here talking about spaces in the name. Like, come on, man. What I'm saying is going into outer space. We're talking about the moon. Earlier, we were talking about Mars. We weren't talking about lower orbit. Will you at least concede that?
You're saying the central bank of the United States of America is a private entity.
I'm going to say this again. Will you at least concede to the fact that we were talking about the moon and Mars? We were not talking about lower orbit.
Initially, the conversation was about Mars and the moon and all these other things. Yes, sure. However, your argument, which is why I brought this up, was, you can't just buy a ticket and go there. And my argument is you absolutely can buy a ticket to go
To the moon?
into space.
To the moon?
Not yet, but soon. It's in planning stages.
I said to you, I'll bet you $500 you can't go to the moon next week. I said moon. I didn't say lower orbit. I didn't say the space station. I said moon. The moon.
Okay. Sure, I'll grant you that I can't go to the moon tomorrow. You're right. But I'm telling you right now, you could go to space. That was the argument. You can buy tickets. And guess what? As soon as it's viable to go regularly, they're going to be selling tickets.
The space station is above the Kármán line.
Wait a minute. By that argument,
Listen.
Clay's argument, hold on.
Yeah.
By that argument and Clay's argument, I'm already in space.
Technically,
You cannot
in 100
orbit in
years,
the
we'll be able to
atmosphere.
go
I'm not
to the
gonna
moon,
on a vacation.
space
You can't do it
station
today.
is above
That's not what I'm
Right or
I
wrong?
know
Hold on.
everybody
Let me
has
ask you a
something
question.
to say, but let me speak with money because Fourth Wiseman came in with some points for us all. He says with the Big Ten, and shout out to Fourth Wiseman because he's keeping this show moving. I didn't even set a goal, and Fourth Wiseman is still out there doing the job that all of you have. He says, here's a woo-woo for y'all. 3 wise men is actually just we equals 3 plus semen, which is neutron, proton, electron, just like Who's on first? What's on second? Random dance. They spin very, very, very fast. Does anybody know what this means? I've been trying to figure it out for like the last 5
means
minutes.
he jerked off on a rock.
Man, no, man. That's the no. Hey, yo.
I feel like
that's the moon rocks he's smoking, sir.
He's saying that this is just a particle.
Let me ask
Yeah,
Sarah.
semen.
Sure, Angry Man. What's up?
Based on his logic about lower orbit and Clay's logic, I'm already in space, right or wrong?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So,
We're all in space.
And-
Absolutely. The Earth is in space.
When I'm talking about space travel, I'm talking about leaving the planet Earth, going on to another sphere. That's what I'm talking
Which
about.
has been done.
Now that we have your
No, you're talking about
landed on the
leaving
moon
its
already. We've
gravitational
already done
pull,
that.
correct?
Yes.
Because if I'm 10 feet off the ground, I've left the Earth. So you're talking
We're
about leaving its
talking about
gravitational
getting
pull.
past the Van Allen radiation belts.
Yes.
Let's
And-
clarify.
is 62 miles above
Rocket
Earth.
More money, gentleman, has spoken. Fourth Wiseman coming in again. He says the International Space Station is not in outer space. It's still in Earth's atmosphere, you fool.
Thank you. Thank you. In other words, that's where
Inner space.
There,
It's in
where
inner space. But it's in space.
Hold on. Where that space station is at, okay, Goku and Beerus could fight right there because he could still breathe the damn air.
Look up the carbon
No,
line.
there's
I'm
carbon
talking-
line, no air there.
NASA admitted that though.
Oh, wait. I'm talking about going past that.
There are layers of our atmosphere that are considered space.
But the
still
space station
space.
is out far enough where you can float around.
You can
If see
orbit
them.
the Earth without
space
falling back
station
to
floating
it.
around all the
You're in
time.
fucking space.
Gravity does not pull you back down at that point.
Exactly.
Listen, NASA admitted that we never got past the Van Allen radiation.
And by the way,
Hold up. I just pulled it up. Literally Google. I said, is the International Space Station considered in Earth's atmosphere? It says the International Space Station orbits within Earth's atmosphere, specifically in the extremely thin upper region known as the thermosphere.
Yeah, but hold on. Right, you're not just Google this, right? This is what Google AI says. Is the International Space Station in space? Yes. The International Space Station is in space, specifically in low Earth orbit at an altitude of approximately 250 miles, 400 kilometers. It travels and it gives all the other stats. And so, yes, some parts of the atmosphere are in space, just like when you talk about some parts of the solar system. Oh, we have the heliosphere, and that extends out into other parts of the galaxy. Wow. I'm glad you understand there's different layers. It's like an onion.
Yeah, what's the point of all this? Are you trying to say that man has never been in outer space?
From outer
Man has
space.
been in outer
Hold
space.
on.
We went to the moon.
Why are we all talking? Why are we all talking at once? I'm gonna hand it to Angry.
Admiral Gibbs, you have a freaking Darth Vader in your room.
I do have a Darth Vader.
You know what I mean when I say space travel. You know what I mean. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, but hold on. Like, because when you sit here and say, like, I also have you ever seen the show The Expanse? Right.
Yes.
I think The Expanse was great before they added then like all the alien bullshit. They should have just kept it where it was the like inner politics between the different areas. Like that's space travel, and it takes them months even then to like just go across the solar system. I get where we have this romantic space opera idea, or we have this romantic Star Trek idea, but space travel for us is probably not going to look like that in the next 300 years. It's going to look much more like The Expanse, where we colonize a planet, slowly terraform, we like do stuff like right outside Venus, and we're in the space, and we get the resources, and there's trade. That's what's going to come first, not
Hey,
this like
Admiral
Darth
Gibbs,
Vader
how far is
stuff.
the moon from the ISS station?
So,
I
wait a
don't
minute.
know, thousands and thousands of miles.
Wait a minute. Let me say this. Because this is like, I'm a Trekkie, and this is like the second time you guys have cracked the joke on Star Trek. I will not appreciate any Star Trek slander while I'm on this panel.
What I'm saying is when I bring up Trek, like they have the faster than space, like drive, right? That's the reception. The reason why I'm using the Expanse is because they don't have that. That's literally what they're doing. They have faster drives, but it's still months between places. It takes them weeks to get from Mars to Earth with the warships, right? These are the fast ships. And so when we're talking about like space travel, I think there is a period, and I wish there was more sci-fi on this period, where we're like in the solar system before we go out of space, and we never need to do light speed at that point. And we still need that. And back to the original question, that's when we're going to need cashless currency. You know what I'm saying?
Do your booger thing. Do your booger thing.
Star Wars and Star Trek have nothing on Firefly.
Captain's log, stardate 3541.9.
You said wait a minute. What did you say? What did you just say, Clay?
Star Trek and Star Wars are bunk because Firefly is the best.
Well, I also like Stargate. So.
You know, so
weird violence though.
Hey,
Clay. I just
Clay.
see that on the bottom.
Clay, do you want a fist fight?
I do.
Like,
I do.
Can I make
Alan,
content
you
from
doing
that?
cool, sir.
Can I be the little referee in the middle? Fourth Wiseman coming in with a big 10 says Sarah continued. We equals 3 plus semen backwards. Also, Neems times 3. Neems is the name of Pharaoh headdress. Did anyone ever wonder why username is the fourth Wiseman and not wise men?
He's Thoth. He's Thoth. He's the god of Thoth, the fucking whatever writing, the Egyptian god.
Hold on. My brain has to take this in. We equals 3 plus semen.
Jesus Christ.
Backwards also. Neems. Okay, so semen backwards. Neems times 3. So the y equals 3. Okay. Neems is a pharaoh.
Whatever you
So
do, don't give them a gun.
the blonde is trying to think here. This is very careful stuff. All right. My brain's like, can you see the steam coming out of my ears right now? Okay. So forwards, it's one thing. All right. Backwards, it's another thing. Did anyone ever wonder why username is the fourth Wiseman? Well, okay. I wouldn't even say I wonder why, because a lot of people make really stupid, crazy things in their names, and like
And this is no different.
completely like. Yeah. So I never wondered why. I just thought it was like the 3 Wisemen and then like the 4th Wiseman instead, you know. But I like, you know what? For the $10 and making my head spin for a whole 3 minutes here publicly, I appreciate it. I love it. Hi,
The transliterating semen to Nimmy's is
there's obviously
chef's kiss.
There's obviously a deeper meaning behind it
semen
because there was
equals
only
4.
there's obviously a deeper meaning because there were only 3 wise men.
Right,
So it must
born
be
of the
Yeah, but
three.
he's considering semen
You
as
didn't
being an
catch
extra
what he was
wise
saying in the previous comment. He was
makes no sense.
It was a very convoluted line of thinking.
It's the Sphinx. He's the Sphinx, guys. Can't trust him.
Bumpkin, welcome back. I think it's been a while since you've been here, a long while too. I think you've been here like once or twice before, right?
Yeah, it's probably been like 6 months.
You don't love me enough.
Nah, I work a lot.
Why do you work? Working's for goons.
Working's for the poor.
I have
Well,
working for the
responsibilities
man.
now, so
Responsibilities. That sucks. Well, Bumpkin, we are on the matter of space exploration at this point. We've gone down a lot of different rabbit holes. We've accepted the concept that we can space travel to some degree. There are some acceptance of premises in order to further the conversation, because the conversation started with a cashless society. And one person said that a cashless society being digital currency would be beneficial in case we do colonize in space, right? But now we're at the point of why are we able to supposedly travel to space, but we can't hit the deep oceans? Is space travel even real? We definitely didn't go to the moon, or maybe we did. I don't know. Angry Man would probably argue you over a chicken nugget at this point. So, yes. Pumpkin, go.
For one, it wouldn't be the first time me and Angerman argue for 5 hours straight, so that's fine. Secondly, we basically already live in a cashless society. There is nothing backing the current USD. Cash is seen as like a secondary to credit or debit. So we basically already live in a cashless society. I mean,
Yeah, and for the record, Bumpkin, I don't remember our argument. I'm kind of like Kang the Conqueror in that when he kills Avengers, it kind of blends in together. I have so many arguments, so I don't know what we argued about.
I'll just say I used to be on Fight Club a lot. That's all I need to
Yeah,
say.
that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And Tommy, I've taken a look around the room. You need to grow a very big beard to blend in.
Oh yeah. Well, no,
Yeah.
I shave. I shave every day. You know.
To Bumpkin, do you think?
I've had a beard.
Yeah, that's
before.
the first step to
But
transsexualism.
If you're lazy,
Hey,
you don't shave. I'm not
hey,
lazy.
man. I keep a low beard too, man.
In the U.S.
noticeable.
Well, in the U.S., it's technically, if you see somebody where they're not accepting cash, you can report them. I don't recommend this because I don't like stitches, and it'd be like a $1,200 fine for that person if they don't
Yeah,
have
I
a way
used
to
to-
take the cash.
Yeah, I used to keep a low beard too. Then I hit puberty.
Hey, yo, that's fucked up. Hey, yo, bro.
This is like
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. I had to take the joke.
I know, bro.
This is the year of the or not even the year. This is like a few years of the beards. It's rare to meet a man that doesn't have some type of facial hair at this point.
Well, I'm not lazy. I shave every day. When you get lazy, you stop shaving.
That's what
It's
it is.
simple.
That's
Simple.
definitely
Yeah,
fun.
I
I've
listen.
never had a
Maybe
beard.
if like you have these scraggly, unkempt beards, but
No,
I
I
feel like
keep
few
mine
people
at
here
a
they take
5'8".
care of the beard. It's not. You got to be not lazy.
I
to
keep
keep the
mine at
beard
a
like
5'8",
that.
and I always line my shit up, so that's not true.
It's like
Sadly.
a woman putting on makeup, right? You're lazy if you don't put
There
a
we
little
go.
makeup on.
How long do you spend shaving in the mirror every day?
Too long.
I shave about every 2 days.
Shave about every 2
It
days.
takes like
Alright.
about 5 minutes, whatever.
5 minutes.
Bro, if I didn't shave, I would
Put a little
definitely have a
lather
5
on,
o'clock shadow.
Feels good.
My shit
Sadly,
grows
my
fat.
beard would be bigger, but because of my job, I have to keep it in regs. So
Well, at least it's nicely trimmed, not like overgrown.
yeah.
What did we just lose?
Not sure.
So,
But
did
I
you
don't know what
see-
that was all about
so-
with the outer space thing. Like
So-
we've been to outer space. Are you, Angry Man? Are you trying to insinuate that man has never been to outer space?
Wait, Bumpkin didn't answer the $1 billion question. Is the space station in space?
Probably. I would imagine so.
Yeah, it may not be in outer space.
Oh, we
Here's
lost
the thing,
Ben.
right? Here's the thing with this, because every time we have this conversation, everybody gets me misconstrued, right? So there's guys that believe we didn't go to the moon, right? There's certain stuff about that I find to be a little wishy-washy, right?
They're
So
deniers.
it's not that I don't want to space travel. So let's get that
I
out.
know you didn't go to the moon, bro.
Okay. It's not that I don't want to space travel. The concept of space travel is fascinating to me, right? The problem is, like I said before, all of our information about space travel up to this point, it's not like we can go on a commercial trip and you and I get on the ship and we go to the moon. We don't get to do that, right? So it's secondary information that we have to take. Right? It's not like we can go to the beach, we can go to, just like you said, glaciers, we can go do that. We can do a bunch of stuff. We haven't gotten to the point where it's commercially available. You see what I'm saying?
Listen,
Right.
I'm more
We realize
convinced.
that, but it might
that-
come in the future. In 100 years from now, it might be, hey, another vacation. Let's go to the moon.
So I just have a question.
Why
Question for
isn't it
Hannah.
though?
I wouldn't be here. That
Only a
was
matter of time.
Hold
Question
on,
for-
time out.
We are with
When did-
science. This is where we are.
When
We're
did
here
we
right now.
allegedly?
We know we can do it, but it costs a lot of money to do it. You're going to have a couple $1 million to want to go.
But Tommy, here's the problem.
We got
If we do it 100, if we're able to have commercial space travel 100 years from now, let's say we get enhancements, human enhancements, and all types of shit, that's gonna suck because I'm not here.
Yeah, but
Wow.
right
Settle
now,
down.
Government does it.
But on the other hand, if you're watching the
Hold
tech out of
on.
China these days,
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
tech in China has flying cars, and flying cars are here today. So you could actually go out, spend your $250,000 and buy a little flying car.
well,
If-
so just Just, I just looked it up once again, right? Because y'all aren't arguing whether or not the bottom of the ocean exists, right? Or that we can go and do that, right? But like, I just looked it up, and to go down and go see the Titanic, you know, with one of those little ocean things that blew up, it's 1.2 million average cost. That's more expensive.
That's how much they spent to die.
Oh, yeah, that's more expensive than it is to go to the same altitude as the International Space Station. So, like, when you're saying there's no space tourism, yeah, maybe we can't go to the moon yet. I think it's coming pretty soon. Right, and I get your hesitancy because I don't trust the government either. I don't. Maybe the moon landing, maybe it's sus, bro. I could be convinced. Like, strange things happen. I trust the moon landing about as much as I trust my fucking tax dollars going to welfare programs. So, like, I'm with you, bro. I don't trust that shit. Like, I mean, you gotta be at least know that, right? Like.
Well, my thing is,
I at least trust that other countries wouldn't miss an opportunity to make us look like fools. And
Exactly.
Look, when I say, here's the thing, let me clarify this too. When I say commercial tourism, I mean like you go to a freaking travel agency, there's a brochure, hey, you want to go to space, and it's actually affordable for the normal person to do it. I know rich people can do it. They can go to the space station and all of that stuff. I saw the little thing where
why haven't they?
Gail,
well, they do that.
Katy Perry and all them stupid bitches went
Rocket fuel is expensive.
Oh yeah.
The
Well, but
average
see,
guy
the more
will
the
have to
millionaires
ride free
spend,
on the
right,
bus for a little while.
Well, it's just like cruises. Cruises used to be like only the rich could go on, and now like you can go get like a nice cruise, like for probably less than $1,000, right? Like for like a 2-week one or a week one, depending on what time of year. And so like everything, the more it's done, it just becomes cheaper over time. Like if there's ROI.
If we're able to develop anti-gravity propulsion, then it might be real cheap to go to.
Okay, well now we're in science fiction.
You're not going to develop
No,
anything.
we're in science
You said we
fiction.
never
You know what's
went
not
to-
science fiction that I haven't heard anyone mention?
Oh yeah, by the way, I just got to add this because it's interesting. I brought up the Federal Reserve and we brought up the Titanic. You know, they established that right after that wreck. Just a little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know that the Titanic had a sister ship that they swapped out the cash out on that insurance policy?
I didn't
The
know
United
that.
States had central banks way before.
Allegedly, and that's part of the reason why
Alexander
what's his name,
Hamilton
Astor died on the
established it.
Titanic.
It's not allegedly.
And they flipped the ship. Well, they flipped the ship, and they had like a bunch of financial people die all at the same time. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah, when
It's
put
not hard
that
to get
little
to the
submarine
moon.
in the
It's
water a
too
little
expensive.
too
The
often,
documentary
it
on
eventually caved in.
YouTube is like 4 hours long with the guy who made the ship. They had a sister ship. The sister ship is the one they swapped out and made it the Titanic and crashed the Titanic and cashed out on the insurance policy.
We did
Yeah,
conspiracy
well, the
like
quality of
3
that little
hours.
With
submarine was
Morgan,
poor. That's what they
JP
discovered.
Morgan, Bush, Granddad, and all them was all on that ship. Like everybody who was supposed to take that trip on that motherfucker didn't go. JP Morgan, Bush's granddad.
Computers aren't real,
There
bro.
were a shitload of really rich, important people who died on that
Yeah.
ship.
Yeah, it was. You know what, Clay? I'm not
do
taking
that.
anything you say seriously anymore because you're talking about Firefly over Star Wars and Star Trek.
Don't get
You gotta
offended.
draw a line.
He didn't even say like Stargate or something.
Hey, that's all Clay needs. Clay needs 13 episodes and 1 movie. That's all he needs.
I'm sorry.
That's all I-
What the fuck is Firefly?
Anything the government does is
Exactly.
You haven't
It's
seen it.
It's good.
You
Firefly is
haven't
good. Don't
seen
get
it.
me wrong.
If you go to the moon, you would have already been.
Captain
Now, Firefly is good, but it's not
What
better
if
than the
Captain
other ones.
5 and the ship
Oh,
is breaking
yeah,
up?
dude.
It's only
Yeah,
good
It's a
because it was so
better
short.
story. The thing is, it's a better story. This
It's
whole,
kind of like what was the Cowboy
I am
Bebop?
no
Cowboy
You got
Bebop's good
Nathan
because it's like
Fillion.
one
That's what makes it better.
story.
Y'all know what? Fuck all y'all. I'm going with Babylon 5.
Oh, there
You
you
know
go.
what, Clay?
Block
I
it.
could,
Babylon 5? Are you serious?
That shit
Fucking
was
A.
black.
I like
Oh my
Stargate.
That shit
Fucking
was
A.
trash.
Stargate.
I'm going with Spaceballs.
SG1 is not trash. Bite your
Nah,
tongue.
SG1 was all right.
Stargate.
I like
is
all the Stargates.
trash.
Yeah.
Now, Clay, I could
The
get
space
down with
Anderson
had
is
way
good.
more money
down
than the
with
United
being
States
Dune
government
is
used
better.
back then.
I could
Way
get down
better
with
I'm
technology.
going
Dune.
with Plan
Way
9
better
for motor
technology.
space.
Dune, I
Way
like
more
Dune.
employees.
The original. I
Way
like the
better
newer
advanced
one.
material sciences. Hey, that's what I meant to say earlier, right? NASA, right? Now just think of this. NASA claims allegedly that they lost the information to get to space. Before you say anything, let that stupid ass shit sink in.
Information
How
can't be
the
lost.
fuck did you allegedly lose the most important thing to humankind?
What did they lose? A moon rock?
This is again a misrepresentation of what they've said. They said they lost the ability because the machinery was unique and based on a system of manufacturing that no longer exists. So that's what losing the technology means.
Just stop, bro. I actually went on NASA. And see, that's the difference between me and a lot of other people. I actually go on the websites and read what they say.
Trust the same people that you say you
went
don't
on the website.
No, I don't trust them. I don't trust them. It's literally this. If you tell me
Another
that you're
NASA
a man,
denier.
They were nuking the glass,
tell me
dude.
that if you tell me that
It's
you're
not
a man
Godzilla.
and I'm looking
Without
at you,
NASA,
I
we'd
can
be still
only
sitting
take
here on
what
Earth.
you say.
Bro,
I
if
can't
I'm Christopher
verify-
Columbus, right, and I'm returning from
Listen,
the New World,
I
and I'm
can't-
coming
I
back,
can't-
I am not telling you shit about the New World.
can't-
This
I
is just the
can't-
reality
I
of
can't
things.
go off
Yeah, you
of
can't tell
nothing
what the
but
goods
what
are.
you see.
Hell yeah, you're
You,
not. If you were
NASA,
Christopher Columbus, you'd be telling everything, dude.
No, hell
You
no.
get double funding,
NASA,
double
and
funding,
as
double
Christopher
everything,
Columbus,
dude.
they-
Treasure,
No, no, my
freaking
goodness.
Yeah, he's
nice.
gonna tell, yeah, well, he's gonna tell people.
NASA
No, listen,
Loyalty, just
I
the way you
commend
live.
you.
He'll obviously
means
tell
to
them.
deceive.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
You're telling
Listen,
everything, dude.
Christopher Columbus was commissioned.
Yeah,
It was a
he told
commission.
Queen Isabella. Yeah, he told Queen Isabella, and
It's
then
his
Spain was
business.
like,
He'd
hey,
come
yeah,
back
but
and be like, dude, there's way more gold than I thought.
Spain kept him under pay for the rest of his life. Like even when he fucked up for Spain, like they still were like, no, you're not telling nobody shit. Like they weren't letting those maps get out. But yeah, he was
Spain
telling.
was the only one who would let him go.
Yeah,
no one else.
he got
Yeah.
captured
And
by
they kept-
Spain
and they kept that
England
shit.
to find
And
the
they kept
way.
that shit.
We're past that, dude.
And
Everyone
they
Oh,
kept
yeah.
that
You
shit
wanna
in
keep
house.
that secret.
right,
they
and
kept that
Spain
out.
conquered and made all the riches, dude. And then they lost. 'cause
Yeah,
they sucked.
yeah. So they did
That's
well.
what it is.
They did lose eventually.
Eventually,
I
yeah.
can only when it comes to space and shit like that, I don't believe it exists. Period. But let's just play
Space
into
doesn't
What the
y'all
fuck are you
delusion
talking?
Earlier.
Allow
I
me
don't
to
believe this.
allow
It's
me
not
to
an
finish,
argument.
bro. Let
No,
me
look,
play into your
No.
delusion.
Let me
Space
jump
is
in here
real.
and
We've been to the
and
moon.
give
So
you a piece of
if
reality.
we've been to
If-
the moon.
Bro,
If
we've
they
been
would,
to the
if we
moon,
hadn't
we've
been to the
gone
moon,
immediately. Think about
these
it.
countries would have shown us that we
NASA
hadn't when
said.
they
So
went.
every
I'm
country
only
sending
taking
shit
what
there, dude.
NASA said because I actually went on NASA's website. So I gotta take what NASA
God,
said.
get to the
They're the
fucking
experts.
point, you
I gotta
goddamn
trust
meth
their
addict.
science.
Country
They
was going
said-
to the new world by the time
God
Christopher
damn,
Columbus
can
came
I
back
finish,
because they
bro?
knew it was the real.
NASA said themselves that they never
Why
been
ain't
past the
Bezos been to
span
the
and
moon?
the radiation belt. That they allegedly
That's
lost
not
the
true.
motherfucking information on how to get to the moon and how to
Also
get to
not
space.
true.
They didn't lose
They-
anything.
Bro,
The U.S.
NASA
government
went-
lose information, dude.
Listen, I know that they don't lose shit. I'm a fucking human being. I'm highly intelligent. I know. That's how I know that
Got
all
F-
of this
you're the
shit that
shit,
they
dude.
You're an
saying
F
is a
student.
lie.
You're an
I'm
F
with
That's
this
student.
how
guy,
I
dude. That's
know
my
that
dog right there.
anything that
He's an
they
F
would
student.
Come,
He
that's how I
admits it.
know that anything that they would come
Everybody
and
No,
tell
you
you
ain't learned
about
shit in
This
space,
is a
space
conspiracy
travel, the
theory and
moon,
misrepresentation of what they said.
You really, literally
AI
already
could put
admitted you're
together
a
the
whole F
trajectory
student.
to get to the moon.
Conspiracies, dude.
That's
Come
how I
on.
know they're full of shit.
You're an F student.
All right. Can someone talk other than the meth addict for a second?
What are
If
you-
this were true, if we had not
It's
been
very
to the
simple,
moon,
dude. The
then
US
when
government went to the moon
when
so-called
India
at high
and
expense,
China
high risk,
sent their
high
probes
everything.
to the moon,
Why is
they
nobody
could have
going
proved
back?
us wrong
Why
and
is
made
no
us
one
look
going
like
back? We're going
morons.
back for
We are
half
going
hour.
back.
They
We're
do
going
that.
No, we're
You
not.
say that we went to
That's
the moon.
because it's
proved-
true.
Math's already been
You
proven.
went to the moon.
Math's already written out.
And
They did it
people
on a
that
calculator,
don't
dog.
think
They did
so
it on
are
a
just
potato. Now we got
deniers.
advanced super
They're
algorithms. and
conspiracy
stuff.
theorists. That's all.
I just want to see the proof. Show me the science.
Well, I can show
Don't
you my
tell
dick.
me no shit that
I can show it to
somebody
you.
else
Science is
told
the
you
fact that they
That's
brought
much
moon
more
rocks
likely
back
that
with
they all
them.
went back
Show
and
Just
they
go
all
and look
like
at the
science.
moon rock. That's on display somewhere.
Don't want to
It's way
show
more
you
likely
my
that
dick.
every
science.
country
I don't-
went there
man,
and they
I
all
can go in
lied
the
to
middle
you.
of the
Show
desert
me the
and make a
science.
rock.
All right,
I can
man.
go in the
You
middle
got
of the
you got to
desert
let
and
other
find
people
rock and
talk.
Look
tell
at
you
there's a
it's a
picture of the
rock.
craft right
people
there
on
on
this-
the moon.
Man,
Right
let
there.
other
I
people people talk. You keep saying it's not real. It's not real. And you
baloney.
keep saying it over and over again.
You know,
Got to
in-
let
in-
other people talk, man.
You know, in
Man,
the movies,
let other people
in the-
fucking talk, dude.
In the movies, they
Bro,
do
when Terry
show
comes
you
back, she's gonna push
fake
the fuck
alien landings and moon landings in the
There's
movies.
a lot of
and
shit in the
too,
movies.
right?
I can make my own AI anytime. Whatever you
They
want.
show you that shit in the movies, They ain't on the moon in
And
the
you
movie
believe
when
it.
they told you about when they made
moon isn't
told
real.
you in the
AI is a
movie.
lie.
It wasn't on the moon.
Space
then.
isn't real.
The
They
day
had to
the
wear
Squids
it
aren't
like
real.
it was
Earth
in
isn't
space.
real. Squids
Space
aren't
isn't
real.
like you think.
Human beings
Time
aren't
and
real.
space are
Dogs
concepts,
aren't
not
real.
physical fundamentals.
Your face isn't
There's no
real.
physically fundamental time space. Period.
What the fuck is that supposed to be?
NASA has actually sent rockets to Mars. Okay, have you seen the photos from Mars, the videos from Mars?
Bro, do you know that you can fly
You mean Nantucket?
fucking airplane or a drone over somewhere isolated in the middle of the fucking desert with a camera on it and just clip pictures and snap them and put them on the internet and say that this is Mars?
You my ass too.
And say that this is the moon?
Yeah.
So,
I
so
got a
you
movie
believe
for
they
you. I'm
was
gonna
on
show
the
you my
crater
ass.
in space in the movie Armageddon too then, huh?
Bro, you just keep saying the same thing.
Well,
over
sure
and
you
over
can do
again.
that.
It's not
But
real.
that doesn't mean that that's what NASA did.
So clearly they could fake a moon landing,
Bro,
right?
Saying that over and
Yeah,
over
but
again.
now
It's
you're
annoying.
saying that
you
other
can.
governments are
But
faking
I
our
don't
moon
believe
landing.
the moon landing was faked because there were people that monitored the radio signals coming from the spacecraft. You know, like ham radio operators here on Earth.
Yeah, the Soviets
And
were literally monitoring.
They came from space, and the signals don't come over the horizon. They
The
came
US
from a
are the
certain direction.
Soviets.
The
Hey,
craft
Tommy
went to the
Temper.
moon. It was real.
Tommy Temper, where
There's
you
different
at?
governments, dude.
What state is you in, Tommy Temper?
What states you in?
I'm
I'm
I'm above you. I'm in Canada.
All right, I'm in Pennsylvania.
All hell, Sarah.
I can send the
Yeah,
radio
okay.
signal.
Quiet.
We could get CB radios and fake radio signals from here to fucking New Jersey to California if we wanted to. And
So-
tell you
Yeah,
that it's
your
a
only
Russian
hope.
space
If
station
I-
or it's a Russian
If I
cosmonaut.
may,
or some
if you
shit.
could shut the fuck up for just a fucking minute. Mama
Yeah.
Tomato has called me and to inform me that my grandmother just passed away. So I'm gonna just step away for a little bit. I'm gonna let
Oh,
Ben.
no.
I see Ben's backstage. I'm gonna let him come on. I'm gonna go tend to myself for a little bit. You guys are fine. I just need a little bit for myself. You guys are fine. Keep partying on, but I just need to go clear some space. Ben is in charge. Try to play well, okay? And I'll be right back.
Okay,
Sarah.
our
Peace of God
condolences.
keep you always.
Yeah.
For real.
Much
Glad
love.
to hear that.
Yo, that's fucked up. Yo, condolences, yo.
That's rough.
All hail Grandma Tomato.
Y'all got to give her props
Oh,
because
wow.
if it was me, I would have shut this bitch down.
Same.
Agreed.
Should have shut it down. But
Yeah.
speaking of that, everyone hit that donation button.
Yeah, donate to the channel.
Marcus Dingo said that Nightbot's going crazy over there and kicking people. Can you fix that? Holy smoke. Yeah, that's
Oh, you
That's
need to
right,
get
Doc.
into
Let's go back
Nightbot
to
to make
space.
changes.
let's go. Let's go.
I'll read the super chat.
I would
Ma-
set
Tomatoes
Nightbot
and-
to
oh,
not
yeah, the
boot
super
anybody
chat.
for anything.
I'll read the super chat. I can't pronounce the name. Wise man with the 20 ball says a 20 for Sarah because you lot are whacked and disorderly. As
Yeah,
F, when you learn how to communicate, I'll send you some Molar 2 etiquette. Okay. I don't know.
I think it's probably Moolah. It's probably
Moolah, probably Moolah. Probably
Send you some
Moolah.
moolah too.
Moolah
We need
too.
some etiquette. You guys need some etiquette. Myself, I'll speak for myself.
That's tough. Etiquette.
Yeah, tomatoes in the chat for Grandma Tomato.
Yes, tomatoes in the chat.
Holy smoke! And one of
Wow,
my
she left
biggest
us in some really
problems with,
inappropriate music.
going to what they would call outer spaces, and they have to break laws of physics in order to do so. That
No, they don't.
you can't have
Wait, what?
you can't have a pressurized vapor system next to a lesser pressure vapor system.
It's
without
called
the
gravity.
decomposing. Again,
called
that's
gravity.
that's a theory. So you're using a theory to break a law.
Depends on
No,
how much
there
you've
is
been vaping.
gravity is a law.
No, gravity is a
We
theory.
observe it. Pick
It's
something
a
up and drop
theory.
it.
I
Gravity.
also I observed this also. That an object bends the time-space continuum because it's
You understand
big.
there's a difference between like
That
the
is
law of
different
gravity
than
and the
going-
theories
That's a
of how
theory.
gravity works.
It's a theory. You know
there's-
why
there's
it's a theory?
two things.
Because it can't be replicated.
Yeah.
So it's still a theory.
Of course, it can
And
be
you break
replicated.
laws.
Do you
of
understand the
Exactly.
difference?
in order
No.
to use that theory.
It's like anti-gravity.
Gravity is
So far,
the
we
word
haven't
that we have
seen it.
the phenomena of objects accelerating towards the Earth at 9.8 meters per second squared, for instance. That's a fact. We can all observe that. But as for the mechanism, of course, we have no idea.
Exactly.
No idea.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just like
That's what I was
magnets.
saying.
Like we have no idea why magnets
Electricity
do what
and
they do.
magnets.
Well, no, we
But we
We
can
have
observe
ideas.
it. And we
Oh
can
my
say,
God,
of
we-
course, the magnet sticks to the.
have a pretty
metal.
good idea of why magnets work.
It's a field.
No, we have no
Yeah.
idea.
Did
how
we
magnets
fall into
work.
a fucking ICP song? Magnets, how
Oh,
do
I
they
was
work?
about to make that joke. Fuck you.
No, we
FG.
really have no idea. But
They work
Quince, you
with
think it's funny,
magnet-
but
plenty
you're
of
talking about
ideas about how
gravity like
magnets
you know
work.
what's going on. You don't
Yeah,
know
it's
gravity
real.
either.
We know how magnets
Gravity is
work,
just
but we don't know
centrifugal.
what's causing the pull. We don't know what's
Gravity
causing
is
it. We agree it's happening.
centrifugal
No,
acceleration. It's just
No,
the
gravity has
acceleration
nothing to do with
towards the center of the
centrifugal
Earth.
force. No.
It has to do with mass.
Current
Current
acceleration.
gravity is
With
that it's our
mass of an
drag
object.
through space-time. Anything that has mass has drag through space-time.
Right, and that's all made up. Space time is not a physical fundamental thing.
You're
It
living in
doesn't
it
exist.
right now.
You're
You're
in
in space
space-time.
experiencing time.
No, I'm not. I'm in God living. Space time is not a physical
Fine,
thing.
your
period.
God is space time.
Well, man,
Hey,
you're
Matt.
probably living
Man,
in the
you
fourth
better
dimension.
not say that loud again, bro. They gon' jump on you.
Oh,
These
no,
motherfuckers
I'm
over
so
here
scared. Don't
behind
jump
me.
on me over the
And
internet.
once again, laws of physics state that a pressurized vapor system cannot sit next to a lesser pressure vapor system.
What do you think? It's like a Hoover sitting
can, dude.
over
They
the
can if
planet,
there's an
all
insulation.
baseball style?
Laws.
He's right, but if there's an
If we can
insulation,
prove,
then they can.
replicate.
It's how you can have hot coffee in a cold weather in a thermos, right?
The
Just by
pull
a
of
thin
gravity-
layer of air. Air is
the
an
pull of
extremely
gravity-
efficient insulator.
The pull of gravity is greater than
There's no pull of gravity, dude.
what would. Yes,
What
there is.
pull of
I'm
gravity?
aware. I'm aware of the theory. I'm aware
no
of the
pull
theory.
force.
I'm aware of a lot of theories. Most of them aren't true. You
I
know,
gotta
there's
be
no
honest.
pull
Forces.
that you
Forces
go
are all
through
pushes.
Welcome
the
to
Well,
the
theory.
by all
Redneck
means,
Scientist
look at that
Now.
no bell with all this falsifying evidence you have.
Hold on, I gotta be honest. Not to like be the guy that appeals to authority because I don't, but I don't trust any of y'all's fucking opinions when it comes to quantum physics. But I would maybe suggest since that is a guy, I don't trust mine either because I'm a dumbass.
Quantum
No,
anything is
Can't
made
even
up.
get past
Quantum
physics.
shit is
let
made
alone-
up.
I will
That's the whole
say
thing.
we should maybe we could change topics to one that we might
Everything.
have
DMX.
more knowledge on. Should we take over Cuba?
DMX. Everything is made
Quantum
up.
is made
Everything
up.
is a human. Everything
The
is made
fun
up.
thing
Everything
about-
is a human
Right, everything's
concept.
made up.
Yeah.
Even
fun
the
thing
idea
about
of
laws
pain,
on this-
even the idea of pain, we don't know what that actually is. That's even made up. It's a
No,
label.
but
that
we
put
do
on something that
experience
happens.
pain, and that's why we have
Do
the
we?
word pain. Yes, we do.
Ouch.
Okay. Everything is made
Of
up.
course, it's very
Every
real. That's why we
single
made the
concept
word
is made
for
up.
it. That's why we
So
made it
you-
up.
So you
All words
saying
are made
that
up.
these things don't exist
Yeah.
is kind of mute when a lot of
To
things
say that pain
technically
doesn't
don't
exist is mute. Like, of course, pain exists.
Well, yeah.
But what
But
you
some
call
things
it,
are
what
fact,
it is,
and some
we don't
things
really
are
understand.
fiction.
Of course,
Some things
like-
are made up. Some
What it
things
is,
are
we don't actually
conspiracy,
understand. Of course,
some things
exactly.
are
Just
true.
like gravity. That was my point.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. I totally agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody-
Growing old and
Anybody-
dying young.
That's why we have a space bowl. You got a bowl of
I don't know,
gravity.
but I'm hearing an awful lot of bullshit
There's no
here
space
tonight.
time bowl.
I hate to tell you.
Anybody with a can of pop.
But we know that the
can
apple
check
falls.
Physics.
We
can
know that
check
the apple
physics
falls.
of how pressurized vapor systems work. You open the can of pop, greater pressure inside. It releases to the outside till your pop goes flat. That's how that works. It happens every
Okay.
time. That's
you
why
gotta
it's
open
a
the pop
law.
can.
Yeah.
That's why it's a
And
law.
what happens when a helium balloon goes up in the air? Right, really, really high up in the air. What happens to that balloon?
Wait,
Pop.
what is the argument that you're making, Balderson?
That you can't have a pressurized
point.
vapor
Because
system
The
next to a
vast
talking
majority of
about
space
pressure.
out there, you should be sucking all the gas off
Tommy.
the earth.
Is your name
You
Balderson?
idiot.
You can't have a pressurized vapor system next to a lesser pressure vapor system without them equalizing, unless you have a barrier.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
What are you talking about? It's
That's
called
a
a
law.
spaceship.
That's
Right.
a law of
Yeah,
science.
right.
No, but
Or
that's
a
the
submarine.
barrier, dude. It's the spaceship itself.
I'm trying to
What
understand.
I'm
your
so
objection.
confused.
He said
Right.
without a barrier, you need an
But
insulator.
what's your point? Tell us what the point is.
I'm trying to
If you're in a
understand your-
submarine, right, you're not getting crushed at the bottom of the ocean, and that's because of the system.
Right, but in
Because of the
space,
barrier.
again, there is no pressure. It's zero.
Correct.
Yes.
The
So without a fast,
atmosphere
hard
within the
barrier,
spaceship
our
wants to
pressure
go
would
out. So there is
whoosh.
pressure from the spacecraft.
Right, everything would
trying to
Yeah.
get out of the spacecraft.
This is why
pushing
you keep in a
against the sides.
pressurized spacecraft with a series of airlocks that keep a separation between you and outer space. This is
That's
known. We've had people in space for a long time.
Yeah.
Right, it's kind of
You
like
can't
a,
go
underwater
to
too,
space
that's the
without-
idea, right?
you can
There has
create
to
a
be
vacuum.
fast, hard barrier.
You can create
But
a
again,
vacuum
you're in
here
water.
on Earth. You can create
one's
a
going into
closed
space without a
environment here on
barrier.
Earth, and we can still put objects into those vacuum closed environments. It doesn't just not allow you to put the object
Yes.
into the vacuum of closed.
But that's where
space.
that's where the airlocks come in, Clay.
right.
you
so
gotta-
take all.
You got to get it
all
into the
sub-
system without
Yeah.
opening and making
Yeah.
both
But
systems.
you
you exit the
understand what's holding
spacecraft, you
the
have to go
system?
into an airlock,
Alderson's
open the
talking about.
outside
Do
door,
you
the
understand
pressure
what's
is
holding
released, you
that
walk out.
pressurized system on Earth? It's called gravity.
No, gravity is
No,
different
that's
than
a
air
theory.
pressure.
That is a theory. That's
Okay, fine, call
nonsense.
it bonding. Something's holding this fucking.
It's not
planet.
nonsense.
Yeah, a fast, hard barrier.
No, it
The
is.
same as
There's
when
no
you go
barrier
buy
onto the earth.
propane, you can't carry propane home in a 5-gallon
Wait,
bucket.
did you say there's a
need it in
barrier holding the
you
earth
need an
in?
actual hard
Yes,
barrier.
there should be a barrier holding all
Clouds
the
from
air
floating off
onto
into
the earth.
space.
What doesn't
What
understand how gravity works?
called
You're
That's
talking
a
about
law
the
of
firmament.
science. You keep
If the
throwing
sun-
out theories
hold-
of science
if the
against
sun-
laws
if-
of
I think
science.
it's gravity
if-
holding the
if
atmosphere
the
to the
sun-
earth.
The barrier is called the
The
firmament.
law is just a theory that's been observed often enough to
Yes,
be
it's
regarded
firmament.
as fact.
One at a time.
They were
one at a
nuking
time.
glass.
If water evaporates because the sun heats it up and it goes up into space and formulates clouds, what's stopping those clouds from going all the way to the sun?
Space
The
is water.
firmament.
Gravity.
Probably some
It's
of
all
our
water,
atmosphere
above and
is
below.
being lost, but it depends.
We are on
I
an
don't
ocean
think
of
it's,
water.
So now
it's got
you've
a
got
weight,
this
The Earth
weight
is
to
a
firmament.
the
giant
atmosphere.
sponge of water.
Show me the
There's
firmament.
atoms, and
Show
those
me the
atoms are
firmament.
attracted to the earth.
Show you the firmament?
Prove it.
So
Prove
that's
it.
why they don't
Bro,
go into
that's right.
outer
No
You
one
space.
never read the
One at
declassified
a time.
documents
No,
about
no.
them.
You
bombing
show
the
me
firmament?
this firmament, and I'll believe you.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
hold
the
on.
firmament
I'm
is
about
bullshit.
to do
I
you
don't-
one
And
better.
as
I'm
Balderson
gonna give you the
said,
name of the
it would be
videos
one
where it shows
system, and we
The
would
firmament
be.
United
is
States
flat
military
Earth
was
conspiracy
bombing the
It's the
theory.
firmament.
insulation.
One at
It's
a
the barrier.
time.
There's
There
no
has to be a
barrier.
barrier. If there wasn't a
there
barrier, then
doesn't.
the two systems would be one, and the pressure would be
They are
equalized. You're
one.
right. The gas would be equalized, and
They
we
would-
just collapse. We'd be
And you call it a
disintegrated.
firmament. Show me the firmament.
It's just a word, man. I can call it whatever you want. I called it a ceiling. They
Right,
were
so you get
nuking
to
the
call it
ceiling.
whatever
Do you know
want.
that?
Exactly.
You don't know
I get
that.
to call it what I want. You get to call it what you want. So
There's
the
no-
theory of firmament.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's
So
a
you call
flat
it
Earth
the
theory.
atmosphere, brother.
The theory of the firmament or the theory of gravity. Which one are you going with? It's still a theory. You put a theory out there. Now I put
No,
a
there's
theory
no
out there.
theories. Not like that.
Okay,
no.
then show it to me. Show me the firmament.
Yeah.
All right,
Basically,
This is what I
you're
think of
hot
the-
water
the
and a coffee
firmament.
cup, and if there wasn't the thermos
It's
that
a
you're
firmament.
in, then
Thank
you'd
you
be
for the
cold
music
water.
change.
It's more
So
appropriate.
you're talking about a coffee cup that's sitting
Can
on
we
your
call them
table.
the
Right, because
fish
there's
bowlers?
hot,
Firmament,
there's a
man.
liquid that is at a certain
Coffee
temperature
cup
that is
on your
being
table.
insulated from the
It's not a
outside
firmament
environment.
out there.
One at a
Coffee cup on your
time.
table is not a firmament. That's a coffee cup with water in it. Now show me the firmament.
The cup is the firmament.
So a cup's a firmament.
Essentially, yeah, in this analogy, yeah.
Yeah. So we're in a bowl.
yeah.
Hey, look, hold on 1 second. Give me 2 seconds, bro. Here it is right here, bro. It's literally a declassified file, bro. It's called
Yeah, sure it is.
Operation Fishbowl, bro.
Showed it to us on your phone. Be true.
No,
Operation Watch My AI video.
no. It's literally called Operation Fishbowl. Now
Bro,
look
there's
at
a
it.
city. There's a city right now on Mars.
Is there an objective to this? cashless? There would be a city on Mars if you could get there.
You told me to get
There'd
you
be a city on the
some-
moon.
What are you talking about?
Why is there no city on the moon? Why are there cities in New England and Florida and everywhere else? Right? Christopher Columbus was finally considered to be legit, went to the New World, right? And all of a sudden, all of Europe wants to go there. Of course. Why would they not all go to the moon?
So, man, I see what you're saying. Yes,
They
I
could all
agree.
do
that
it
you
cheaper
showed
than
it
the
to-
U.S. government. You understand?
So,
All of
man,
them.
I
They've
saw
been
what you
sailing on boats for 1,000 years, and we've just been going on spaceships for like
I saw
less
what
than
you showed me
100.
on your phone. Now tell
Nobody
me where
goes
I
on
can go
spaceship.
if I like walk outside and I go look for that thing that you just showed me. The firmament, it's out there in the sky
Look
somewhere.
for radiation, dude.
Where
Where is
do
it?
I
You
go?
need a
Okay.
special measurement.
The firmament is
Hey,
not
bro.
a scientific term. The firmament originates from ancient
Of course it is. You
cosmology,
don't even know what
like
science
the
means.
Bible. That's where it
Hey,
comes from.
Cosmology,
So it was
Hey,
from
bro.
non-scientific people.
Hey,
What does
hey,
science
bro,
mean?
listen.
Theory.
I'm just
What does the
gonna
word
give you this
science
right
mean?
here, and I'm about to hop off. Right?
Where does it come from?
Science does not recognize the
I want to
firmament.
know where to find
Science
this
from
firmament.
Latin, scientia,
Listen,
meaning to know.
All right. Well, you gotta be
Open
quiet
knowledge.
because I'm about to give you the information, and you can go and look it up yourself.
Okay.
Okay, I just looked up
All
the
right.
information on the firmament. Next.
All right. Where you gotta be quiet. You ask me a question, now you gonna answer it too, or you want me to answer it? Was the
Please go
question
for it.
for me?
What the hell was the question?
I'm
Yeah.
looking for a firmament. You
he
showed it to me on my
asked me-
phone. I want to know where to go.
He asked me
Bro, you're living in
a
it.
question. Now I'm trying to give him the answer, and you
You're
want
in
to
the
talk over
coffee
me.
cup.
Like,
People who repeat themselves just make me
Please-
want to fuck with them
No,
more.
please, for the love of God, let him answer. Please, please, please. Go ahead.
it's literally called Operation Fishbowl.
Uh-huh.
Would you like me? Would you like me to look it up?
I want you to
Uh-huh.
elaborate.
I will.
No,
Get-
please,
I
no,
don't.
can you please no, can you elaborate? I want to hear.
All right,
I
hold on.
I've heard it.
I'm about to
They nuked the Van Allen radiation belts, and now we can't go past them. The Van Allen radiation belts are basically what is
That's
called
not true.
firmament. It's that.
We
They're nuking the
1962 Operation Fishbowl was a series of high altitude nuclear tests conducted by the United States.
What was Operation Start?
I already told him. It's okay.
nuking
It's
the
not a big deal.
ceiling?
Yeah.
Why haven't we been back to the moon?
Because we never went. But
Yes, we
That-
did.
Because we've been to the
Several
moon
times.
already. It costs a lot of
Yeah.
money, and you have, what is NASA going there? No, they're doing other stuff.
What do you mean you need a lot of
Space
money? NASA
telescope,
did it
stuff
for
like
no
that.
money, dude. They did it for
It
like
takes
no
money
money.
to fire
When we-
them
No,
out.
no, they did it for
Build
they
them
did it
for
for a
a
lot of
tried
money.
to-
pod.
tried
They got
make
they
it
got
like
a
that was
substantial
crazy.
amount of tax dollars. NASA did. I like that was
No,
a
it's
whole
not, dude.
controversy. No,
And
they
then
literally
there's
private
hold on,
corporations.
hold on.
No.
Oh, like half the argument.
Why don't
about
rich people
NASA
go there?
One
was
at a
because it was so
time.
expensive to start with. That like give NASA the money in the first.
It's not that
That's like-
expensive, dude. Why would it be that expensive to build
All
a
of
freaking
Somalians stole the
piece of
money. There's
metal
none
and
left.
shoot it into
Oh,
space?
now that's the real problem. But I
It's
mean,
not quite that simple.
yeah, at the time it was
It is.
substantial
It's
money.
literally that simple.
It's not that
It's
simple.
not that simple. It's
It's
okay,
the
hold
math.
on.
It's
nuking
not
Have
the
you ever
Van
heard
Allen
the math?
radiation belt.
This
The
is
math
what I
isn't
said.
simple.
But
I didn't know
have
we
you
were
ever heard the
nuking the
expression?
ceiling
It
of
is
the
very
firmament. I'm
simple.
learning this
course.
first.
Have you ever heard the expression, "Oh, I don't have to be a rocket scientist"? Like that's literally
You're not a
because
rocket
it's not
scientist.
simple.
Science
I-
shows
I
no
rest my
evidence of a
case.
literal firmament dome. Rockets,
not a
weather balloons, and
financier
high
either, it
altitude
seems.
flights, orbital missions pass right through where it would be. So it doesn't exist.
Thank you, Tommy. That's the joke.
Anyways, it was very expensive to send Christopher Columbus to the New World. And the moment that
It
they
was.
did, they realized, holy shit, there's a whole new world out here. Of course, we could just pour money into it and we'll all go conquer a ton of land. Why didn't they do that for the
Well,
moon?
they wanted money. They wanted to bring
We
something
we
back.
just
Yeah,
explained
okay,
it.
well, you
Well,
answered
there's
your
money
question.
and
Hold on,
only
one minute
money.
Time.
You answered your question though, right?
Quick
You asked-
question. Quick
That's why they
question.
didn't go to back
All
to the moon. There was no
I've been
ROI.
I've been silent for a solid 20 minutes. Okay. Quick question. Do you think that the Europeans and a bunch of other nations would have conquered the New World if you couldn't breathe there? Outside,
Yes.
like you
Probably
couldn't
not.
breathe. Like you couldn't breathe. Do you think it would have
with
taken?
technology, you can
Do
breathe.
you think it would have taken much longer to
What
develop
they
the
would have done is
ability
they would have
to breathe
trapped
there?
oxygen. They would have invented technology to trap oxygen, protect their humans, send the explorers.
Right. How
and
much
walk
longer do you think that
If
would have
they
taken?
discovered value there, right?
How much?
The value.
It's the
Bro,
same
they
as if we
faced so
discover
much
value
worse.
on
You
the
guys have no
moon.
idea. They face so much worse by going to the new
There's got to
world.
be a reason to go.
Right.
Dude, they
If it's,
sent armies.
immense wealth. Countries
Immense
went
wealth.
out to conquer other worlds to get whatever
And you guys
resources
think
they
it
had.
takes
That's
wealth?
what it was all about.
Wealth just motivates human beings to send themselves. Like wealth just buys the ships. You don't think they can buy rocket ships? Of course they can.
Y'all keep saying this about the ships, right? Like
It
you
doesn't
do
even
realize
cost that
this.
much.
You do realize the ships they used to go across the like New World was like not like, oh, you and me can go build that. That's not what you can do.
That's-
Like
yeah.
nobody, the people didn't have the expertise. You had to be at first like the shipping building like cast to probably even know that for most of the places. Then you had to have the money to build the ships, and then you had the money to have stock them and hire experienced crew to go across like Atlantic, which nobody was doing at the time. Like this was not just some like cheap trip. This was probably the equivalent to building several space shuttles, right? And then they're shipping them across for what they think is a one-way ticket, right?
Not
Like,
to
they already
mention-
these people are doing that.
Not to
talking
mention
about
thousands and
Christopher Columbus
thousands
thing
of
is the equivalent
years.
of the Apollo missions, dude. We already did it.
Not to mention thousands and thousands of years prior of
Yeah, like we didn't
mastering
instantly find
shipbuilding,
gold.
mastering the known seas,
Dude, the moment you
mastering
even get there,
sailing,
you
all of
found
those
gold.
things.
Hey yo, one more thing and I'm going, yo.
You don't think there's gold in conquering the moon itself?
There might be. There might be because there's nothing accessible to time.
You literally
Let me
fly
talk.
across every country, every land on the
Who just
planet.
said?
You
Who
literally
just said
have
that they're
orders for
leaving?
everything.
Who
Man.
just said they're leaving?
Man, that was me. That was me.
Let man make his exit.
Hey yo, it's another declassified operation called Operation Dominique. I'm gonna read you just a quick little synopsis of it, and then I'm gone.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it says here in 1960s, in the early 1960s, they shot up missiles rather than effortlessly cutting through the sky. The missiles began to explode midair. This is also another part of Operation Fishbowl. Keep that in mind. This is the second testing that they did on it. This field appears to have fluid-like properties, responding to the missiles as they pass through different layers of electromagnetic forces. As the missiles ascended, they encountered what seemed to be a kind of invisible barrier. Upon hitting this force field, the missiles didn't just explode randomly. They dispersed and sought equilibrium, interacting with the varying electromagnetic layers as if hitting an impassable wall. And that is, again, from a declassified operation called Operation Dominique, Part 2 of Operation Fishbowl. With that, I'm gone. Y'all be cool, man. Peace, love, and blessings. My
Peace,
condolences,
love, and
Mr. Mata.
Thank you.
I'll see you again. Peace, love, and blessings to the rest, man. Even if we don't agree, y'all still my folks, man. Hold your head up, though, Sarah. You heard?
Thank you. We've
Yeah.
got puppies. Puppies make everyone happy. So everyone get your feel goods out. We got OP here to make us all feel. Where'd Angry Man go? Did he leave?
Yeah, I believe so.
Looks like
it.
Oh, well, we got puppy love. Puppy. We got our own resident happy maker. So yeah.
So the thing he didn't hit is supposedly we don't go out into space anymore because in Operation Fishbowl they somehow supercharge the Van Allen radiation belts and we can't pass them anymore.
Right. Man would
That
never
is-
have gotten to the moon if what he said was true.
The
Yeah.
Van Allen radiation
Well,
belt
I
is
was
so much
never-
bigger than any amount of energy
I
we
saw-
could put out.
Are we still on the moon?
You know what I saw that's unrelated to this?
Well, we're on space.
No,
still.
we're on.
The mold. They got the mold back from the ISS or whatever, and then they said they might be able to use the Chernobyl mold to eat the radiation for when we go to Mars. because there's that mold that's eating the radiation in Chernobyl. It's like a mold.
Oh, that's right. They found the new mold.
Yeah.
but would it? I don't know if it would deal with it fast enough. 'cause they're
Yeah,
talking about-
they're saying. I think they're talking about like I don't. Obviously, I'm not a biologist, but they were saying they want to crossbreed that shit with something that's like
10 times
faster, more
faster,
hardy,
really.
or like more able to manage. I don't know. Obviously, they know the specs. I don't know. I'm sure they.
I mean, there's all kinds
they
of new
can figure
problems
that
to
out.
deal with. Like one of the problems is that now our technology uses microcircuitry, and radiation is especially good at destroying microcircuitry and putting electrical charges in them.
Well, it's not kind of an interesting concept. I've seen like sometimes you have to like go back to old tech in order to go forward for some stuff. Like wouldn't it be something if like to get into space we have to go back to like almost like the retro shit? Like
It's like
the
radio,
old school-
I'm sorry.
uh,
No. Roll back the conversation. Roll back the
moves.
conversation. Did you say they found a mold that eats radiation?
Yeah, in Chernobyl.
Yeah, around Chernobyl.
It eats radiation.
Yeah,
I actually thought it was a fungi, but
yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Fungus, whatever.
We
same
found.
thing.
So we
Does
found
anybody know
Yeah,
who?
yeah, I'll
Sorry,
I'll
does
post- I'll post
anybody
a link
know
in the
who
side chat.
Telescope is before I make them
Give me a
cam
second.
up?
Yeah,
Telescope.
I know
Telescope,
Telescope.
you're
He's
back
a
there.
friend of mine.
Telescope is?
It is a fungus.
Yeah, he's a left-wing Oxford attendee, so he's
Okay.
quite knowledgeable.
So he's not going to ping flash our screen.
No.
All right, okay, I'm gonna
Let's
post it in
see.
side chat.
That makes him
Telescope, is that
knowledgeable.
you? Say something.
Telescope.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
that's fine.
was
He's
waiting.
okay.
I was waiting.
He's been
I was
on
waiting
my
to
panel
talk.
many times.
I'm sorry,
waiting to
Telescope.
I just wanted to ask
Weird.
Angry Man if color vision existed before the technology to record it. That's all I wanted to know. I mean, that's a
Well,
really
Anchorman's not here
deeply
anymore,
that's a deeply philosophical question and about human development and
The answer is
evolution.
no.
Fourth
would've-
Wiseman sends the big 100. I love the duck reference. I can't even rant now. Like I'm out of rant.
I agree. I agree. We
Telescope,
need to go back to
Angry
old
Man
tech, and I believe we need to go back to old tech and use get rid of space shuttles, and we use space canoes. We can build them out of the timber from Canada.
The
Look,
oldest
now
tech
that
is
we
the
know
June
AI
body
is coming
itself.
for us, we have to do the Battlestar Galactica move. We have to downgrade our tech so that when the AI comes, we're all not getting taken over by it because we've got our 1970s Star Wars tech.
Exactly.
right. That's
but
right.
no,
That's right.
that's okay. Let's put an importance on the
Space
fact
canoe.
that
Must
Gotta
be
keep the
cool.
eggs in around forever.
we have a fungus that can eat radiation. The nuclear energy is the way to go from this point forward. Then
Hang
there should
on.
be no.
What
there's
does
no
the fungus
justification.
eat
Nuclear energy
radiation?
was
What does
always-
the fungus do with
absorbs
it?
it.
Let's put importance on. There's a $100 dono on the screen, and I'd like to acknowledge it. Fourth Wiseman says, "Chin up, Sarah. Duck prepaid. Now I got to tax him. Condolences to you. Thank you so kindly. I was expecting to come back and like be able to do it, and then as soon as I turned the thing back on, and then I got on here, and I was like, nope, can't do it, and then I had to go. But thank you, Ben, for taking over. I know you do a really good job with co-hosting. You guys take care of it very well. But thank you, Doc. Yes, get a fucking kazoo, sir. Just get the kazoo. All right, now I've got the 100. Now we are in debt, Doc. To
Come
Fourth
on, Doc.
Wiseman.
It's the instrument of
do
your
it.
people.
Oh, Fourth
Right?
Wiseman is in Australia. I see.
Yes. We have a quite a large Canadian and Australian audience. The UK not so much because we're 6 hours behind them, so they're
Yeah.
normally
It's
sleeping
early
by the time we
morning there
get
right
here.
now.
That's funny because I
But
have
sometimes-
a really
Van
good
to-
UK audience. Like
You
mine
have all
is-
the night
I have
owls.
UK.
then.
I have UK, and then like Australia is real big when I do this time.
Yeah, I noticed though I'll do like a UK hour special where I'll like go on at around 3 or something every once in a while. Can't do it all the time just because the kids and stuff, but once in a while I'll do it and we can pull them in. But overall it's hard to get them here just because it's a weird hour. But thank you, Fourth Wiseman and Tomatoes in the chat for putting my favorite color up on the screen once more. And here's the 20 extra for your funny rant earlier, Slammy Duck for poking a $20 bill. Yeah, I sent him 20 and I said, here you go. And then he didn't do anything with it. And that like, there's no excuse at this point. Right. So fair enough. Thank you, Fourth Wiseman. That was very thoughtful. All right, back to you, gentlemen. We are still on the outer space. I can't believe
No,
that.
we need to move. We need to move to nuclear energy.
I want
All
to
right.
one more thing.
Okay.
I did look up.
I posted 2 links in there.
I'm with
Didn't
Bump
see
here.
them.
I did look up the items that man had posed, and I actually kind of already knew about that. That's where they were testing nuclear weapons in the atmosphere. I don't see how that correlates now all of a sudden that there's a firmament because those weapons exploded. Yeah, they sent weapons into the atmosphere and they exploded. That doesn't mean we have a firmament.
It's just the Van Allen radiation belts.
It's a
Without
biblical term. And what the hell?
Do people understand on here that
which are
that
wider than
satellites
the
exist?
planet
You got a
itself.
turtle
shell, dog.
Do you know
Yeah,
satellites
that's
exist?
the atmosphere is wider than the planet itself. I'm glad you noticed that, Effigy.
And you think a nuclear bomb can affect that when it's being bombarded by the sun?
That's their story, not mine. I just also read the fucking documents, and according to them, it supercharged the Van Allen radiation belts. There was a time we could pass through them, and that time no longer exists because they're much more radioactive now. Not my fucking story.
Well, and two, here's the thing. So the
Just a
idea of the
conspiracy-
firmament comes
conspiracy
from an
story.
ancient
it's just a bunch
view.
of people
Well,
don't
call it
understand.
all you want. The government declassified it and said they fucking did it. So you can call it conspiracy all you want, but usually that just means you're a jackass who didn't bother to look. That's
So
usually what
The
that
government
means.
is founded upon conspiracies.
So the idea
Yeah,
of
well,
the
the
firmament
man went to the moon. Are you trying to tell me that there's a difference now to when
Why didn't
the
man go
actually
back?
went to the moon? There's no difference. The atmosphere
Because
hasn't
it's too
changed.
expensive.
There's no barrier.
We haven't gone back to the moon because
Funding?
it's too expensive.
Funding.
As the Cold War ended and there's no
kidding me?
profit to do it.
Yeah, it's
Well, they stopped going
Exactly.
long
Doesn't
before.
the idea of
Well,
the firmament
during, like,
come from the
middle of the
Bible
Cold
and
War.
Scripture?
Governments
Yes.
are in too much debt.
Is
to
that-
be,
is that-
poking around?
Yeah,
question.
it does. It comes from the flood. The idea
yes,
Look at-
of
it
the
does come from-
firmament
Elon Musk is
being
doing
let
stuff
loose
because
and
there's
then
money
waters
to be
from the
made at
deep
it, but just
coming up.
NASA
That's
doing stuff.
what
They
it
weren't
comes
making
from.
anybody
The
with what they
idea
were
of the
doing. That's why
firmament
they
False
stopped.
talking.
Scripture. The idea of the firmament, guys, comes from Scripture. Now I understand that
Right,
you've got
but
your
who's
own
arguing
You're the
against
only
that,
one saying
Clay?
firmament, dude.
No one's
It's a
arguing
turtle
against that.
shell.
No, what I'm telling
You
you,
can call it
it's
whatever you
funny
want,
that
man.
that
Dumbass.
the argument keeps being made for the firmament still being there. But if you're going
The
through
fact
those
is you claimed it went to the
firmament's
moon,
gone.
but nobody's ever went back. Why?
Hi,
You say it's
hi,
too
yes,
expensive.
I was trying to say something.
That's not a good
The
answer.
firmament, according to the Scripture, it's gone. The firmament let out all its waters in the Scripture. It's gone.
okay. Is a volcano an angry hill?
The firmament
Yes.
isn't water.
The firmament did not
It is
disappear.
very.
Does-
There was a layer under the
It's the
firmament.
fact
that
that
I
fell
actually
space
down.
walked
is
up to the
water.
top.
I
of
can
the
ask
Anybody,
you-
hold on, you're all talking at
We're
the same time.
underwater.
You'll need to turn
We're
up the
underwater.
volume in your headphones so that you can hear each other instead of your voice. There is Spin City News backstage. Does anybody know who that is?
Negative.
Yeah, he's from my channel.
Yours?
Hopefully
He's
someone who
clinically
doesn't believe
insane.
in
He's
the
a
They'll have a
firmament.
logo of Spin City News.
Yeah. Just for the record, Spin City News is backstage. If you'd like to get him up, you have to boot somebody else off because we're currently at a 10 packed panel. So just so you know. Go ahead.
Okay, somebody has to go.
The only reason that I bring this up is because the idea of the firmament comes from that Scripture. And it's so funny because the people who bring up the firmament don't want to bring out that other part where the firmament let all the waters out. The idea of an icy dome, it's gone kind of thing. That part is left out when they talk about the firmament. So now there's the ability to go to space, or there's
Well-
not because of the firmament, but the firmament, according to the Scripture there, is gone.
Hold on. Well, that's not
Yeah,
the
but
only
back in the
place.
days of the
Hold on.
Bible, they didn't try to go into outer space. They
Well,
were just,
well,
you know,
The waters
trying to
of
make
the
up
hold
theories
on.
and stuff like that. So it's
Hold
just
on. There's
biblical
also
theory.
well, also when you talk about the firmament, that's not the only references. If you talk about Christian basis in the firmament, they're also going to talk about when God talks about how he divides the earths. And it goes, you have the earth, and you have like the heavens, the first heavens, and you have the third heavens, right? And he gives the first two heavens, which is the earth or whatever, to it. And they say the second heaven is going to be where the firmament is, right? Because Satan's got control of that. And so he's got power over the skies and natural disasters, right? And so that's kind of what they would argue, is that you can't go past that. And then that would be the third firmament. So that's where some of that comes from, and the dome theory, at least, if that's what we're talking about. But along with the water and the canopy theory and shit. But like,
you know exactly
why
what
is
I'm
this
talking
important?
about. The reason I bring it in is
why?
That part is conveniently left out when they begin to speak about the firmament and the ability to travel to space. They say that we were trying to bring
talking about the firmament, man. I'm asking, why haven't we been back to the moon? You said
Which language of the Bible did you read that from?
Right now,
It's got nothing to do with the firmament going to the moon.
Why have we not been back to the moon?
Man was
they sent
arguing
plenty of spacecraft to Mars.
The only good answer would be to say by law.
The Chinese just sent a rocket to the moon.
But you don't get that. Like,
Okay, which language of the Bible did you read about the firmament in? Was it Hebrew or Greek or Anglo-Saxon English? Was it the
English
King James, or that really, or the one they teach with retarded children in like youth group?
God told it to me in a dream.
I mean,
I'm just asking why
I've
we
read
been back to the
Spanish
moon?
and English. I've read like
Read it in the
Latin
Blue Letter
translations.
There
I mean, I can't read
wasn't
Latin,
the will to do
but,
it
you know,
after
there's
the
some-
sixth
side by
time
side, I'm
they
assuming
sent
it's
a
right.
rocket there.
Why would we not go back to the moon?
Okay, in what language was the Bible originally written in?
Well, it depends. We have, if you take the ancient
No,
Hebrew text,
the
we have
original,
ancient Arabic,
the original.
we'll have
You understand
we'll have-
language, you
we'll
don't
have
understand
both.
I'm getting a
Silence
timeout
means
for
nothing.
It
Spin
depends
City
on which
for 10 minutes,
book
okay?
and the Bible.
Boot me
Hold
off.
on. No. Texas Bully Mom is offering you the ability to choose who to boot backstage. She says, "Bring up Spin City, Tommy. You choose who the 10-minute
okay.
timeout is going to." She likes to let you
Okay.
guys have choices.
Okay, you
That's too
guys
much power.
tell me, who's the most obnoxious on the panel at the moment?
It's your choice, brother, man.
No, it's your choice.
Well,
You
it's
could
not
somebody could
me.
look at you, somebody could look at you wrong, and you could be like, "Fuck you, you're out."
Usually,
I mean, I
go
tell me
with
the slumlord all the
with
time.
the
I mean,
icons that are off camera first. That's just the standard.
In my honest opinion, I think we should let God's aunt take a seat because he's not here.
What are you talking about?
He is here. He is here.
Is he?
He's
talking?
just a tiny
Okay, my
little
bad.
ant.
I didn't hear him for a while, so I didn't.
Yeah, and
I know
go with
he's always
that,
got
'cause
first
he's
seat.
not showing his face.
I don't have a camera.
He's always got first seat, as far as I know.
Ants
Come on.
take.
I didn't know he was here.
Get a camera
Just
on
play
Amazon
Money Mo.
for like $5.
That's usually how panels work, Ant. Sorry, man. If you don't have a camera on, you usually get put in the back if someone gets.
It's fine. It's
Yeah,
part of the
that's
game.
usually how it
I'm
goes.
not getting a camera.
Did you
Just
say
to
Tommy?
tease you, though.
Tommy, did you pick Ant, or is that?
Yeah, and his telescope, he just came on, and it's been on for a while. He doesn't have a camera. That's the only reason.
Fair enough. All right, to
No
the
hard
back, Ant.
feelings.
Hang tight. He's okay. He knows with the avatar he gets up first. All right, and welcome Spin City. You can say thank you to Texas Bully Mom for bringing you up. We love how she wants to.
Thank you for bringing me up into the wild blue yonder. I've been sitting here listening, and I had to chime in, of course.
Welcome
Fair
to Star
enough.
Trek.
Yes, welcome. And Fourth Wiseman says, "Hey, folks, I don't want to call anyone a tard. Maybe I'm the tard. No, you're all tards. But you got to realize majority of the English words do not mean what you've been taught, with exceptions. Break them down. Syllables."
That's why it's called spelling.
Yep.
That's a fallacy. Original meaning doesn't mean it doesn't have the meaning you have. Words change over time.
Real magic has always been about words.
For the record.
Soup.
Wait till you
Soup
see.
is magic.
Soup.
Soup is magic. Yeah.
I'm still waiting to hear from the
Only words.
You put a bunch of different stuff into a cauldron and you eat it. That's magic.
I mean,
I'm still waiting for
Dude,
a
it's
biblical
really
scholar to
trippy.
tell me how
And what do you eat
which
soup in?
language was
A
the
bowl.
original
It's
A
all
bowl.
The Bible's written. Hold on, it depends on which book of the Bible.
Hold in the
The
firmament.
different books of the Bible have been written in different languages originally before they were compiled in one
What was the
single
original language?
manuscript.
Original.
The New Testament was
Right,
written
well,
in Greek for a
the
reason.
New Testament, a lot of it was written in Greek because that was the lingua franca at the
The
time.
New Testament was
versus
all
the
written
Old
in Greek
Testament.
for a good reason.
Yeah, versus the Old Testament, you're gonna see a lot of that written in like ancient. Some of it's gonna be in Jewish text. You're gonna have pre-Hebrew. You're gonna have some Arabic. Like I mean,
What we
just
call
depends on which
Paleo
book.
Hebrew.
Yeah, there's
Yes,
gonna be
with
like
all
the
this Bible
Talmud. Like,
talk,
which
Don
one?
Lemon
Which
is
is
going to
what
be
you
joining
pick?
the panel.
It
Oh,
became
Lord.
Greek. It is Greek.
Cool with
It's
Hebrew.
a
It's cool
the
with me.
alphabet.
I can do Hebrew.
It's Greek.
Blue Letter
and-
Bible does it all for you, bro.
It's Greek, and then it was later translated to Hebrew,
Mhm,
and then
mhm.
to
And
Anglo-Saxon
Latin.
English.
Wait. Where did you
Latin.
where
Who's
did
that who
you
just
get
said
the
that?
fact
That
that
guy
it
knows
was
something.
Greek and then it was turned into Hebrew?
No, it
He
was
said
Greek
the
and then
opposite.
it's
Yeah,
The
but-
oldest versions of the Bible are Greek.
English, then it was Greek, then it was Hebrew.
I mean, I have
No, it's
two
not
doctors of
English.
religion, but I
It was
I
not
Hey, I
English.
was
What the hell are
going
you
to
talking
say
about?
that, but okay,
Greek became
I agree
English.
with you.
I'm joking. I'm kidding. That was as farce as it being Greek, then Hebrew. That's
I
not.
heard somewhere that it was actually
What we call
Scotch Gaelic
Paleo
version.
Hebrew is Greek, and it became English.
Paleo Hebrew is Greek. And it
It became Greek. Yeah, what we'd call Greek.
It's
Yeah,
Greek.
that's why the New Testament's in Greek, obviously, and so is the Old, obviously.
Does anyone know
Paleo
Wasteland?
Hebrew, which would have been hundreds and hundreds of years before what we're actually fucking talking about.
Yeah, I just.
Well, what we were talking
about.
about was the space
That's-
missions and stuff, the Apollo missions, and you're right. That's my whole point.
Does anyone
What
know
you
who
call
Waste-
Hebrew, the real Hebrew died long before.
Is my
Greek,
volume
and that's why
low?
it's all given in Greek.
Oh,
No,
Is my
it's not.
volume
You're good.
low? Is there any
No, you're
reason why
good.
anybody can't hear me? Okay, I just try to figure out when I start talking. That's when everybody does shut the fuck up.
I couldn't hear. Sorry.
Does anyone know who Wasteland Games is?
No.
No.
Was he even in the chat?
I don't know. Wasteland,
No.
since nobody's able to vouch for you, I'll just need a quick cam up backstage and then I can put you on the roster.
I still, I
well-
would like to go back to One Step for Man, you know, and the radio wave signals. I originally came in because I thought it was absolutely hilarious that somebody said they were using CB radios.
Oh,
Ham
that was
radio.
Man.
Yeah, he's gone.
The ham radio is like one of the
greatest
greatest
Man went to the
inventions
moon.
ever.
Well, I would agree with that, but a Citizens Band radio only has very
Certain
restricted length.
Right, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I
they were
just
using, I think it was
understand it.
VHF to transmit to the moon rocket, and there
Right.
were amateur
VHF are
radio
very
operators
high
on the Earth that had antennas that could point up into the atmosphere to the rocket and monitored the radio transmissions on the way to the moon. So
I think we were even. I think we were
I have
even
a
like
question.
bumped out
the
for
moon
like
thing
Soviet.
actually happened.
What's up, Bumpkin?
I have a general question. So the title is Survive 20 Spicy Topics, Claim Glory. How many topics have you been through tonight?
Yeah, I agree. Let's move topics.
I'm
I
all right
died,
with that.
man.
10.
Is this
Where I
All right.
I think we started with immigration or something.
No, we
Okay.
started with the open border. Then we
Yeah.
maneuvered. How about anybody into God's existence?
God both exists and does not exist, obviously.
God exists in the mind of man.
Well, the question is,
No,
does God
exists in all existence.
I'm sorry. I know I'm fucking talking right now. Get some
It might be
headphones,
lag.
Thea. It will help. It's not a lag. It's you're an idiot who's not listening with your ears. You need headphones, and this is why. Wasteland Games backstage. Listen, Tardo, you're sitting backstage saying, I'm a YouTuber as well. If you were, you'd fucking know how to fucking cam up because we ain't that stupid. Nice try. Either fuck off or cam up, dude. Thank you.
Yeah,
All
just
right.
fuck right off, like she said.
Yeah.
The question. I like that one. I like that one. So does God exist, or is religion just comforting mythology? Now, Balderson, I know you're into the Odinism concept, and I know you're very well versed in the mythology area as well. Clay, I know you have a god. Tommy, I'm not sure where you stand, but I think anyone can generally make the case, whether it's just like a comforting mythology or maybe it really is existence as a belief. So I would like to play that game. Before we do, Wasteland Games, I can just hit the ban button. All right, you've got exactly, I'm not comfortable. Get the fuck out of here. What do you think? We're like born yesterday? Ban, bye. They think we're like, do we look like amateurs? Do we look like fucking amateurs? I'm sorry.
No.
These channels have been here a while. I've got a lot of people who are very well versed and excellent content creators on this screen. We ain't that tardo. All right, Fourth Wiseman. God, now I'm getting a headache. Fourth Wiseman coming to the Big Ten says, here's a funny fact. Words are spells. Yes.
Here we go.
I said when Klaus Schwab's wife was at WEF conference a few years back, what's she doing away from the cauldron? That night, 1,000 frogs invade my home. What?
I beat you to that joke, by the way, Wiseman.
Close.
Navy SEALs?
I think Alan Moore
Navy
beat
SEALs
everyone
some of
to
the
it
money
under his
for his, mansion.
documentary, but that's okay.
But yeah, that's neither here nor there, okay? Listen, I'm taking credit now.
Now, Alan Moore beat you guys decades ago in a documentary.
The eye of the newt.
Okay, to play the game, Sarah, I am Catholic. Okay.
Okay. As am I.
There you are.
And it is very comforting for me to walk into church. You know, it's very comforting. Now, can I say I believe in all of the Catholicism things? No, I can't say that. I can't.
Like Nicene Creed or?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Like Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
No, I believe in
one
that.
of those. Like you're saying, I
believe
can't say everything. I don't know. Are you saying you can't say that all of the
I can say that.
prayers, or are you saying you can't say that you can confirm that it's solid proof of existence?
I would agree with solid
the one true
proof of
cult. If you're
existence.
not in our cult, you're going to hell
I'm
forever.
fucking kidding. You gotta be kidding me. I asked him a fucking question. He's in the middle of answering it. What the fuck is wrong with you? Go ahead, Spin City. Please continue answering.
Thank you. I believe in the existence. I believe that there is a place in behind the pearly gates that if I do everything right, I will go there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I believe. So when I walk into church, I feel at peace.
Okay.
I believe in the Lord's Prayer. I believe in the Hail Marys, if you will. I'm not going to go into all the Catholicism theory or what we pray to, but in hindsight, I am very comforted in my church, and I feel at peace. If that makes any sense, if I've answered the question.
Yeah. Or is does God exist, or is religion just comforting mythology? So you're kind of like crossing the question a little bit, but I understand what you're saying. So, but your belief.
So comforting. Yes, it is very comforting to me.
Listen to the prompt. Does God exist, or is religion just a comforting mythology?
I believe
mythology would mean it would be fake, essentially, and just a book of stories for you to comfort yourself with.
I believe God exists.
Well, it's ontological conversation. So like we personify things. So like, for instance, like angels in the Bibles are like chariots with fires with like eyes and shit. So we get our understanding from like certain things like Greek mythology. of our understanding of heaven and hell. With Hades and the Pantheon. So but you also deal with certain religions where it's more like just philosophy. So like pantheism is just sexed up atheism where everything is God. So it really kind of depends on like what scope you're looking at. Is it based on like Western Christian like moral like dictations, or is it actually looking at universal signs and stuff? Now, I would say I'm an agnostic atheist. I do understand theology and study all that kind of stuff, but certain things are just basic philosophy though too. So it makes you feel good. Makes you feel good. Okay, you derive a moral compass from it. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
See, this isn't this isn't a fun game for me to play because I'm an ex-Germanic pig and now I'm an Orthodox Christian. So this isn't a fun game. This is not a fun game. This is not a fun game.
Listen, I want to say this. Everybody has the right to believe whatever they want to believe in, whether it be the Church of Scientology or Catholicism or Christianity in a whole. But I get the question of maybe feeling or being comforted in that space.
We have community, right?
Part of my
That's a
issue with
basic
it is
principle of
just
community.
people find comfort in anything. It doesn't have to be a religion. When you're talking about religions, for me, there's just a difference between esoteric and exoteric, and most people carry the exoteric. They don't derive deeper meaning from anything. They just enjoy the story of their area. And then the exoteric is to carry the esoteric, so that way the esoteric doesn't die and that knowledge stays, because all religions basically break down into the way the world works around us.
Okay, we don't need a philosophy 101 course. I mean, literally. I mean, I think we can kind of derive and figure out stuff. Like some people enjoy like Christmas because, like, hey, it's a time of year, and I really just enjoy spending time with my family. I like building a community and maybe showing how I care about them and putting some pajamas on and watching some films. You know, it's.
It's good that you don't want to derive any meaning from anything. That's fucking awesome.
You can derive meaning. I mean, overarchingly, I think it's
Good
all
for fucking you.
The universe doesn't care. I mean, there's probably. I mean, the sun is eventually going to destroy the Earth in 1 billion years. And eventually, our galaxies are going to collide, and there's going to be a great heat death. That's what's going to happen.
Well, hold on.
There's
I
the
mean,
universe of nothing.
Yeah, that's not some dumb fake bullshit story. That's
no. Well, hold on. I
can't proven anyway.
I mean, sure. I guess on one
It
end,
can't be
there's
proven. It's going to turn to a red giant.
there used to
It's
be
like we
dinosaurs.
see
It's
a red
definitely
giant.
proven. It's definitely proven. Show me the records of it. Definitely proven.
Hold on.
Records of what? A red giant? We can show you records. We have like photographs.
Even in the
That's
Bible.
what we're talking about.
Hold on. I want to like talk to something here though. Like, all right. So on one hand, if we're gonna just take the pure like science exposure, I mean, you can either take it everything means nothing, so nothing means nothing. All right, that's real pessimistic, right? I mean, but I like to look at sci-fi, right? And I think Asimov said this thing with what the magic is indistinguishable from science, and science is far enough advanced, and that's kind of an interesting concept. But I've really been diving into like this concept of like belief, right, and truth versus fact, right? And like, so I don't know if y'all read like American Gods or watched the show or read any 40K novels, but in like 40K they have gods. Some of the gods are just bad, right? And one of the big famous quotes is we found out God exists and he hates us. But then later they find just another evil god and they basically give their belief and it powers this god. And I think that maybe I don't know if I believe that happens, but I think on Earth, like if you believe in something and enough people believe in something, does it really matter if the God exists? Because you're giving it its power, right? And even if it's just a ritual, you're still giving this entity the same power as if it does exist. And at some point, it doesn't matter if it doesn't actually exist, because people are still acting as if it does. And I think that's something we should maybe take into account here, because like ritual gives power to things, whether or not it's like actual manifest power or just people acting on the belief that power is real.
But wouldn't you bring that back to personal belief?
Sure,
I actually
but if like
agree
if,
with-
I, if say there's
That's what I'm hearing is about personal belief.
yeah, but if 1,000 people have the same personal belief, it's a lot more powerful than like Bob has one belief. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it doesn't
It's a
matter
logical, like,
that 1,000
it's-
people
it's
are wrong if they still believe it and act on it as if they're right. You know what I'm saying?
You're talking about like chaos gods and stuff. There is no
So
god of
Actus-
gods in the 40K
and
universe.
men. So
Sure.
Actus Reus, men's
But I get your
Rea-
point.
Actus Reus, mens Reus, right? So the acting
Well, yeah, there's
part
no god of
is
gods.
different. There's a difference there, right? So I can believe 100 million different things, but if I never act on them, then it doesn't matter.
Right. But I'm saying, like, since there's so many Christians and so many Muslims in the world, all of them are acting on it, then the God exists, even if it doesn't exist, because there's no power from this belief being used. Like, does that make sense?
He's talking about an egregore.
I come
is
from
the
it.
term for that. It's an egregore.
Yeah, like basically, it doesn't matter if whether or not they actually exist if everybody acts like it does.
That is their actual existence.
Yeah, right.
No, I come from no. The
In the
issue of it
40K
is
universe,
everyone
the
comes.
chaos gods actually exist.
But
No, wait a
everyone
minute.
comes
Somebody-
from the
okay,
argument.
somebody in
No,
the
let me
chat-
finish my statement. Let me finish my statement. Everyone
Go
comes
ahead.
from the everyone comes from the thought that
you just cut out.
No, there's
I'm
no
sorry, you-
evidence.
you-
of it.
you
You
just
should
cut
note
out
it
for
from
20
the
seconds.
ground up.
Yeah,
Demonstrate.
half your statement's gone, bro. You got to restart. Your phone cut out.
There's
or your
nothing
screen
but
cut
evidence
out.
of God.
Okay, no, that's not. I'm on my headphones.
Say it over.
No, it's it's the assumption of everyone comes from it from God exists. It should come from the assumption that God doesn't exist to that God exists. And that's the issue of the ontological argument.
I'm saying, I guess the position I'm coming from is right. Like, I don't think it matters whether or not you can prove God exists. If enough people are acting as if it does, then for all intents and purposes, it does, right? Like, you could use this like for another thing, right? Like, let's say,
No.
y'all remember when Bush wanted to go into Iraq and he said there's nukes and everybody believed that was true, right? Like, and then we went in there. Like, it doesn't matter whether or not it was actually true. We still went in there and whooped their ass, right? Like, same kind of concept here with the God. It doesn't
Yeah, I
matter if
agree.
they actually exist. If
What if
everybody
it's
acts on it.
Well, perfect, because if it's an evil god, right, and they're sacrificing youngins, right,
Like the
then you're
Aztecs
gonna
gods, yeah.
say,
Mhm.
then you're gonna say it matters, right? But if everybody's acting really good, then all of a sudden it doesn't matter. So it does matter because what are their actions, right? So if everybody believes that sacrificing little ones is a good thing, right, then the people on the outside are gonna look at that and go, oh, that's bad, and it matters.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't say the Aztecs' rituals were exactly comforting, but I would say their gods were pretty powerful because people were still doing those fucking rituals, whether or not they actually exist.
Okay, so you ever read the
But you're not saying
you ever
it's
read,
about God, though.
All
me make
religions
a
are made
comment.
up by different peoples, and I think they're made up to make you, be with the system and be part of it and be a better, in the case of the Bible, to be a better person. If you, follow Christianity, you become a better person.
There is
And
a
you're- and
possibility.
You don't,
that there is
like they say, you
a
can't
real
say,
God.
well, God will punish you because it's the devil that will punish you, not God.
Well, no,
There's
the
a
devil doesn't.
100% possibility.
The devil doesn't punish anybody.
No, the
The
devil
devil
wants
just-
you. The devil wants you
And
to
what you
live a,
call
a
religion was
wonderful,
made by
happy
Satan.
life and just don't believe in God.
Yeah, right.
No, absolutely. That is the
devil
concept
made me
behind
do it.
Christianity, is that the evil one, the liar, wants you to live a wonderful, happy life here on the earth and then die.
The devil is a
Well,
fictional character that
God
people
made
like
the
to think
devil.
are real.
Okay, I have
Exactly.
two comments. What I believe that our God is a very merciful God. Okay, I do not believe that there are good gods and bad gods. I don't. It does not make logical sense to me, right? I don't believe in having to buy your way into heaven, and I think Sarah and Clay know what I'm talking about.
You're not a
So-
Catholic because
You're talking about
because
being a good
you have to
person?
believe in salvation and wages. You're talking about salvation and wages, and you're not a Catholic if you don't believe in them. Because that's
Well-
you're a Lutheran. No, you're not a Catholic.
The wages of sin.
Catholic.
Yeah,
No,
major
that's-
sin is that. Well, that's.
Catholics
Yeah,
don't
I'm,
believe
I don't.
don't
Okay,
sin or you
I
won't
put-
go to heaven.
If I put $20, if I put $20 in the poor box, am I buying my way into heaven?
no.
If I put $20 in the offering plate, am I buying my way into heaven?
No.
So
yes, because tithing.
I'm not Lutheran.
Tithing is.
I just do not. I just do
tithing.
not believe that I should give a third or a half or whatever of
It's
my
1/10.
like I said, whatever to
No, it's
the
tithing.
church. Because
Tithing is tied with the church.
okay,
Yeah, but even
doesn't have
Lutheran
to
or
be
even
It's
even
expected
Lutheran.
of you to give a certain percentage of your income.
Well, yeah, hold on. Even like say like I'm Southern Baptist, right? But even like other Protestant denominations, like tithing, you don't buy your way into heaven with the tithing. But if you're Christian and you go to a community of churches, you're supposed to tithe 10% or more if you can.
No,
but
no.
like it's not
Okay,
required.
Catholic-
I mean, it might be different than Catholic, which is the wages thing. Yeah.
No,
Because you also like
Catholics can
purgatory
buy.
prayers.
Prayer candles, and you can buy a percent
but
of
man
purgatory.
needs God the other way around, right? So when you're paying your way, you're helping other people out. That's not like God needs you to pay into the tithing. He doesn't need anything.
Yeah, but the church can't survive with nothing.
Exactly. Businesses die without cash flow.
That's not true either.
Of course it is.
Well,
No,
okay, I can't say that it is not exactly true.
Yeah, it's not exactly true. You're skipping a few steps, right? So
I
first
I didn't want to go through those fucking steps, but if you want to go through them, we'll go through them.
yeah, there's the
Let's go.
congregation,
They
which
didn't have
is
money.
Guys, I'm a
there's-
minister. I can bless y'all's water and make it holy water for free.
Real
right?
Catholic.
I got
The
you.
assumption is that they will work together to create a better society for themselves. The idea behind that is that they are pleasing God, right? They
God makes
work
society.
together to please God. It's not that God needs that, it's that we need that. We need that. The idea behind what you're a lot of people get that assumption messed up because they all of a sudden now God needs men to be in a church. No, he doesn't need the earth. He doesn't need the sun. He doesn't need these planets. He doesn't need anything. He is he, and that's it. But he provides, and it's already provided. We're just sharing. We're just sharing what he has already provided. That's all it is.
Now, do you think my parish, mind you, we are 2,000 people or parishioners. There's a little over 2,000 parishioners in my parish. Okay. Do you honestly think the diocese would let that church fall?
The assumption would be no.
I don't believe
Yeah, I
it
would
would be an assumption.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe that they would. No, I don't know because, sometimes men become corruptible. I don't know your elders and that sort of thing, but I wouldn't
Right.
believe that they would.
Okay. So would you believe that the diocese with a parish that had 25 members that was losing money, would you think that diocese would keep that one over a 2,000 plus strong parish?
They would most likely send those 25 to the 1,000 plus.
Hold on, there's a lot of there's a lot of other factors here even within that, like say it's like geopolitical, right? Or it's the last church in the region. There's they might keep that open no matter what the cost, right? Like the Catholic Church is rich as fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to factor in all sorts of different things. Like if it's the 1,000 one next door and it's the super new one, or hey, they're building a new Archbishop's cathedral here this week, or something. I mean, obviously I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but even then, right? So, I know with us, with the SBC, they'll go and decide, okay, which African, congregations are going to get from, whatever our tithes are, which South American ones, and sometimes certain ones do get cut, and then, but it's not always because of just cash. It might be because they've moved because it's become too dangerous, or the village shut down because there's no economics there, right? Everybody moves somewhere else. There's all sorts of things you got to factor in here. I feel like you're really oversimplifying this a little bit.
Companies will run certain stores
before you can understand. Wait a minute. Before you understand, you have to simplify it, and then once you simplify the fact of whether it be politics or viewer count or parishioners, then you can go into the politics behind the whole from cardinal or to the archdiocese down to the local level. I was just simplifying it to get to the bigger issue.
Right. It's a hierarchy, and governance is very difficult, right? Especially with people who, a lot of people don't even know the direction of the congregation, the church, however you want to call it. They don't know which direction things are going. So people, unfortunately, in certain instances must be led, but that's why you have an elder class.
Okay,
Catechism.
Right. Spin City, do you believe in purgatory?
Purgatory is in damnation or the devil?
No.
Oh yeah,
metaphysical purgatory. Do you believe in that?
Waiting
So
place.
how do you get a person out of purgatory?
repent.
No. They're dead. How do you get a person out of purgatory?
I guess I don't understand the question.
So back in the day, so we started the Lutheran Church.
I want to understand the question before I answer it.
So under Martin Luther's 52 statements to the Catholic Church, one of them was salvation wages. And one way to buy your dead relative out of purgatory was through money or lighting candles, which you also do a donation to the church with.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the monetary aspect. Okay, I get it.
Salvation wages.
It was
No.
97, by the way.
No,
97. Thank you.
I do not believe, and I have said it, I do not believe that you need to, or you have to buy your way into heaven.
Okay, but hold on. The Catholics do believe purgatory is a concept today, right? Even if you
I
don't believe
understand it is a
Hold on.
concept.
All right, hold on 1 second, right? And let's just forget the earthly part, right? Say you don't believe in the buy-in of wait. Okay, we know that doesn't matter, right? But you do believe in purgatory as the concept. Since you are Catholic, that's kind of tied to being Catholic. You kind of have to believe if you're still going to be a modern Catholic. And part of being a modern Catholic, with that would be you believe the concept that they're working their way off their sin off for an indefinite amount of time, or they're suffering this punishment. That in and of itself is technically a wage.
Okay, I can say since you've explained it, yes, I believe that.
Okay.
Yes, I believe that. I do.
You
believe-
just don't believe in the earthly. You just don't believe in the earthly side.
Correct.
Apparently,
I do.
what you can
You're right.
do
Paid with his
is
holy blood,
you can,
didn't he?
You can pray for them. You can offer
Well,
masses.
that's what I would say about
indulgences like going to church, feast day, whatever. You can sacrifice. You give up some time, grudge, things like that. You can do that.
This is
to
all
some
like Dungeons and
person.
Dragons
Do you understand
to me or
Lutheranism?
What it is your
I
person is not in heaven
understand.
yet.
I
So you
understand
need
the
to help that
concept,
person get to heaven.
but I will be very clear. I do not believe that money will buy you out of purgatory. I believe that there is purgatory, but
Do you
money.
believe that
It's your friends that can help you get out of purgatory. You're already dead.
No. What do you believe when the Pope says something? It actually comes from God.
We're going to go for about 10 more minutes and then I'm going to shut down, just so you know.
I don't think the Pope is any
believe
different
none
than
of
you
you
or
are
I.
equipped
He's
to
just
have
a
this
person.
conversation.
Okay.
No,
Think he has some
Tommy
special
Tepper.
powers?
Tommy Tepper. No, it is. It's directed with Catholicism. So yes, it is. That is the man of God on earth right now, and anything said
Wages
to him,
of sin is death. Jesus Christ paid the wages for all. It says so in the book, right? With his blood.
We're talking about Catholicism.
Died for sins,
Telescope. I want to answer your question.
No, we're talking about Catholicism here. This is directly.
I
about
understand.
Catholicism.
I understand. Do I believe that the Pope himself is getting the word of God?
Bro, y'all
That
been
is
talking the whole
that is a loaded gun.
No, it's not. No.
The books in every library on earth.
The
Most hotel
Catholics
rooms,
don't
most family
Catholics don't
houses.
believe in sola scriptura, bro. That's Lutheran.
Catholics aren't even Catholic by their own definitions.
Yeah, they're not Catholics. No.
Do I believe the Pope is getting a message from God as a Catholic? Yes. Do I believe it in layman's terms? I believe there is a message, but I don't believe that the Lord and our Savior is talking to the Pope. In theory, yes.
Why does the Catholic Church?
No.
Why does
Why
the
do you say
Catholic
our
Church have
Savior?
Hold on. Why does the Catholic Church have a tradition where the priest cannot marry?
They used to be able to until the Pope said they couldn't do it about 14th century.
It's a ridiculous tradition because if anything's consistent throughout the Bible, it's reproduction.
Yeah. Fourth Wiseman is throwing a hint, nudge, nudge out there that potentially some memberships are on the way over on Benjamin Balder's side, or at least that's what I'm reading for this. He says, to all of you, if you're not subbed to Benjamin Balderson on panel now, then go subscribe. You'll most likely get a membership if you do. Thank you so much, Wiseman.
Can you drop his link?
Thank you very much.
In the
Yeah,
chat?
we could do that.
We'll
We
sub
can
up.
absolutely do that. I'll do
In fact,
it.
if there's anybody
You
on the
drop it in the
panel
chat, I'll sub up too.
that has a channel that we should be watching, we need their links dropped. That'd be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Check them out.
And for Tommy and anybody else that is new and we don't know, also you can feel free. I have our show is on Tuesday nights. Go ahead and you can go ahead and come on over if you want to jump on a panel and hash some things out. Then feel free.
For some reason, when I type my link in there, Tommy, it's not working.
Oh, okay. I'll check. I'll pop it in there. Hang
It's
on.
saying this comment has failed.
You have to be a moderator to put links in the chat.
Well, if you just type in my chat, I can pull from your comment, and it'll take me to your channel, and then I could just drop channels.
I'll put it in the back chat.
Okay.
Would that work?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I dropped the searchable term there. Spin City News. Same thing with my
Get rid
channel.
of the at.
If you search
Whatever-
for Tommy
whatever
Temper
was
Show,
down
you'll find me.
Sarah, I put it in the other chat.
Okay, thank you.
I think I did it right, but okay.
There's Telescope.
But no, I listen. I say that every Catholic believes in the total definition of Catholicism? I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Do you believe,
I certainly don't. I reject it all.
Okay, do you believe when the priest puts his hands over those wassa crackers and above that wine that it literally transforms into the body and blood of Christ? It's transfiguration. That's the term.
Of course not.
No.
You know, it's pivotal. No, it's pivotal to be a Catholic.
A Roman Catholic.
A Roman Catholic. The answer to that question is no.
You are the body.
No. You're looking. These people are not understanding Catholicism. You have to literally
there's
take
some pretty-
courses when you're a kid to when you go and become what they call a confirmed Catholic.
Yeah, there's confirmation classes they have to take. They literally have to take them, and then they have confirmation. Then, like when they're 15 or whatever, a lot of these kids do it. It's like a whole thing. You have to go to school.
Transubstantiation.
Not a symbol.
Yeah.
It's not a symbol. It literally transforms after the priest puts his hands above it and turns into the body and blood of Christ.
It literally.
Okay,
does.
wait a minute. I have a question.
Literally is doing a lot of work in that sentence.
I have a question.
Hold on.
Do
go ahead,
you believe that God created man?
No. I mean, if you want to call it like some pantheistic universal God, I guess, but like that's a completely different separate
But do you
argument. That's
believe
more-
there is a God somewhere, some way, somehow?
Yeah, but hold on. When you ask him that,
2-7.
hold on. You're saying no, you don't believe it. You don't believe there's anything that could be like a god if it was just like way more tech advanced than us. You wouldn't call that a god. It was just like
no, fuck no. It's not real.
well, okay.
Meaning
So
AI.
hold on. So say like all right. Say the Christian God, right, exists in your mind, but the way he decided to make the
Which
world
one?
is he programmed us into the PC, and now we're all just Sims characters for the Christian God, and he actually put his son into this game and brought it out. Would you tell me that basically, since he put us in like programming like that, he wouldn't be a god? Obviously, no. You would say he's a god. So I guess what I'm asking is, if we lived in like a Matrix world, or there was some like advanced creature that was able to be at this level, you wouldn't call that a god, or whoever said there wasn't one.
Mater means mother. We live in the pater, the father. We live in God, and God breathes His life.
I believe?
I was asking whoever said they didn't believe in gods at all. I guess like
That was Telescope.
I barely get
Telescope.
to. You gotta take my chances.
No, but Admiral,
I personally,
that is a very
Sin
good
City.
question.
I
That's a very
believe
good
that that we came from the dust of the universe, and like if you believe the Bible, then you believe that like all of a sudden Adam and Eve just appeared on the globe, and I think that we evolved from the monkey. I believe in evolution, but not to be said, I believe that the Bible and other religions, and there are just literally thousands of religions across the world. It seems like there's no unification. Somebody comes up with a new religion right away. They open a
okay,
church or whatever.
so you bring up Adam and Eve.
The reason for the church is to make you like part of the system, and you're not going to do bad things. You're going to be a good person.
Bullshit.
No, that's
hang
not
out
the
with
original
good
reason for the
people.
church. The
And
church,
that's,
like, listen,
hey,
the
it
church
works.
says to congregate.
It's like
The church-
almost like a government.
The Bible literally says to like fellowship with your people, whether that's like if 8 people in like at somebody's house and that's a church, or whether it's like I am at evil Joel Osteen's fucking super church. They might be wrong, but it's still like a church, right? Like
Super Joel Osteen is there for money.
Yeah,
I
he's evil.
I believe Joel Osteen is just looking at a book.
Yeah, I wish I had brought up Osteen now. I agree.
You don't
He's
think the
also-
Romans are
And
there for
likewise,
money?
some
Literally
religions
looking
are
at-
cults, like Jim Jones. That
Joel
was a cult.
Osteen is
People
the one,
believed in
whenever
him,
Texas
people
was all under
donated
the
to him,
flood,
and then he made
he
you
was
drink the
only
Kool-Aid.
church that didn't open their door for refuge.
Yeah, I was
he
there
missed
during
the
Harvey.
spot.
We had 2 rescue teams working out of my 1-bedroom apartment, getting people because we're the only ones that weren't flooded. Yeah, I remember Holstein not opening. That's why I used him. But like the point is that I mean,
How about Tammy
technically,
Baker?
it's still a church. I mean,
The Bakers.
listen, we can always pick out bad cult leaders, but like I mean, that's part of the
Like
false
the
prophet
Pope.
thing, right? Is like as they come, but it does say in the Bible, you're a Christian, you're supposed to fellowship. Like that's the thing. That's what the church is supposed to be. A lot of it.
Joel
Well, we were
Osteen is
looking
up
at-
there. Wait a minute, I got a good one. Joel Osteen is up there with the people that say they're in the spirit and they're throwing themselves on the ground like a fucking flounder, floating around. That's fake.
They can heal people apparently.
Well, you're looking at
You're
1.5.
in my fucking house and heal my back. Tommy Temper.
He
it
also
takes-
preaches the
there's-
prosperity
okay,
gospel.
I
But
wish
that's
they
all
could.
thing.
Okay, there's
I
like
understand the
1.5
theory
billion
behind it.
Catholics in the world. You know
Say
that,
that
right?
again,
You have a
Phil.
city. There's 1.5 billion Catholics.
It's
in
in
the
your
world.
mind. It's in the mind of man. Religion.
The Vatican City has its
Correct.
own city, its own rules within its own country in Italy.
It's not even a country.
I was just going to say
Yeah,
it's
it's
not a
practically
country.
its own country.
Yeah, it's one
It's
of the
its own
3
national-
city states. There's 3 city states: Washington D.C., the Vatican, and Rome. They're their own countries.
It's supranational. It's above it all.
Could
You're
be
going to literally tell me the
conspiracy
Roman
theories.
Catholic Church didn't have his hand and all over the Roman Empire.
What are you talking about? The Roman
No.
Catholic Church was created by the Roman Empire.
That makes no.
No,
that
it didn't
makes
have his
no
control
logical
over the
sense.
control. No, the control over the Holy Roman Empire. That's what's called the
Catholic-
Holy
is it
Roman
They kicked the
Empire.
Templars out.
the Roman Catholic Church didn't start until like hundreds and hundreds of years.
Yes, I'm
after
very
Rome
aware of that.
fell.
But it did not. No. It was
What?
during
No.
it was during the Roman Empire. What the hell are you talking about? Because
Yeah.
the Roman Empire split.
4th century.
What?
Jesus fucking Christ! Pay attention to what
4th century. Christianity was outlawed in Rome for a couple hundred years.
Catholicism start?
Oh
And
Lord,
they hunted them
won't
to the end of the earth.
You just said Roman
Mercedes-Benz.
Catholic.
My friends all
You said
drive
Roman
Porsches.
Catholic.
Holy Roman Empire. If it came out some other way, that's what I was meaning.
Tommy,
Holy
we
Roman
need a
Empire.
breaking news.
No, the Roman
Okay.
Catholic Church
Breaking
came before
news,
the Holy Roman Empire,
okay.
dude. Constantine made
File,
it legal in
please.
4th century.
Okay, so
breaking fucking
The
news.
Roman Empire is like 9th century, maybe.
breaking news is currently 29 degrees Fahrenheit where I live. All right, telescope. If you're saying
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
I'm the only.
You said the word Roman Catholic.
but he already corrected himself. He said he meant to say Holy Roman Empire. If that's the case, of course, the Catholic, it's a different thing. But of course, the same church leaders had a role in the Holy Roman Empire. That was after Rome.
Personally, I like Roman coins.
It's all the church.
I collect them.
They rule the world, guys.
You know, the name for the Roman emperor was the Pontifex Maximus, which was the same name that was transferred down to the Pope.
Hail Caesar!
Give on to Caesar's what is Caesar's.
You know, one time, my friend, we were on a trip in spring break. She had a break from reality due to Molly or something, and she tried to convince me that there was a woman civilization that came before us, and the aliens came down, and the Catholic Church destroyed them all. And that's
of the
kind of
giant
what
women.
I feel. Yeah, that's what I feel like is happening now. I feel like I'm getting a lot of that. A lot of the
I
theories.
saw the
you know.
movie.
I could see
It's a good movie.
What a wonderful note to end on.
Mhm.
Gentlemen, I do thank you for your patience this evening. And Ben, again, I'm sorry, Ben. I missed it.
Thank you for the Wiseman.
There it is. There it is. Go
We're the-
get your memberships. Mhm.
And I appreciate the cleverness behind your name. For the longest time, I actually had a distributor of caustic wisdom, and everybody goes around based and didn't realize that the word caustic is base. Like,
I didn't
funny
get
thing
it,
that only you get,
especially the part about the semen.
Y'all are nerding out, and it's quite cute, but I'm tired. All right. And a big shout out to everyone. Bumpkin, I'm really glad you were able to make your way back to the panel. I would love to see you on more. Work is not that important. We are more important, but we are thankful to have you here. Shout out to Fourth Wiseman for that kind, generous gift over there. Telescope, thank you. I think this is your first time here, I believe. I don't think I've ever seen you before. Really excited that we have a lot of new faces jumping in, and I think we owe that to Mr. Tommy Demper because he added a lot going on, and I know you're dual streaming, so shout out to your audience. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato. What we are now on over on my side is over at the Gauntlet. That is at the Gauntlet Debate. It is kind of the after hours, if you know kind of place. But we always start over on the Raging Tomato for open panels and for debates and so on and so forth. If you like just me and me alone, you can catch me at the Sleepy Tomato Sarah. That's at the Sleepy Tomato Sarah. But yeah, lots of options over there going on for you, Tommy. And then we got Spin City News. I don't think you've been here before, although I feel like I've seen your name before somewhere.
Somewhere.
Maybe
Probably over
somewhere.
on
Maybe I've
Tommy
seen
Demper.
you.
Hails from Florida.
Yes, I'm from Central Florida.
Fair enough. And Animated Effigy, of course, a panelist regular. We love it when he comes over here. The calmest of the lefties, I'd say. Diamac, also known as C.
Lord,
also
'cause he
known
and
as.
I get into an argument.
Well, he's very calm.
for having me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'll give you all your chances to say goodbye, but I just want to make my big intro because we have a lot of new faces. But Diamac, always changing his name. So yeah, but I'm gonna yell at you nonetheless, same name or not. Clay, I don't know where you've been. Well, we know where you've been, huh?
Can you yell at me?
No, not tonight. I'll go dummy mommy on you when I need to, but you were good tonight, so I don't have to. We love Clay. He's in the first auditor business. The Let's OTVO link that I dropped earlier is where you can find him. Mr. Balderson, my wonderful, amazing co-host. I'm officially just giving you the role. Eventually, I'm gonna have to just give you the key. So if I have to step away like that, you could actually do shit and yell at people and kick them off and do what you need to do. But yes, we love the Baldersons. They are our wonderful, amazing residential couple, and it's so adorable. And of course, Mr. Gibbs, the all-famous Pimp Daddy Flexin, usually dressed to the nines with his glorious, like, royal purple pimp suits and vests. Always gets dressed up, especially when he's got a show to have. But I'm going to leave it to you, fine gentlemen, to make your exits and outros. You can tell everyone to fuck off. You can tell them where to find you. You can tell them anything you like. I don't care what you say, but this is your one and opportunity to speak without anyone interrupting, because we're not going to do that, are we, gentlemen? Telescope, I'll start with you. Telescope.
I think he passed out.
You are muted, Telescope, if you know that. Are you sleeping? All right, we'll move on to Bumpkin. Bumpkin, carry us away.
Hi. These conversations are awesome. What I would like to see more on the panel verse, I guess you could call it, is let's start talking about stuff like, I don't know, the Epstein files, how the entire upper echelon of people are literally essaying and most likely literally eating children. We should probably start talking about that, because that's actually like important. I don't like, honestly, these conversations were awesome, but that's a little bit more interesting. Wouldn't you guys say? That's probably a little bit better to
I gotta be honest with you, Bumpkin. Maybe it's because I'm from like Twitch and I do like the debates a lot. But if I'd have to debate the goddamn Epstein files one more fucking time, I might start eating people. Like it's January 6th. Epstein files, every debate. I can be talking about immigration, January 6th Epstein file. I can be talking about Jesus Christ, January 6th Epstein file. I can be talking about like what the price of tea is in China, January 6th, every week. Sorry, but like
You should have done better, Bumpkin. You knew in no time at all they would be over it and being like, "No, it's fine. Go Trump, rah rah rah."
Listen, hold on. Throw him in the wood chipper too. Throw them all in the wood chipper. I don't give a shit. I don't want to talk. I'm just like every week. Like, can we? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm sorry.
We toppled. I'm sorry. I can't say it on this show. Never mind. We toppled an entire governmental apparatus for a 2% tax. The elites are literally eating children. That's my final point.
Thank you. I was gonna say, can we just do our closing?
My final point.
Get the fuck out of here.
My bad.
Tommy, to you, sir. Your final thoughts. Please feel free to plug in anything you'd like to plug. Tell them all where to find you. Grift, whatever you need to do.
Okay, sounds good. I'm easy to find. Tommy Temper Show, just search for it. And yeah, I'm like an all-round kind of a variety type channel, not one thing in particular. We're like maybe at the lake doing a broadcast off the lake there, or driving down the road was my very last one. Do panels. I do a lot of restreaming where I can bring up about 6 different channels at one time, doing a lot of protest stuff like Portland, Oregon, ICE protests, stuff like that. And some of my friends are like Telescope, who's been a long time chat member, and he's also has a channel himself there for probably about 4 years, since the days of the American Convoy. I think that's where we met. Spin City, he's a friend. We just met just a short time ago by way of this guy by the name of Tommy Boy in Portland, Oregon. That kind of is maybe a common connection there. He's also does some restreaming and stuff like that. But anyways, we like to have panels. So, if you come on over when I have a channel or something, come on up there, whatever. I've watched you for a long time, probably over a year, but I haven't said anything in your chat, and I've just watched the panels, and
he was stalking you.
I kind of maybe chat a little more in other friends of yours channels. So, like Dusty. Powder Dusty channel there. Yeah. So
Long
he
time
knows
lurker,
me.
first time caller.
Yeah, he's been in my channel too. Chatting in my channel, so I kind of know him a little bit there. So he knew me from a while ago, but I've never been on one of his panels. I very rarely go on panels. I'm sort of a solo guy that I do my own thing, and I don't really like to promote myself on other channels, whatever. But it is a good way. Like actually, I got a lot of subs off of you there. I'm looking at my sub counter there right now. So yeah, there are a lot of people in your chat that have done that. So, come on over to my channel and we'll promote you as well when we're live and get you some
When
subs.
are you
the love.
normally live? Do you have a
That's
schedule?
The thing is that I don't go on any schedule whatsoever. I just go live whenever I feel like it, because I'm just here for fun, entertainment, and it's fun. It's fun. I'm having fun. I appreciate being here. And last thing I'd like to say, condolences to your grandmother. Sorry to hear that happened, and it's just part of life.
It is. She was pretty deep in the stages of dementia, so it was kind of it is a little bit more of a relief, actually, in a sense. But that was not exactly. I know if my mom calls me in the middle of the night, there's something wrong, and I was not excited when I saw that phone call coming through, especially because she was watching my show prior to that. So,
wow,
she knew I was live. She would
happens.
Yeah.
But,
it happens. It is part of life, and it was kind of a matter of a timing at that point. But thank you.
Felt for you when it happened. That's for sure.
We have a very good community and a very strong one, and I'm very grateful to have them here with me. Actually, it kind of helps. But yeah, no, our show is very pro sharing is caring, and pro pushing people to go explore other new content creators, especially those who are part of Mater Nation, which is what you're part of now, joining our panels and being a part of our community and stuff. They're all about exploring and sharing the love around. So I'm all for it.
One question.
Yeah.
What's the panelverse? Tell us what that means.
Panelverse. Panelverse has been a long time joke. A joke of a word that we make fun of. Basically, what you're doing here, this is what we would consider panelverse. Anybody who clicks a StreamYard link, a Restream link, so on and so forth, jumps on a panel, whatever. It could be drama, politics, debates, religion, whatever. But anywhere in this space where they offer an open panel, that is considered what we call the panelverse. And more recently, we've had some drama in the last few months where I was informed that I was somehow working behind the scenes and instructing the panelverse to go fuck with people somehow. So we've officially dubbed me the queen of the panelverse, and somehow I'm able to strategically do all of these things.
She made them feel the power.
The power of the
Send your
panelverse.
mods over.
Yeah, right. But yeah, no, we're all for pushing other content creators and lifting everyone together. And I think we've seen a lot of that over the last year, especially with panelists and debaters and so on and so forth. And so it's very enjoyable.
Excellent.
Yep. Spin City, your turn. Tell everyone about you. Tell them where to find you. Final thoughts, whatever. Tell them to fuck off.
I do like a good debate. I do filibuster a little. I'm not going to say that I don't. And anytime that you want to have a good right winger on your panel, yes, I said it. Send me an invite.
No such thing.
Hold of me some way, somehow. I'll be more than happy to debate. I do like doing panels, and believe it or not, I owe that to Tommy Temper and another person. And I think he knows who I'm referring to.
She doesn't come here, by the way.
Well, whatever. I made the fatal mistake one time. The first StreamYard or the first panel I did, and it was with Tommy Temper. I don't regret it, and I actually like to do it. I do. Where I would like to have a panel on my channel, it's at Spin City News. I do a lot of restreaming, but it's a lot of politics and breaking news and pretty much whatever is I feel would be newsworthy.
Do
But
you have
it's at
Discord?
Spin City News. What?
Do you have Discord?
Yeah, I do.
Get into the Tomato Discord.
Okay, I'll
I like
figure
the
out.
Shane way that he said that. Like, yeah.
Well, I mean, tomato, potato, potato. Okay, whatever it is, right? But yeah, I mean, I love to have intelligent conversation without all the fucking drama. But I want to say thank you, Tommy, for posting it on your stream. That's the only way I knew that it was going on, and I took a chance. And I want to say thank you to the host and you know, God rest your grandmother. And you know, it's a hard thing. I know I've lost all of my grandmothers and grandparents, so I know how you feel, and I know what you're going through. But my final thought is just fuck right off, and we'll see you soon some other time.
Thank you so much, Spin City. We appreciate you. Effigy to you, sir.
Always fun to come up and debate, as always. If there's one thing being a lifelong atheist in the South has taught me, it's that no one wants to hear about your atheism right after someone has died. So I will skip the final thoughts that I want to give on the subject that I was just sitting out of. And I will jump back into space and say it's called orbit because it's not in the atmosphere and gravity doesn't have it. Therefore, it's in fucking space. Which was bugging me.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's just fucking obvious. It was like an itch in the back of my brain. I just had to scratch it. Other than that, fun conversations. Always fun to see where we land because it's never where we start. Other than that, y'all have a great night and see y'all up here next time.
That's a very good point. Dia to you, please.
That's me, right? All right, Dia Mac, Godson.
that's-
God bless you all. Thank you so much for having me, Sarah. Peace, of course, his peace be with you always. And it is with you always. Jesus Christ saved the entire world before the foundation of the world, you know, which is God, obviously. He is love. So just love one another. It's a kingdom of love. That's all there is. Have peace amongst yourselves. That's it. Love you all so much.
Thank you, Dia. Clay to you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Yeah, I appreciate you having us up again. It's great to be back. It was really great because popped up on the panel discussing my two most favorite topics: God and space travel. Mars. We're going. Oh, we're going. And it's not called Mars, by the way.
And beyond.
It's called New Earth, right? The land that you're standing on is called Earth. When we get there, it's going to be called New Earth.
I thought it was stolen.
Read your scriptures, and you will find that what I'm telling you is true. Now, as far as Sarah, it's not easy. We all love you, and we are so happy to be here to share each and every time that we come up. It's an amazing time. So want to say that it's not easy to put these things on, especially with things going on in your life. Don't ever go away, and you'll see her again. Thank you, Sarah.
You will. Thank you, Clay. Mr. Balderson, to you, please.
I'm a heathen, so hail Grandma Tomato. And that's best way to keep things going, guys, is to share it around as much as possible. Hit like, keep it up in the algorithm. We all love being here, and we all love listening to it. With all these new faces, we have new options. There's new options of having different one-on-ones and different topics and whatnot that these people are interested in. This is really excellent, and keep it going. Love all you guys.
Perfect. Thank you, Ben. Mr. Gibbs, to you.
Yeah, it's always fun. Thanks for having me. I usually do gaming and politics most days. We're going to be doing a special cosplay and role play stream tomorrow with Modi 201, dropping into Cyberstan to fight the evil socialist robots. And then we're going to be doing Wednesday interviewing a one-on-one interview with a local loan officer, and he's introducing the new hemp vodka to Texas. It's going to be very exciting stuff. Pretty excited to do it. That'll be at 1 o'clock. And then Thursday, 7 p.m., give me a break. And as always, thank you so much again, Sarah. And my condolences on your loss. I'm so sorry about that.
Thank you, Gibbs. And Ant, final thoughts from you, please.
As usual, I very much appreciate you having me up here, Sarah. It's always very fun. Sad news about your grandmother. I'll be keeping you guys in my thoughts. Other than that, you know the drill. Tip your Sarah. Fuck off.
Fuck off. I love it. It's my favorite one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you like panels, we do this 100% every Monday night is open panel with the grab bag topics. So the topics are always shifting. The list is always put in the video description. And of course, as you saw this evening, the topics naturally shift on their own unless I completely switch it up. Thursday nights, usually we have a very specific topic and a featured guest who presents the topic, and it is basically 1v9. So the person comes on, they give their statements and what they think on the topic, the prompt, very specific, and then it is up to you to come and either fight against them or with them on the panel. We do also host 1v1 or 2v2 debates. If that interests you, please feel free to reach out to me. I can find the opposition for you if you just have a prompt. That's all I need is a prompt. Otherwise, if you enjoy this, please feel free to like, subscribe, share, and please send out the love to everyone on the panel. Shout out to Fourth Wiseman. He says, Bumpkin, we get the point of topic concern, but it can rile a lot of negative energy, unfortunately. Tip number, get real facts on topic and not hearsay. Then it's palatable without getting upset. Any thoughts from you, Bumpkin?
Yeah, everything I stated was said in the files, so I would say that that is about as much fact as you can really get on the subject. I didn't say anything that was not stated in the files, and I can pull up where it says in the files too, and you can as well.
A fun add-on is that Israel considered Iran burning statues of Baal as a declaration of war on them. So, don't know what that means.
I think we all know what that means.
But I think it's absolutely freaking hilarious that Donald Trump's name was mentioned in the Epstein files 80,000 times, but the Epstein files vindicated him. And no, he's not eating children.
36,000 times. And Trump was a whistleblower, so yeah, I expect he appeared a lot in the FBI's record
Bumpkin,
of
would you like to do, I know you have a job, but would you like to do a Throwdown Thursday and we can do Epstein file everything just for you?
I mean, sure. I mean,
I do have this Thursday available, and I can start. Well, actually, you know what? Because I might have to travel.
I can't do this Thursday anyways.
Yeah. Reach out to me. We'll schedule.
You have me on Discord, right?
Do I? Are you in our Discord?
We have personal DMs for sure.
We do?
Yeah.
What have I been talking to you about, Bumpkin? Is it under Bumpkin?
Yeah, it's under Bumpkin.
Bumpkin.
Can I watch?
Darth Bumpkin?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's going to be a good panel. Oh, that's going to be a good panel.
Oh. Yeah, we have messaged like once, twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was to set up a debate or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Pick a Thursday. There's my reminder. And we'll do Epstein everything. You sound like you're the expert of it all.
I wouldn't say an expert. It's impossible to read 3 million files. It take years and years and years to go through that, but the DOJ does make it pretty easy with the search function on it. So,
yeah, that was the new thing since the new drop, the search.
I haven't really watched anything, so it would be interesting to watch and listen to your take.
Has anyone tried the the file name and then 00001 and then 00002 and then 00003? I started doing that because I was like, what if there's stuff in here that isn't marked with a name or a specific thing, and I want
it's just too many fucking zeros.
It was fun to play with it, and they skip a lot too, like 17 through 23 aren't there,
Okay, the only thing with the Epstein files, right, is there's a lot of pictures. There's a lot of nondescript pictures. There's freaking pictures of doorways.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my God, there was a mark above the door jamb. I mean, if you've looked through the first release, that's what it was. Of all the pictures of Epstein Island and oh my God, he had a bodega. What the fuck kind of reference is that? But whatever.
When the
dancing girls.
Okay.
All right,
so
we're gonna shut this down. Here's what we're gonna do, Bumpkin. You're gonna reach out to me. We're gonna pick a Thursday or a Friday or a Saturday. I don't give a fuck at this point. And we're gonna find a night that fits for you, preferably a Thursday, but whatever. And we will do Epstein Files 101 with Pumpkin, and you can make your claims and have some fun. How's that sound?
sure, sounds like a plan.
Play hard.
Sounds
I'm game.
lovely. Fourth Wiseman coming in with the last and final 10 and says, key tips I can share for success. Be real. Be honest. Oops, dog falling. Hold on. She's on my lap. She's falling. Sorry. Let's try this one more time. Key tips I can share for success. Be real, honest, kind, the normal niceties, and never forget your word is your contract. And on that note, I tell you to fuck off.
Captain's log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid. Copy, Yashin-Man. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid. Come on, track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flour. Wait one, Yashin-Man. We don't have flour.